Denial. 4.1. I'd obviously seen New Wave before, or pictures of them, and I'd had the briefest chance to see Glory Girl when the Undersiders nearly ran Dinah and I over, but this was the first time we'd been face to face and with them really looking at me. It wasn't even the whole group. There was Brandish, Glory Girl and Panacea, and the latter was practically hiding behind the first two. I didn't get much of a chance to say anything as Glory Girl flew forward so fast it made me jump and clasped my hands in hers. You're the one who beat Bakuto with a chair. Oh my god, that's hilarious. I saw the gif on Fo and everything. I didn't have the best record with people, certainly not attractive school-age girls getting in my face. By all accounts, her words and actions should have set me off as they did whenever Emma played nice. I was too used to having the Queen Bee say one thing and mean another that I mentally prepared to push down the paranoia. It never came. Instead, and to my horror, an embarrassed blush did instead. It was nothing. I mumbled bashfully. Glory Girl laughed. Are you kidding? You got dragged in there, showed up Lung and then kicked the crap out of a dangerous villain holding, like, 300 people hostage. That's not nothing. That's heroic. Her words were so warm and I felt so included and special. It was a warm, fuzzy feeling that left me unable to get a word in, or to doubt her sincerity. Emma was a bitch and used her words to hurt, but I knew in that instant that Glory Girl no, Victoria was nothing like that. She was better than that, better than Emma. If I'd been lucky enough to have someone like her as a friend, then I felt certain nothing bad could have ever befallen me. The amount of damage you did was a little extreme. Brandish's interruption was like having my head dunked in cold water, especially when Vicky looked back at her mother disapprovingly. I'm only saying, the woman said. Given the circumstances and the lives at risk, I highly doubt anyone would try and pin that on you, but it must be said. You should always be careful not to invite litigation. Criminals can and will do their best to bury you in claims. I just don't want to see someone with potential like you getting wrapped up in all that. Director Piggott told me. The woman nodded once. Good. Speaking of, I need to talk with her. Victoria, I'll leave you here with Amy in denial. See that Amy has her back to full health. We did agree to heal her. It was nice meeting you, Denial. The woman walked by without waiting for a response, and soon it was just the three of us. I felt out of place, but my doubt faded when Vicky looked back at me, because then I suddenly felt included in a part of their little coterie. Don't mind Mom, she's just under it ever since the bombing. You wouldn't believe how many parents are coming to her company trying to see who they can sue and how much for. You'd think they'd be more concerned about their kids. Idiots. She snorted, and even that somehow came across confident and attractive, and not at all unfeminine. Hey, is Gallant around? I need to ask him something quick. I was struggling to keep up with her. See common room. Cool. Thanks. She smiled, and what a smile it was. She could have marketed toothpaste. I'll see you before we go. We should hang out sometime. Trade stories. You like shopping? Yes. I lied through my teeth. I love shopping. Great. Go easy on Amy for me. You too, sis. Vicky winked at her sibling. Don't go upsetting the Dragon Slayer or she might introduce you to the chair. Vicky laughed at her own joke and flew down the corridor in the direction of the common room. I felt the urge to say don't go. But it embarrassed me so much that I looked away, and then I didn't feel quite so silly. If anything, I felt a little small under the gaze of the healer before me. Amy Dallin, Panacea, was giving me a look that I wasn't fully able to place. It was a mixture between fatigue, annoyance, and oddly analytical. Was she annoyed I'd basically ignored her? I winced, never having been very good at making friends or first impressions. Winslow hadn't helped much in that regard. Hey. I held out my hand, which she looked at for a long moment before slowly taking. I'm Denial. Ward. Well, I'm not. I am a ward, but I shouldn't be. I'm not a parahuman is what I meant. Not like you are. I mean, you're Panacea. You do so much good in the hospitals. I was rambling. Someone kill me. Do I have permission to heal you? She asked flatly. Oh sure. I mean. Microfractures in your hand, Panacea said. You're healed. You can let go now. I did so with a wince. I didn't feel any better, but I hadn't realized I was hurt at all, so I figured I just couldn't feel the very subtle healing. What I did know was that I'd somehow upset Panacea despite this being the first time ever meeting her. Go figure. I wondered if I should say something about that, especially since I was meant to act like a ward and New Wave worked together with the PRT a lot. Or sometimes. I wasn't quite sure how the relationship worked. Thanks. I said instead. A safe but weak option. You were probably at home when you got the call, right? I'm sorry you had to come out to look at me. I was at the hospital. Healing people. I'd interrupted that. Oof. Now I felt even worse. Sorry for that then. I didn't ask them to have you come. I thought I was fine. I didn't even feel any pain. I did say they were microfractures, she said waspishly. Right. Sorry. Great job, me. Stellar job. I deserved a medal for my conversational capability. Not. I didn't mean to get hurt. Bakuta took a whole school hostage and demanded I go there with Lung. I saw the broadcast. Her eyes narrowed on me. Why were you working with Lung? What? He's a monster. A killer. His gang kidnaps girls and forces them into prostitution. He's a villain. Of all those things she said, it was odd to me how she stressed the final word as if it were worse than everything in between. Why did you work with him? You're supposed to be a hero. I'm not a hero. Panacea straightened in front of me and yanked her hand away. There was a very real, very noticeable movement as she took a step back. The reason why dawned on me in a moment of horror. No, no, not like that. I blurted out. Oh God, talk about making things worse. I just mean I'm not a proper hero. I don't even have powers. Is this a game to you? Her words were like acid. Is this a joke? What? No. Then why are you treating this like a game? Hurt, nervous, I took a step back. Amy was nothing like her sister. I'm not. I'm a normal person stuck here because people assume I have powers. You beat Lung. You beat Hook Wolf. You beat Bakuda. By luck. Luck is a defined power in certain parahumans. Oh, come on. I argued. By that logic you can say anything is a power. There's nothing I can do that isn't a power, nothing I can say that isn't because my power made me say it. Does that also mean villains can't be stopped by normal people? Are all normal people helpless? Yes. I was stunned. I had no idea what to say. That sounded vaguely racist, if racism against unpowered people could be called a thing, and it was also as much an insult towards 99% of people in Brockton Bay. Normal people like Dad. If you have powers and you're a hero, you have to use those powers to help people. Amy Dallin continued. She wasn't even looking at me as she said it. If you don't, if you sit back and choose to do nothing, then you're no hero. And if I'm neither hero nor parahuman. Panacea snarled something that only vaguely resembled words and stormed past me, leaving me to dodge out the way and watch her go. I didn't know why what I'd said had set her off, or what exactly it was that did it, but by now I was no stranger to people not believing my claims. I was a stranger to someone having such an angry response to it, however. What a bitch. Shrugging, I headed to the common room. Maybe I could talk to Vicky a little more. Dean was lucky to be dating someone like her. Dash. Arms Master. Colin Wallace found Amy Dallin, aka Panacea, hidden in a small alcove in the corridors outside the ward's common room, steadfastly refusing to head on inside and instead mumbling to herself. He'd never been particularly good at judging the emotions of others or understanding them, he heard it enough from Piggott, Hannah, and even Dragon, but he felt confident in saying she was upset about something. A more empathic person might have asked her what was bothering her. Colin simply cleared his throat to make his approach clear and regarded her with the practiced smile the PR department had him work on for photo shoots. New Wave were valued allies but he couldn't call them comrades or peers like he could the rest of the Protectorate and the wards. His relationship with them was not what it otherwise could be, but he did appreciate both Panacea's healing and her strong work ethic and had more than once expressed his desire to have her on the wards. Panacea, he greeted. Have you had a chance to see to Denial? The girl scowled at something he couldn't see and said, yes. Microfractures in her hand. I healed them. Did you fix her eyesight? The girl glanced aside. I wasn't asked to. Problematic. It felt silly to him that she wouldn't take the opportunity to do both at the same time. That would have been a far more efficient use of her time and power. Given that Taylor wore contacts when on patrol, it felt like a weakness that should be corrected. Taylor could always then wear non-prescription glasses to maintain her civilian disguise. Panacea might have been fatigued however, or perhaps Taylor hadn't wanted to bother her over it. It wasn't worth assuming anything when he didn't have the full story. He'd have to speak with her another time and see if he could arrange it. Do you mind if I ask a few questions about Denial's physiology? He asked. Relating specifically to her powers. Rather than wait for an answer and give her time to think up any complaints, he asked, did you see anything unusual when you touched her? No. He waited for her to extrapolate. Colin could have asked but he'd found that it was remarkably efficient with younger wards to just stand there silent and stare at them. It was amazing how often they would break eye contact and offer further information with little input on his part. It never seemed to work on Dragon, Director Piggott, or the older Protectorate members, who would ask why he was being such a weirdo, but it was ideal for dealing with teenagers and those younger. Panacea was no different to Kidwin or Vista in her reaction. I didn't notice any changed biology or anything different in her to suggest a brute, changer or mover rating. I also didn't notice any energy being directed or redirected anywhere unusual. Panacea sighed. But then again, she wasn't doing anything so I guess her powers weren't active. It would probably be a lot more obvious if she was. Or it was her suspected stranger power at work. It would fit with what everyone else said. People had obviously seen Denial using her powers but had been made to forget, and it was known that Panacea both could not do brains and could not heal herself. As such, it wasn't hard to believe she had seen evidence of something, but that Denial's power altered her cognitive abilities to distort or hide the information. Yet again, Colin's patented weighted-out ability pushed Panacea to speak. It was like I was looking at a completely normal girl. No powers, no activity from the Polentia or Gemma, nothing at all. Just a normal, slightly unhealthy girl with bad eyesight. I see. Colin wondered if he should pet the girl's head or assure her that Better Capes had tried and failed to understand her powers in the past and that she shouldn't feel frustrated by her failure here. No. Panacea was New Wave's and her upkeep was their responsibility. He didn't want to step on toes or encourage more work than he already had. Arms Master. Panacea bit her lip for a moment. Is she really a hero? Denial was instrumental in the arrests of Lung, Hook Wolf, Rune, and Bakuda, Colin said without pause or hesitation. A poor communicator he knew he was, but these were his warts and denial trusted and respected him in a way Dauntless didn't. His defense was immediate and firm, and even a little sharper than he intended it to be. What else would you call her if not a hero? The way she denies it is suspected to be a key aspect of her power. You should not judge or react when she says it any more than you would a case 53 for having altered physiology. If it bothers you, think of it as something forced on her against her will. Panacea apparently had nothing more to say. Taylor. I wished all my time could be spent at the PRT, but that was apparently unhealthy, and so I had to have a life outside it. Dad and I were doing our strangers in the same house routine and communicating only in grunts, single-word answers and tense nods, and the slight communication this morning had come in the form of a letter from Winslow informing us that school was back on. Incredible. Winslow could be the worst school in existence when it counted, but suddenly cared far too much about our education now to even give us a week off for nearly being killed in a bombing. I blamed the media attention and Blackwell wanting to portray the school as brave, upstanding, and caring about the educations of children. It probably helped that there was a funding packaging going online to raise money for the school. Of course that would motivate them. So, here I was, back in class and sat at my homeroom desk idly wondering what I'd done wrong in a past life. The school was mostly in one piece. One of the stairways Lung had gotten stuck in was off limits, as was Mr. Gladley's classroom that had been turned into a winter wonderland. There was a big set of ribbons outside warning against entry along with some cones, which naturally meant everyone paid the classroom a visit and the Empire kids had even taken to ice skating on it. None of the teachers bothered to tell them off. I had to wonder if the PRT had forgotten that my cover was bust when I arrived. To be fair, I had myself, it had been one hell of a week. Arriving to see the Asian kids staring at me like I was some creature from another planet was a stark reminder, and I even thought I'd seen a few Empire kids give me a wide berth. I had to be imagining on that one. There was no reason for Kaiser of all people to tell the rank and file about me. It was possible they'd heard rumors or outright confirmation from the Asian population. I should probably remind Arms Master about it, I thought to myself. I was sat with an elbow on my desk and my chin balanced on my hand, fingers curled against my cheek, and steadfastly ignoring the nervous looks sent my way. Do they think I'm a bomb waiting to go off? I'd have thought they'd be more used to that by now. It was while I was thinking about it that I felt something wet splat onto the top of my head. It wasn't cold, just damp, and I looked up wondering if Bakuda's bombs hadn't cracked a hole in the roof that a little rainwater had dripped down through. I saw a plastic bottle in a hand instead, before sticky sweet liquid was poured down over my face and hair, splashing against my forehead and nose and running down my chin to drip onto my shirt. In an instant, I was drenched from head to shoulders. It might as well have been a nuclear bomb. Desk scraped loudly and a pair of Asian kids flipped theirs over like a shield and dove behind it. Others scraped their seats all the way to the edges of the room, while Madison walked in, saw what was happening, pirouetted on her heel and walked out without even slowing down. Brett, a tried and true Empire supporter if I'd ever seen one, lumbered his way to the closest window, tucked in his shoulder and hurled himself into it, shattering through the glass and landing outside in a bush. Why did they have more survival instincts surrounding me than Bakuda? Something heavy clattered to the ground nearby. I glanced down, realized it was a chair, and then glanced up to a Korean kid giving me the thumbs up before huddling behind the teacher's empty desk with an Empire kid, the two finding common cause and staying out my way. Yeah, it definitely looked like my identity might be just a little blown. Oh Taylor. Oops. Emma's voice dripped with malice. I didn't see you there. I'd have been more focused on that if I hadn't removed my glasses to dry them on the hem of my shirt. When I put them back on, I was looking dead ahead at Emma, and froze on seeing what she was wearing. It was a black t-shirt with a picture of me on the front in costume. Beneath it, in big white letters, read, "Deny your limits." I was fairly sure the PRT hadn't gotten any merch out for me yet, which meant she'd found this bootleg somewhere. Probably the Lord's Market. I was still so stunned by the sight of my most hated enemy and that said something with Lung around wearing a fan-made shirt of me, that I didn't respond even as the last few drops were shaken out on my head. When I took a deep breath and smelled nothing but orange soda, however, I felt something stir inside me. Emma. I said slowly. I am not in the mood. I was just thinking, Taylor, how convenient it was that the day you're off from school, a psycho tinker from the ABB takes everyone hostage. Emma looked around at the classroom, frowned slightly at seeing the odd reactions from everyone, but continued on regardless. I mean, it's not too wild to think you might have known it was going to happen. Did you sell your body to the ABB for them to come here? Emma, you really need to stop. I just think it's strange is all. Emma smiled at me. Where were you when this was all happening? An Asian kid piped up. Is she being stupid or ironic? I wasn't sure which myself, but I wasn't going to sit around and take this, not after I'd just dealt with Lung and Bakuda. I stood slowly, ignored the gasps of students acting like an Endbringer had just stuck its head in the room, and turned to face my bully. I imagined doing a lot of things to her in that moment, not least of all going back in time and failing to save her from Bakuda. In the more immediate term, I thought about punching her or even making use of that chair I'd been offered. What I did was draw a deep breath. And let it go. Emma didn't stop me as I walked past her. She probably saw it as a victory, my giving up and letting her have her way. I'd like to say I didn't know when that stopped bothering me, but that would be a lie. It stopped when I nearly died for what must have been the 6th time. Running away, Taylor? Go on. Run. Everyone here knows what kind of a coward you are. They knew something all right, but it wasn't that I was a coward. I opened the door and made to step out, only to run into Sophia. The track star's eyes widened, then widened again on seeing the state of me. I wasn't in the mood to take more shit from her, so I shouldered my way past her and hurried away. I was skipping school. The PRT wouldn't even fault me when they realized how many people knew my identity. I was fairly sure Armsmaster and Piggott both would say I made the right choice to get out there before a villain cornered me and endangered the students. I took one step outside, unchallenged by any teacher, before a villain cornered me and endangered the students. Lisa, the girl from the rooftop, the tattler, or something, stood before me with 2 plastic cups of coffee, a brown bag of some unidentifiable food and a very awkward smile. She hoisted the bag up before me. Parley. I could have screamed. Scratch that, I did scream. Furiously up into the sky. Tattletale cringed back. My power is telling me you're not happy to see me. No shit, Sherlock. Shadow Stalker. Sophia Hess could have strangled Emma in that moment. Don't cause trouble, 3 simple words she'd thought Emma could remember from their last suspension. She'd just survived nearly being killed by Bakuda, so Sophia really hadn't thought she and Madison would need a refresher. Honestly, thank fuck for Madison panicking and running to tell her something was up. Emma. Listen to me. Sophia shook the girl by her shoulders, all the while trying to ignore both the vicious grin and the god-awful t-shirt she was wearing. You need to stop with this. Taylor. Hebert is off limits. Sophia wasn't sure when she'd become Taylor instead of Hebert, and quickly fixed it. All right. It's over. Done with. What are you talking about? Taylor was right there. Emma came down from her high with a hiss. And she wasn't there when I nearly died. I bet she told the ABB to come after us. I bet she. Damn it, quiet down. Sophia looked both ways to make sure they were alone, then dragged Emma into the nearest bathroom. It was probably the same one Hebert cornered Bakuda in. Look, you need to calm down. You survived, right? You survived a second attack from the ABB. Good for you. Thanks to denial. Emma went from furious to dreamy in an instant. It was so sudden and so rank with sappiness that Sophia almost choked. She saved me, beat that horrible witch until she nothing. She hissed. I want to see her. Meet her. You know her, right? Because of your work. You can get her to meet me. Bad idea. Such a fucking bad idea. That's not going to be easy, Emma. Please. I'll do anything. I have to thank her. Anything? How about backing off on causing trouble for Hebert? No. I can't. Sophia, she wasn't there. She's worthless. Emma. Sophia hissed quietly. Hebert is denial. Put 2 and 2 together, you idiot, you must be the last person in Winslow to realize this. Taylor Hebert is denial. They are one and the same. The person who saved your life is the girl you just dumped juice over, and the same girl who bitch-slapped Lung and Hook Wolf both. You don't want to piss her off. Emma stood still, shock and something else playing across her face. Then, right when Sophia thought she'd gotten trough to her, Emma laughed. That's a good one. What? I'm serious. Taylor is denial. Emma snorted and rolled her eyes in that pretty, dismissive way she did. Very funny, Soph, but this is Taylor we're talking about. Taylor, no figure, Hebert. Did you see what denial was wearing? It's a costume. It's meant to fake that. Hebert is denial. I'm telling you right now, at great risk to myself, that they are one and the same. Right. Emma smirked. And I'm purity. Oh my god. Sophia whispered. You're in denial. I am not. Emma scoffed. Besides, Taylor ran away like she always does. Denial would never run away. There's no way someone as pathetic as Taylor would get powers, and even if she did, they'd be something lame or gross. You're in denial. Sophia repeated, about denial. Denial. 4.2. The chocolate muffins had been intended as a peace offering, but I tore into them with my teeth, gnashing and tearing chunks out like a shark might the flesh of a surfer, while glaring angrily at the woman standing awkwardly opposite me and imagining her dangling above a pit of sharks. It was cathartic. I wanted to just turn away and walk, but there was no telling what the villain might do if I did. I wouldn't be surprised if she'd brought a gun with her, and there was always a chance she might go after Dad and wait for me there. The thought alone had me tense. I'm not here to threaten you. Lisa said quickly. Please, stop thinking it. Your power again. It's always on. I can't turn it off. I can tell you're upset with me, raging angry in fact, but I'm really not your enemy. I mean, what could I even do if I was? I'm here out of costume as a show of good faith. You're risking outing me. Like you have a secret identity at this point. Excuse me. That came out wrong. The girl cringed and held her hands up defensively. Or just in plain surrender. Look, the ABB know who you are and have spread the news to their rank and file. The E88 now know as well and have done the same. The order on the street is to avoid you at all costs. Are you Empire? I asked. I thought you were with that gang. I want to say something about underwear, but I'm fairly sure I'm remembering it wrong. Undersiders. Small time. Non-threatening. At least, we want to be. Do you remember what I told you last time? Our boss Coil, a real supervillain, wants us to find out your power. Which he won't be able to. And he's prepared to throw us at you to do it. She blinked. Wait, what was that last bit? What bit? I frowned back, not really sure what I'd said to have her looking so poleaxed. That he won't be able to? I mean, yet, he's not going to be able to find out what my power is. Her eyes widened. Why, you're aware of it. Was I aware of the fact that I had no powers? Yes, actually. Yes, I was. I'd been telling everyone it ever since I started, for crying out loud. What kind of thinker power was this? It had gone from Captain Obvious to Captain Confusion. Of course I'm aware of it. I snapped impatiently. What do you think I am? Stupid. But I thought. The records said your stranger power was self-directed. You were supposed to be convinced yourself that you don't have any. There were two things there I wanted to unpack, but a villain buying into my hype wasn't the important one, not when it happened on the regular. The other was much more worrisome, so I let the by now common assumption that I had powers slide. My records? Do you mean my PRT records? How do you have access to them? The PRT is leakier than a sieve. You should know that. Coil has his moles on the inside. I was even given a front row seat to you storming Winslow and beating down Bakuda. She tapped her left ear. I was riding along, listening in on everything. The PRT was compromised. My records were compromised. My identity, address and movements were out for everyone who wanted them. I panicked. Stop. Lisa all but yelped. I'm not a threat. I'm not going to harm you or your father. I paused, but I did not calm down. Why did you bring my dad up? You were panicking about him. I was panicking about myself, but Lisa went on before I could correct her. It was obvious. My power said you were panicky and afraid, and you're obviously not going to be afraid of me if you called Lung a pussy to his face. I mean, what am I going to do? Shoot you? I would dislike that. I said honestly. Yeah, and I bet I'd dislike it when you bend me into a pretzel afterwards. Let's not test that theory. Agreed. Lisa smiled. The only other weakness you have is your father, so I figured out you were worried I'd go after him as some kind of weakness. No need to worry, I'm not going to. I wasn't worried about it until you just said it. My eyes narrowed. Did you just consider my dad a viable target? No. You called him my weakness. Well. I mean, he is. Lisa laughed awkwardly. But that doesn't mean I actually considered. Which means you read about him to know about him, which means you considered whether or not he would be my weakness in the first place. What? I know, that's not. You're lying. It was a stab in the dark, really, a complete guess, but not an uneducated one. Lisa was too panicky and too jumpy to have been in the green, and she'd obviously done her research to find me out of costume, so of course she'd known about my dad. It was also a common scare tactic used by the PRT to reinforce why wearing a mask was so important that your loved ones might become targets of the gangs otherwise. I accused her more to see if she'd fess up than because I was sure, but her reaction confirmed it well enough. She did, but not in the way I expected. You know? But how? Thinker. Her eyes widened even further and she breathed the word out as if it was choked from her throat. You have a thinker power. What? I scowled again, suddenly offended for an entirely new reason. No. I have common sense. Deductive reasoning. No, it's more. You're trying to hide it. Denying that even now. Of course you have a thinker power, it makes so much sense. No, it doesn't. It's how you knew to find Bakuda in the bathroom. I was trying to avoid the bomb. It's how you knew to stay close to her so her explosives couldn't hurt you. You knew instantly that her bombs would have too high yield and would catch her in the blast. Anyone with a functioning brain knows how bombs work. And it's how you keep spoofing Oracle's precognition. Oracle's precognition is in reverse, I guarantee. I groused. Besides, it's statistics. Even a 97% chance can fail. And you're not listening to a word I'm saying. I don't even know why I bother at this point. Thinker powers can interfere with one another. Oracle can't precog you because your thinker power adapts. Or Oracle could be wrong. Does anyone ever suspect that? And the thinker power is how you were able to catch me out just now. Lisa carried on. No, that was me using my brain. Connecting the dots. Filling in the blanks. With your thinker power. Normal people are capable of rational thought as well. I growled like a wounded tiger. You don't have the monopoly on smarts just because you lucked out and got a power that hands you the answers. It's getting real annoying hearing people talk that way. Look, I won't tell anyone. Tell them what? I almost screamed. But I'm here to help you. We're on the same side. I was less than convinced. First of all, she was convinced I was a parahuman and now convinced I was a thinker because I had the brain power to realize that bomb go boom boom. I hadn't even been the one to bring that up, Director Piggott had. But no, she was convinced I'd used powers to figure it out, because apparently the normal person just didn't have the brain power necessary. Ugh. First Amy and now this girl, did all parahumans see normal people as being this useless? It was growing more tiresome every day. Lisa took my silence as either agreement or just a warning that she should get to the point, because she kept going. You know the Undersiders are going to be used against you to bait out your power, which is why I thought I'd meet with you ahead of time and outside of costume to come up with an arrangement for how that should go down. I crossed my arms. And how did you see that going down? I was hoping you'd go easy on us if we went easy on you. Sort of, agree that we pretend to fight, you knock us around and we escape but give up on things we're stealing. You get to keep your powers hidden from Coil, we get to keep telling him we're trying our best and he doesn't see any reason to escalate or make things worse. Lisa finished with a foxy smile, satisfied that her plan would meet my approval. I didn't have to turn my alleged thinker power on it to spot a few problems. First of all, and perhaps greatest of all, was the implication that I could in fact knock the Undersiders around like she wanted me to. I didn't know how all their powers worked but that didn't matter when I had none. Tattletale could have probably taken me down in a fight if she wanted to. Secondly, it relied on the bizarre idea that the PRT would be okay with this, which I felt confident in saying they wouldn't be. Armsmaster struck me as a very duty-driven man. It was a big part of why I admired him so much. I imagined he would go along with an undercover operation or work with villains when he really had to, against Endbringers for instance, but I didn't believe for a second he'd agree to play fighting with a bunch of teenagers on the promise that it might get some mysterious backer to leave me alone. I wouldn't have felt comfortable if he did. You didn't deal with a stalker by agreeing to play their game. You're about to say no, Lisa's smile had fallen. Why? Is this because of who we are? Look, we're villains in name only. Most of us aren't even in this because we want to be. Gru. She said suddenly. The word meant nothing to me. Gru is our leader, she explained, and he's only doing this because of his sister. I blinked. This was an angle I hadn't expected and I wasn't quite sure how to respond. Is she sick? Does Coil have her hostage? No, she lives with her dad because her mom is a druggie. Gru can't apply for custody over her because he needs proof of a stable income. The kind someone his age can't really get hold of. He's only in this because of her. Since when is villainy is a stable job? Lisa looked floored. What? You said he needs a stable job. That means showing a regular source of income, right? I asked because I wasn't sure. I'd obviously never tried to adopt someone. I imagined they meant background checks however, with the guy having to show bank records to prove how long he'd been employed, where and how stable his job was. That kind of thing. There was just one problem with that. How is working for a supervillain a stable income? I know this is the Bay and it's, like, the fallback option for every job hunter here to join a gang, but is child protection really going to not wonder how someone his age has that much money or where he got it? Aren't they going to want to talk to his employer, visit his workplace and make sure it's all accurate? The more I thought about it the more holes I found. If he cared so much about his sister's well-being as to turn to a life of crime for her, why didn't he care enough about her well-being to join the wards instead? The money might not be so immediately good but he could have had them checking up on his sister, and at least then if he ever died in the line of duty, she'd have his money to keep her adrift. If he died under Coil's employ and had her custody then she'd be cast adrift. Homeless. That wasn't a good fate in Brockton Bay. I posed that question to the thinker in front of me and watched uncomfortably as she floundered. Well, the money isn't as good and, it's stable, I agree, but the PRT might not take his sister out her current home. And Coil was going to fake records. The PRT probably would help him if he made it a condition of joining. They might not give him custody but I'm fairly sure they would be keen to make sure their ward is taken care of. I mean, is Coil going to do the same? Even if Gru doesn't know who he's working for, he's in a city with neo-Nazis, drug lords and an Asian dragon. It can't be a hard assumption to make that whoever is paying him isn't a good person and might betray him. Would Coil do that? In a heartbeat. Lisa said it without thinking and then cringed when she realized it went against the narrative she wanted to sell. But it's not that simple. Gru. He has issues with authority as well. So, wait, is he a villain because of his sister or because of those issues? Lisa thought on it for a moment. The sister is the motivation and the issues are what stop him joining the PRT. So. I placed my hands together as if I were proposing a new invention to her. What you're saying is that he cares about his sister enough to set aside his morals and become a villain to support her, but he doesn't care enough about his sister to set aside his personal issues and talk to the PRT. Lisa floundered even harder. Bitch. She cried suddenly. I scowled. Because I proved you wrong. What? No. Our teammate is called Bitch. Her story is much more sympathetic. She was a troubled orphan who had a puppy she loved, but her horrible matron killed the puppy in front of her, making her trigger and kill the woman. She was unjustly slapped with a murder charge. For murdering someone by the sounds of it. Under intense stress and after triggering. She groaned. It's not the same any court would agree. Great. Then why not go to court or the PRT with the story? Lisa stared at me. I stared back. You did just say any court would agree. I mean, I agree it sounds like a horrible story and I think she'd probably get some leeway over it, especially if it happened when she was young. I wasn't a lawyer but children got off with stuff all the time, and if it was her first time using her powers then it might have been as much an accident as anything. Better to get her story out. I'm sure they can look back through the records and find some historic signs of abuse. If not, well, she would have still been a child at the time. That might be a problem. Why? Bitch doesn't do well with people. She acts, well, she doesn't act like a dog but her mentality is a little like it to an outside observer. She tends to get aggressive and challenge people to fights, and then there are the crimes she committed since then. No murder, she added quickly, but a lot of violent battery, injuries, and property damage. I took a deep breath and prayed for patience. Does she at least regret it? Lisa cringed. No. Okay, so I'm supposed to feel sympathetic for someone who admittedly had a really bad experience, but who since then has gone on to be something of a violent thug using huge creatures to attack people, including the wards, and who has joined up with a supervillain. Does she even have any good reason to be working for Coil? Does she have a sister? No. Bitch just wants the money for her dogs. And of course there is no possible way to earn money for dog food other than outright villainy. I said, voice thick with sarcasm. Understandable. Have a good day. It's for the sake of cute little dogs. Dogs are cute, I had to agree. I felt pleased knowing Hook Wolf was off the streets and would be running fewer dogfighting rings. But I'm not sure that fully justifies her violence. I'm guessing it's not just Empire rings she's turned her powers on, is it? You attacked and threatened all those people at the bank. Lisa elected not to answer that one, which I suspected was as good as confirmation. Well, there's Regent. She crowed. Okay. What's his story? I waited. I waited some more. I prompted when my patience finally gave way and I was left wondering if she'd lost her focus. Regent is moving on. But you didn't say anything. Moving on. She shouted a little hysterically. I was recruited at gunpoint. Despite myself and my efforts, and there was a lot of effort involved, I did feel a little bad for hearing that. Shit. As if to make matters worse, Tattletale's thinker power actually caught onto it for once. Her eyes lit up and she carried on before I could have a chance to build up enough reasons not to care. I had run away from my family after my parents abused my powers for their own gain. I came here, just looking to escape them and make ends meet, when a bunch of shadowy enforcers cornered me, put a gun to one ear and a cell phone to the other. I was told in no uncertain terms that I belonged to Coil now, and that I could say no and be found dead in an alleyway the next morning or work for him. No. Don't take away my anger. Come back. I wanted to slap the smarmy bitch around her increasingly smug face. How could I do that when she was saying this? Assuming she wasn't lying. She had to be lying, right? This was just her manufacturing a way into my sympathies. I'm not lying. I'm just a thinker, I don't have any other ways to defend myself. What's a girl to do against people with guns? Lisa clutched her arms and looked away. I've never had a say in the matter. The Undersiders don't even know about it, and I'm not sure how many of them would care if they did. They're all cornered by their little problems and held in check by Coil's promises to fix them. None of which are good excuses, we've established. Except mine. Lisa said hopefully. Grudgingly, I nodded. There was no denying it. Except yours. Damn my aching, bleeding heart. I didn't know if it was because she appealed to me as an unpowered person forced into a role against her will or something else. Well, she wasn't unpowered, but with how glaringly useless her thinker power was, she might as well have been. She was at best, what, a thinker one? I couldn't imagine she'd be much higher. Half the things she assumed about me were wrong and the other half were just obvious statements of fact. Either way, I felt my justified fury dribbling away. Like Dad, I burned hot and fast, and now there was just ash. Stupid thinkers and their stupid sympathetic backstories. Life was easier when she was just an annoying idiot with no sense of timing, and not an annoying idiot with no sense of timing and a tragic story. So, Lisa said. Will you help me? I wanted to say no, I really did, but then I'd have been no better than all those people in Winslow who ignored me when I was in trouble. Those same people who now looked at me as a hero, but who had stood back and watched, even enjoyed the sight of me being abused by the trio. I was sure this Coil was far worse than any school bullies could ever be, which only made it worse. It sounded like her teammates weren't willing to help her either, which was a real shame. I hadn't known the wards long, but I was actually starting to like them, and I didn't think they'd leave me high and dry if I was in trouble. My morals were going to get me killed someday. Fine. I told her. It was hard ignoring the light shining in her eyes or just how pleased with herself she looked. 3/4 of her team had failed to win much sympathy out of me, but she'd won in the end. I started walking toward her. I'll help you. Great. All smiles again, Tattletale continued on blithely. So, the first job we've got is to cause trouble for you at the Fosberg Gallery, where you're going to be invited along with the PRT to celebrate the quick actions to take down Bakuda. It's a party in your honor and Coil wants us to crash it to establish ourselves as targets for you. Now, I was thinking we could smash in through the windows, but you can. I took her left hand as I walked past her, holding her gently by the wrist. I wasn't exactly practiced, but Shadow Stalker had taught me how to do this, and I'd had a few chances to try it on her. Left wrist back, grab right wrist back, linked behind her. Tattletale looked back over her shoulder nervously. What are you doing? Helping you. I placed my knee into the back of hers, forcing them to bend, then pushed down on her wrists with just enough pain to make her kneel. I pushed her down, planted my knee in the center of her back and put one hand on her right shoulder to keep her down. The girl's thinker power kicked in to analyze a scenario already far past her control, and she reacted as I expected, turning into a flailing ball of resistance. This isn't helping me. The girl shrieked. This isn't helping me. Sure, it is. Coil won't be able to get to you in the PRT. He has moles in there. I'll be dead by morning. I'll ask Oracle to be used to get you the best odds. I hoped that sounded more comforting to her than it did to me. Other people seemed to place a lot of weight on Oracle's predictions. I wouldn't be betting on the horses with them anytime soon. And I'll ask Arms Master to make sure you're safe. You'll have a guard 24/7 even if I have to be the one doing it. This isn't what I wanted. She wailed, legs kicking behind me. For all that she was a supervillain, she was kind of pathetic. You agreed. I came out of costume. We were going to make a deal and help each other. It was going to be a show, an act, we'd put on an act and everyone wins. Everyone except all the innocents hurt or inconvenienced by it. We wouldn't have hurt anyone. I hummed noncommittally and fiddled with my PRT-issued phone. People were already looking from Winslow, but my identity was shot anyway so it didn't matter much. I didn't feel all that guilty about this, either. Tattletale obviously didn't deserve to go back to her horrible parents but she didn't deserve to be stuck under this coil guy's thumb either, and that was what would continue to happen if I went along with her plan to fake our fights. Besides, whatever reasons they might have to become villains, they were still generally adding to the sense of misery and hopelessness around the bay. I might not have been a real cape but I didn't need to be to pin down a helpless thinker. I wouldn't say I despised them, I hardly even knew them, but maybe the PRT could show these undersiders how they could actually help their problems, and then they could have their lives turned around. Preferably somewhere far, far away from me. Although, she was struggling a bit more now, and I was beginning to worry she'd throw me off and do something to harm me. I grunted and rode down a little harder on her shoulder. Shadow Stalker made it all look so easy, but it really wasn't. Stop it or I'll get serious. I meant it as in I'd press down on her a bit and use the submission hold Shadow Stalker had taught me, but in hindsight I supposed she might have thought something else, especially after hearing me beat Bakuda near to death. The girl went limp under me, so limp that I peered down and realized she'd gone and fainted entirely. Which was right about when my call patched through. Arms Master here. Sierra Tango Charlie Delta. Taylor here denial, I mean. Charlie Charlie Delta. That was yesterday's code. I could hear his sigh. But voice recognition confirms a 99% match. I'll have the new one forwarded to you. Is there a problem? Are you in danger? No. I've captured a villain. What? Yeah, she just sort of came up to my out of costume, told me her and her team planned to attack me at some Fosberg event and then expected I'd agree to let her leave. I was kind of glad Lisa was out so she didn't have to hear me so casually stomp all over her pride. Am I really going to have to attend some big party in my honor? That was going to be announced tonight to you, and yes. I'm afraid so. I'm sending a PRT team with a wagon to collect her. Do you wish to return to classes? About that. Everyone in Winslow knows who I am. ABB and Empire included. Sorry. I offered. It never rains where you're concerned. What? Nothing. I'm on my way. Stay safe. Denial. Interlude. Director Piggott. Director Emily Piggott looked at the assembled people before her and wondered, not for the first time, what war crimes she had committed in a past life to be saddled with this job. Arms Master, Miss Militia, and Velocity stood before her proud and valuable heroes each. Assault and Battery were guarding their newest prisoner thanks to the warning from Denial, and the rest of the Protectorate were out on their various patrol routes while the wards were at school. Emily spared a brief and hidden smile for their imagined reactions on coming back to find their peer had captured yet another villain and got to do it during school hours. Vista and Clock Blocker would be especially jealous, and thankfully not her immediate problem. Arms Master. Have you had a chance to talk with our prisoner? Yes. He nodded once and stepped forward, clearly providing time for the others to quieten and listen. Tattletale, her identity has been compromised but for the sake of PRT protocol for a potential recruit, it is being kept concealed for now. Approached Denial out of costume, outside her school, and engaged her in conversation that mirrored the one she had undertaken before Bakuda's appearance. That the presumed small-time villain, Coil, is actually the backer for the Undersiders and wished to tease out knowledge of Denial's powers by using them against her. Tattletale was reluctant to take part in such a plan. Understandably. Emily said. I'm not sure someone with her limited skill set could hope to achieve against her. Continue. Tattletale propositioned Denial with the idea of staged battles to fool their backer while also allowing them to escape unharmed while building on Denial's legend and reputation. Denial would be allowed to win each fight and reclaim any stolen earnings, and they would escape with their lives. Denial was not amicable to the offer. Emily was sure she didn't imagine the slight, satisfied curl to Arms Master's lips as he said that. The man was a difficult and awkward one to understand at times, and she had always tried to stay hands-off on relationships, knowing the general attitude among the Protectorate heroes towards her was polite respect masking an undercurrent of dislike. She knew Arms Master did not get on with Dauntless. The reasons why were beyond her and frankly none of her business, but it was important to know who she should and shouldn't pair people together with. She was less sure why he disliked Dauntless but so very clearly liked, and even possessively defended, Denial. Perhaps it was because she was still young and for all intents and purposes appeared to greatly admire the man. I'm pleased to hear one of our wards isn't interested in pandering to a villain, no matter how harmless they might seem. Tattletale's offer is no better than bribing a police officer to ignore a crime. And she was very pleased Denial treated it as such. Why did she think Denial would be even remotely interested in this? I believe she expected that Denial would be more afraid of what Coil might do if the Undersiders weren't in the picture, he replied. Or that she would ignore the minor villain in front of her in favor of the larger villain she might capture. It is my belief that she was basing her opinion on Denial from the PRT records she had access to and made erroneous conclusions from that. Such as? I could not say. Perhaps she thought Denial was a hot-headed glory hound, Velocity chipped in. Her record has her going after Lung, then taking on Hook Wolf and Rune before the Bakuda incident. If you look at the facts from an outside perspective and haven't met her in person, you'd be forgiven for thinking she was an arrogant new trigger seeking out powerful enemies. We see that often enough. Teenagers who had suffered suddenly given the power to make their abusers regret everything and engaging on a self-destructive crusade to make it so. It was a troublingly common occurrence among certain people, usually those who triggered because of the direct action of others and believed they now had the might, and the right, to punish them. Denial was thankfully nothing like that, but she could see how someone working on limited information might think it. If Tattletale really had been privy to her direct communications, then Denial's mouthy attitude toward Lung would have only reinforced the idea. Anyone who met Denial out of costume would refute those claims. Arms Master said. But Tattletale did not, or she only met her once before, and Denial likely put on a certain air when facing her. We all put on a stern, brave face when confronted with a potential enemy. Tattletale might have thought that was her core personality. Emily tapped her jaw. Thinkers were known to fall down the rabbit hole sometimes. They reached their conclusions via nebulous powers removed from rational thought or consideration, and sometimes they would latch onto those and believe them even in the face of great evidence to the contrary. It was a common battle among Wedged, she had heard, to make the thinkers run their conclusions through others, and even through several unpowered but analytical types, to make sure they weren't making such mistakes. Older and more experienced capes learned to get over it, but that was why the wards existed. Tattletale, by the sound of this in Denial's reports, liked to believe herself the smartest person in the room, and as such might have just flat out refused to believe her conclusions might be wrong. After all, she'd even claimed Denial's powers spoofed hers, which might have been as much bluster and excuses as fact. I could have told her that plan was stupid and I'm no thinker. Arrogant thinkers and their vaunted genius always thinking they know best. What is Tattletale's current mood? Angry. Arms Master said. At Denial, at Coil, at us and perhaps a little at herself. She was ranting and raving when I left her about how she'd be dead by morning thanks to Coil, but also curiously she let slip that she believes her power to be a counter to Denial's. Emily frowned. It wasn't much of a counter if it landed her ass in a cell. Explain. Tattletale claims, and if she is right, is the first Parahuman to ever be able to actively remember seeing a power expression from Denial. Namely, her ability to spoof thinker abilities. In all other cases her stranger rating has caused the afflicted to forget what happened to them or replace the memories with helpless flailing, but Tattletale directly remembers being bested by Denial in a thinker battle. Since the stranger power makes people forget and thinker powers influence the mind and memory, perhaps they are at odds with one another. Miss Militia said. There's a certain logic there. Or the reason she remembers is because there was no stranger interference because Denial beat her without the use of powers. Emily suggested. The girl is rather arrogant to call walking up to someone and being arrested a thinker battle. Still. Arms Master said. It's the first breakthrough we've had. Put it on file. Emily decided after a moment's thought. We'll keep her under guard for now and push Ward's recruitment on her after she's cooled down, she said. I have Oracle working with assault and battery. Tattletale has less than a 1% chance of coming to harm under us. Arms Master, I want you to debrief Denial and involve her in roughly estimating Tattletale's powers. Come up with a preliminary rating. Miss Militia and Velocity, look into the other cases of the undersiders from Denial's testimony and see if Tattletale was telling the truth or blowing smoke in her ear. I won't promise clean sheets for them, but we may as well have the work done in advance if it turns out to be true. It looks like Coil might throw them at Denial regardless of Tattletale's capture, so we may as well have their files to hand. Ma'am. They saluted and filed out, leaving Emily to lean back in her chair and close her eyes. A villainous cape caught without a ruckus, fight, property damage, endangered civilians, or even a single use of powers. Really, she wouldn't have believed it if it hadn't happened, and for that to be a thinker so readily tripped up and outsmarted only made it all the crazier. Denial is going to need her ratings adjusted again. Coil. His Tattletale was behind bars. Really, he wondered if he ought to have more of a reaction to that than he did. Oh, there was anger and simmering rage, yes, but that was more because of the fact she'd sought to betray him by going to Denial than because she'd been caught. Her plan may have on the surface looked like a way to keep herself and her team safe, but he knew the real reason was to leak the idea of him to the PRT and Denial and hopefully work them up into rooting him out. She really did think herself some genius untouched by the common masses. It made those timelines where he shot her in her smug face all the better. In a way Denial had done him a great favor. She'd taken away one of his pet thinkers but also one who had begun to show signs of independence, and that just wouldn't do. Brutes and tinkers and such could be dealt with when they tried to turn on you, but another thinker made things complicated. He was confident he could outsmart Tattletale 10 ways by Tuesday with his power, but why run the risk? Why accept a possibility in which she, by some stroke of fate, luck, or Denial managed to outman over him? Why take such a risk? It just wasn't worth it. Of course, there were fresh risks with having her locked away in the PRT or worse, recruited into the wards, where she might interact with himself and slowly put together cues. She had never seen his true face and so wouldn't recognize him, and even if she detected his anger toward her she was more likely to attribute that to anti-Parahuman bias than him being Coil. His voice, on the other hand, was much more likely to trigger something in her head, and he couldn't be mute for the rest of his life. Worse still, he couldn't easily take the role of director with her around. The answer, then, was simple. Ship her off. The reckless, moronic, and unintelligent villain might have tried to have her killed, and he'd certainly threatened enough times to do that if she went to the PRT, but what would that really achieve? Ignoring the fact Oracle was almost certainly being used to determine the best ways to keep her safe, killing her under Emily's nose would only set her off, and then it would be a slow case of narrowing down everyone who came in contact with Tattletale and asking Oracle to vet them. He'd be found out within the week unless he killed Oracle, and then where would it stop? How many people would he have to try and have killed just to silence one mouthy girl? It would be ridiculous, not to mention self-defeating. Oracle was a valuable asset of his. Better to sit back, do nothing and let Tattletale survive the night looking like an idiot. When morning came and everyone realized that she was not only alive but hadn't once been threatened, they'd start to dismiss her ravings as just that. They might even believe she was making it all up, manipulating them with her thinker powers, out of some petty vendetta or for her own advantage. Emily was just paranoid and distrusting enough to believe that, and highly ranked thinkers could have reputations as bad as masters and strangers to some within the PRT. Thomas Calvert took a deep breath and knocked on Pigot's door. Come in. He opened it, strode in and offered a quick salute. Emily's eyes darkened. Calvert, she said in a voice between tired and irritated. To what do I owe the pleasure? Protocol. He stepped up and set several files down on her desk. NDAs for witnessing awards identity signed by myself and my team. I've already informed Rennick and he will be adding us to the database. Emily sat up, picked one of the files up and leafed through it. You were first on the scene, then. Arms Master dispatched us at 0850 and we arrived at 0854, he reported. We were not informed that Denial was out of costume and she waved us over before I could think to make any excuses to my team. We saw both her identity and that of the prisoner. I apologize. There was nothing to be done, she said. Winslow is a breach anyway and I doubt this new scene went unnoticed or unrecorded if it happened just outside the school. Well done on reporting this and getting the forms signed. We can't ask anything more. The dismissal was clear but he stayed. Ma'am, may I make a suggestion? Emily hummed. Go on. Denial told us about the prisoner and some of the risks surrounding her from this Coil individual. I did tell her that she didn't need to, but she wanted the warning passed on. I did so to Arms Master, who I am sure informed you. He waited for her nod. Good. That said, my team brought up the fact that it's rare to have a pure thinker be kept somewhere like this. We're fortunate to have Oracle, very fortunate. I'm surprised Wedged hasn't come for her already. The creases on Emily's face told him that they had. That she'd kept onto the girl was good for both him and her, and it must have taken a lot of work. It was likely the familial relations between Oracle and Triumph that helped, but he was not supposed to know that and so he continued as though he hadn't noticed. Given that we now stand to have two thinkers with no combat ratings, in a city that has an abnormally high ratio of violence, I can't help but wonder if Wedged won't make a demand for one or even both of them. They'll claim their powers can be best used on a national scale rather than to the benefit of a single city. Get to the point, Calvert. He saluted again. Yes ma'am. I wanted to pose the thought of leveraging our equity before it's taken away from us. Or you in this case, Director. A trade? Is that what you are suggesting? Yes ma'am. If Tattletale is a highly ranked thinker that is likely to be taken away from us by Wedged anyway, then it might be better to try and trade her for someone who can be of use here. San Francisco is quite firmly under control last I heard, so they can surely spare a ward or even a fully fledged protectorate hero if they want the girl badly enough in exchange for her. Someone who can fight the gangs would be a much more useful asset than an arrogant thinker who can't figure out that approaching a hero and admitting the intent to commit a crime is a bad idea. Emily's face relaxed and she leaned back, tapping her fingers on her large chin. He knew he had her attention. Whether she liked him as a person or not, they both knew the lack of support for the PRTENE was a constant thorn in her side, and her requests for more capes were stymied at every opportunity. The thought of trading a troublesome, potentially disloyal, and all-around problematic ward away for a far more reliable hero couldn't be ignored. This would also be a convenient way to protect her from this Coil's grasp while also removing ourselves of someone whose loyalties have already shown themselves to be, should we say, flexible. I'm also concerned how much she'll want to work with Denial anyway given her role in arresting her. There might be some enmity there and thinkers can be dangerous with how they get their payback. You make good points. Emily interrupted him. No need to go on about it. It'll only work if the girl ends up having a high enough thinker rating to attract Wedged, but I'll put the offer out and see what we can get good work on having your team through NDAs and informing me. Make sure they go through the courses involved and report any issues to myself or Rennick. Thomas Calvert saluted and left the office, satisfied that with this small amount of effort the girl would be out his hair. As a thinker 7 by his own estimation, there was little chance she would not be snapped up by Watchdog or even Alexandria herself. His greasing the wheels would just make it happen sooner. And really, he'd wanted to use Tattletale to find out some of Denial's powers anyway, and she'd quite handily showed him that Denial had both a thinker rating of her own, and an ability to trump other thinkers. He'd suspected it with her regular spoofing of Oracle's percentages, and it only reinforced his wisdom in avoiding using his power against her directly. Denial had an anti-thinker or trump ability that prevented accurate pathing of her. That was the only answer. Poor Tattletale. You sought to betray me and cheat my goals and all you've done is give me everything I asked for. You're really not as smart as you think you are. All he needed to do now was wait for her rating to come in and ship her off. Arms Master. Colin pulled out the dreaded whiteboard and set it in the center of the room. Normally this would be done with the wards arranged on seats in a semicircle, but since school was on and Denial was the only one here, he was instead left standing and orating rather awkwardly to just her on a single seat. That didn't mean it was any less necessary, and to his subtle pleasure she appeared to realize that. No whining, no protestations, no trying to find an excuse to get out of it. Taylor Hebert had just nodded, asked him if he wanted to do it now and then took a seat. If only everyone could be so easy to work with. Preliminary ratings are just that, he explained. Official ratings will be worked out later, but we'll still use some of the information gained here to formulate a final conclusion. Our goal is to work with the limited information shown to you in order to get a solid grasp of the individual's capabilities. In this case, Tattletale. He wrote it. Her name is sure to change when she is brought in as a ward, and hopefully to something more heroic than a person who runs to a teacher. That's pretty heroic. Taylor said. It'd be doing the right thing if a student was in trouble. On its own, yes, but I trust each of the wards to stop any trouble facing a student and not just run away to inform someone else. Right. Taylor nodded. That would be better. The main focus we have today is her thinker rating. He wrote that under her name. You said that Tattletale both claimed and failed to show any other powers. Is that right? That's right. She told me she couldn't stop Coil kidnapping her because she's just a thinker and doesn't have anything else to rely on. Good. It wasn't uncommon for thinkers to be snapped up like tinkers in that regard, and although there were several high-profile capes who scored in multiple categories, it was more common for a parahuman to have one and one only. Grab bags, as some people online like to term them, were rare, although it felt as though they were becoming more common as the years went on. Thought for another time. Thinkers are harder to quantify and rate than many other powers. It can be difficult to rate intelligence from an outside perspective and without the context to understand why they made the choices they did, but let's start at a base of thinker 0 and work our way up. He drew the number 0 on the board. First things first, she was able to identify you out of costume. I don't know if that's a thinker power. Taylor said. I mean, she said she had my records thanks to the moles in the PRT, so she could have just read who I was. Colin nodded. The idea of traitors angered him, but this wasn't the time for it. Taylor's point was valid, however, and Tattletale hadn't truly shown any powers in locating her if Coil had given her the answer. Very well. How about her abilities to read you during conversation? Many thinkers have some way of detecting your emotions and controlling the flow of conversation. It's why anti-thinker protocol often involves muting headsets and gagging them. There was definitely some ability to tell what I was thinking involved. Tattletale was able to tell when I was angry, which wasn't exactly impressive since I was practically snarling at her. There were times when she would call out my reaction before I made it. Precognitive? I don't think so. More like, maybe reading my face or emotions. Maybe post-cognitive? Is that a thing? It is. We normally rate those starting at thinker 2. He updated the number. Taylor, however, made an unhappy sound deep in her throat. I'm not sure it's that high. I mean, is reading someone's facial expressions thinker related at all? Isn't that just empathy? An empathic power? Taylor looked annoyed. No. Normal, human empathy. Ah, that thing. Colin had never been very good at it. You don't think it's fully fledged then? Maybe not. She could tell what I was feeling and call it out, but she often got the reasons for it wrong. There was one point where she assumed I was worried about my dad when I was worried about myself. It's like, she knew what I was feeling but always got the why wrong, like a child trying to fit a circular block into a square hole. They know what they're meant to do but have the means down wrong. It was super unreliable. Colin rubbed his chin, idly noted to trim his beard back a little, and then amended the 2 to a 1 on the board. All right. It's better not to rate potential she might grow into. If she can read a person, then that might become a 2 in the future, but the rating should be current. What about her ability to plan ahead? The Undersiders have long been effective in escaping and evading capture, and we've had reason to believe this was due to thinker support. If Tattletale was the one responsible for planning all their heists, that would suggest a high degree of strategic and analytical knowledge. Given her ability to run rings around the wards at the Brockton Bay Central Bank, even detecting when Aegis and Clock Blocker changed their costumes, this could bump her up to a 5 at least. Maybe even a 6 or a 7 if she was able to identify people out of costume, thoroughly lead Panacea and Glory Girl in conversation and also escape unharmed. That's an impressive show of thinker ability. Was it hers, though? Taylor asked. Explain. It's just. Tattletale also walked up to me out of costume, told me she was going to commit crimes and then didn't foresee me arresting her. That's not exactly genius behavior, is it? Did she not claim you spoofed her power? I didn't. Taylor argued. I don't have powers and certainly not thinker ones. That's just her trying to excuse the fact she's an idiot. It's like, she can't accept that she might have made a mistake somewhere, so instead of blaming herself she blames me for it. Not an uncommon flaw of thinkers. There is a theory going around that many people who trigger with thinker powers do so because they felt they lacked intelligence before, or lacked the right answers, and that their newfound powers suddenly justify all their arrogant opinions about themselves. It's well known that thinkers think themselves clever. They're not if their power is just giving them answers. Colin smiled again. Taylor was repeating arguments he'd had time and time again with colleagues in the past. When he triggered as a tinker, he took efforts to learn more about engineering to support his powers, but he'd never been arrogant enough to automatically call himself an engineer just because his power put blueprints in his head. Panacea similarly didn't call herself a doctor, as she knew and respected the time and study that went into achieving such, and using powers to fix people was not the same as knowing how to cut someone open with tools, fix their organs and stitch them back up without harming them. It wasn't the same at all. Thinkers, on the other hand, so often thought they were geniuses because their powers whispered intelligent things to their ears. What about the bank? He repeated, however. A poor showing with you aside, she still led her team very well at the bank. The wards are no fools and have good teamwork and a wide selection of powers to use. Tattletale led her team through all of that and helped them escape. What I said about Panacea and Glory Girl stands as well. Tattletale ran circles around them both in conversation. Did she, though? Or did Coil? Colin hummed. You believe he was calling the shots? Tattletale said she had access to my call with Director Piggott because of him, so he'd probably have had a way to hack into the ward's comms as well, wouldn't he? It's more than likely. So, he overhears Aegis and Clock Blocker changing costumes and reports it to her. I bet he even could access some information about New Wave in there. And Tattletale calls it out, seeming the genius. Colin finished. It made sense, a disturbing amount of sense, and might go far to explain why the Undersiders always seemed to know when the PRT were coming. They had attributed the clever reactions to Tattletale, but then they hadn't known about Coil backing them at that point. You think Coil is the true intelligence behind them and that Tattletale is little more than a mouthpiece that passes on his orders. It does make sense, he admitted. Her hacking into the PRT doesn't suggest thinker powers if we now know Coil gave her access. Approaching you out of costume is because he let her access your PRT files. Similarly, Coil is noted as having tried to avoid detection and stay beneath the radar. He could be trying to offset some of his own abilities onto Tattletale, making her seem more dangerous and himself less so, so that we don't prioritize him as a threat. And the fact she wasn't able to escape him if she disliked him this much, she said. He must be a much bigger thinker than her. Not the other way around. Maybe a 6 or a 7. To her. Colin eyed the board and the sheer number of thinker powers that had once been attributed to Tattletale, all of which he had now crossed out as Taylor talked. Removing all of those painted the picture of a girl with not that much power at all. Then again, the Undersiders really weren't all that impressive. Perhaps they had just overestimated her. Think or 1. He offered. I can't really see justifying her to a 2. Do we do decimal points? We do not. Then yet. Think or 1. Taylor shrugged. Honestly, I'd say she was unpowered if she didn't keep claiming to be a thinker. I just don't want to rate her too highly without clear evidence. It feels like what everyone does with me but in reverse. Colin wisely chose not to step on that landmine and instead thanked Taylor for her time and put the whiteboard away. Director Piggott would probably not be all that surprised by Tattletale's low rating, since she herself had been rather dismissive of the girl's intelligence for approaching denial with such a stupid offer in the first place. At least this would mean Wedged wouldn't try and poach her away. Alexandria. Alexandria did not enjoy all the things she had to do in the PRT and Cauldron, and that was why, in rare times, she allowed herself the small moments to be human again. To be Alexandria, or even the woman wearing the mask, or just Becky to her few friends. Often, that was in private or with Legend, but today was a rare moment when an old friend, an old ward in fact, had reached out to her for a private phone call and to ask for some advice. Alexandria had in fact kept abreast of Miss Militia's career whatever the girl might have thought, and had of course seen her at Endbringer battles, but this felt like the first time in years they had truly spoken. To have Hannah call her for advice was a guiltily pleasurable thing. It reminded her of her years looking over the girl, and even of times back when Hero was still alive. As busy as she was, and she was always busy, she felt she could spare a few minutes for an old student. If the world truly needed her, Contessa would come collect her. It was also a rare chance to help someone in a way that was just her own thoughts, and not some harsh, unfeeling organization pulling the strings. Even though she was realistically too busy to take the call, she had sent aside her work and asked for it to be patched through. And I'm just concerned about how much is happening to her and how fast, Hannah went on. She had been talking for the past 10 minutes with Alexandria, occasionally chiming in to hum or ask for more detail. Denial never complains about it, at least not outwardly, but she's not as into the fights as Mouse Protector, and I can tell she didn't want to be drawn into the school by Lung. By all accounts, she handled it well. I'm concerned about what I heard she said to Lung and how she dealt with Bakuda. Alexandria did not normally smile, but even she could appreciate a good meme when she saw one. Ah, the chair incident, I presume. Yes, that one made it among a few of the wards over here. One even asked if he could make a Tinker Tech chair to send to Denial. Please don't. Hannah laughed. But it's not the fact she dealt with Bakuda, no one is complaining about that, but it's the raw anger I saw. Denial is by all accounts a calm and rational young woman. That's why Arms Master gets on with her and vice versa. But even the calmest of people can be driven into a corner, and I just fear that the pressure is getting to her. Why else would she snap and goad Lung so aggressively? You believe her thorough beating of Bakuda to be her true feelings bleeding through? Some kind of desire to have Lung attack her so she could work off her frustrations with, what? Us? The PRT? You? All of the above. Or just the situation in Brockton Bay in general. It must be hard having a power that makes you actively forget you have a power, and I worry that us constantly dismissing her claims of being normal wouldn't be upsetting her, perhaps even driving her to reckless encounters to prove she doesn't. I'm worried it'll continue until she finds someone she can't beat to death with a chair. Jack Slash, maybe. An interesting and not altogether unlikely thought, and not an unhappy one where Jack Slash was concerned. There were times she wished she could take a chair, or maybe an entire dining table, to his skull. There were many parahumans who kept their feelings and their trigger events bottled up. If it only took one bad day to make someone trigger, then it might only take one more to make them explode. Cauldron had an altogether different hypothesis in play. Denial had gone easy on most of her opponents thus far, capturing without really harming too much, but Bakuda had been beaten so bad she might not recover, and was likely to have brain damage if she did. Coincidence? Contessa appeared to think so, quite vehemently in fact, but she might just be blind to denial's power or attempting to mask it because the path told her to. The number man did not believe in coincidences and had posed a rather interesting thought that perhaps denial's sudden increase in aggression and violent cranial trauma aimed at Bakuto was because her power the flail to victory felt that Bakuto was a long-term threat who needed to be dealt with in an immediate and long-term fashion. Bombs that could incorporate grey boy bubbles and other terrible effects could have been useful against the Endbringers and perhaps even Scion, but in the hands of someone so unhinged they might have been too dangerous. Contessa had actually warned against attempts to recruit Bakuto, and now denial had thoroughly removed Bakuto, which only went to show that both of them saw the woman as the same problem. Contessa, however, had the benefit of being able to plot and plan in advance, whereas denial had only a moment to enact her goal, and so had enacted it very, very thoroughly. Bakuto was under observation now. Dr. Mother was curious to see what she would be like when she awoke. The raw damage to the skull had caused damage to her pollentia and gemma, which was to be expected when the growth was all over a brain that had been hit time and time again with a metal chair. It was harder to not cause brain damage in that case. Still, it was an interesting fact and had Alexandria excited to see if Bakuto came out of this unpowered or altered in some way. But for now, Hannah needed her. The best thing you can do is talk to her and be there for her, she told her old student. You might even give her a way to vent her frustrations in a controlled manner if you believe she has any. You could take her to the PRT firing range and let her work some steam off. Perhaps arrange for a spar with a brute willing to take a little punishment. That's not a bad idea. I'm just worried that if she continues to feel this angry about things that she might seek out worse and worse enemies and get hurt. A valid concern, especially if Alexandria wanted denial kept alive and well for potential use to Cauldron later. Has she expressed any sentiment to suggest she might? No. Whenever I or Arms Master talk to her she's a perfectly normal and rational young woman. She's calm, cautious and unfalteringly polite. The problem is that she always has an answer to something, and I don't mean that to say she's snappy or being a smart ass. When Director Piggott asked why she went into the bathroom, she had an answer. When she asked why denial got close to Bakuto, she had an answer. When I asked her why she goaded Lung like that, she had an answer. They always seem so logical and simple in hindsight. Of course the bombs would explode or of course Lung wouldn't risk a kill order by hurting her, and of course she used a chair because it was a classroom and a chair was the only thing to hand. It's like she always has an answer and they're always so reasonable. It's as if she always knows the exact thing to say, in the exact tone of voice, to convince you to believe her. Yes. Hannah exclaimed, then paused. How did you know? I'm just reminded of an associate I work with. That's all. Tell me more about denial. Denial. 4.3. I was being transferred to Arcadia. It was hard to fully express my delight at that, and my relief, and so I didn't try. I simply accepted the news given by Arms Master with as much poise as I could, then thanked him for giving it and left to spend time with the wards. It didn't feel quite real yet, and I was still processing it the next morning when I woke up and attended HQ again. I half expected it to have been a dream. Apparently, there was a procedure for putting a ward in Arcadia that included other people of similar height, color, and hair color being put into the school to mask the move. I'd asked anxiously if red might count as close to my dark hair, only for Miss Militia to confusedly explain that no, the two colors were quite different. She then asked if I was okay and if there was anything I wanted to tell her. I didn't bother explaining. Emma was my problem, a personal problem, and I'd never wanted to share it with other people. I mean, I didn't share it with even my own dad, so I wasn't going to bother my childhood heroes with it, was I? Besides, it was over. I'd won. Maybe Madison would get into Arcadia because of me, but she was a follower anyway. I doubted she'd want anything to do with me if she did. Emma and Sophia were the main culprits and would finally be out my hair. Until then, I was to be schooled in private at HQ every day by a hired tutor and was to wear my mask and costume at all times while doing so. It was coming out of one of those sessions that Miss Militia ran into me. Denial. She said brightly. I've been looking for you. Image has submitted a formal and urgent request for you to report to them. Immediately if possible. Image? Glenn? Am I in trouble? What? No, no. She laughed and said, just so you know, Image is a consulting service to the PRT. They don't have any rights to dictate or make demands of anyone despite what the wards may have you believe. They're there to advise and assist. Nothing more. If they do take issue with you, all they can do is complain to us and ask us to reprimand you. The final decision is ours or Director Piggott's, and I've heard nothing to suggest that's the case here. Oh. I thought they had control over our costumes. They have a lot of control, but only because we've given them it. I know the wards like to go on about how Image and the Youth Guard are ruining their lives, but neither organization has nearly as much say as their complaints make it sound. Director Piggott would not let either endanger anyone under her command. They have authority over costumes because they can be trusted with it and because they really do know better than we do on them. Also, Glenn doesn't work here. He came especially for your case given the unusual nature of your powers. I don't have powers. Yes. That part. Now that everything on that end is sorted, it's our usual team. Miss Militia patted my back. Go easy on him, he's a good person despite what you may have heard from some of our more vocal wards. Michael O'Connell was a pale-skinned man with messy brown hair and an exaggerated expression, and who looked to gesticulate with his hands as he talked. His office was the same one I met Glenn in, and featured numerous books on marketing, his desk, several computers, and a comfortable couch by the wall with a water cooler. He was dressed in a charcoal grey suit rather than the mess of an outfit Glenn had worn. Denial. He greeted me with a pleasant little smile and gestured for me to sit down. Thanks for coming, at last we have a real crisis on our hands. Did something happen? I asked, worry seeping into my voice. Lung? Kaiser? Skid mark. Worse, he said, and I tensed. Your image rights are being infringed. I processed that, then tried again when I didn't find anything to object with. Nope. Still nothing that sounded like a crisis in there. What? Your popularity has skyrocketed after what happened with Bakuda, he said in a fast-paced voice, and saving so many people has put you all over the news in the US. Merchandise inquiries are through the roof, and that wouldn't normally be a problem except for the fact that we don't have any. Now the gap is being filled with bootleg products being sold by who knows who, and with the money going straight to them. And don't get me started on the excuses. He turned his computer screen around so I could see it. Look at this. It was an online shopping basket for an action figure, the usual thing with a plastic toy within plastic casing with a cardboard backing with pictures and text printed onto it. I couldn't quite control the twitch of my left eye as I read the title "Deny Woman" above a costume that was as good as identical to mine except for some minor copyright avoiding differences. It was the kind that were so small that everyone knew who it was, and it even came with a folding chair that looked like it was ripped straight off a wrestling figure. It even had a little pull cord on the back and a speech bubble on the packaging coming from my mouth saying, "I am not a parahuman." Okay. That is ridiculous. I admitted with an amused snort. It was like those terrible rip-offs of superhero toys I'd seen before. I couldn't believe they were ripping me off. But is this really a crisis compared to, say, Lung or Kaiser? How big a deal can it be? A big deal. Michael said and turned the screen back to his side. I don't expect you to fully grasp it, but let me put it in basic terms. Money coming into the PRT is used to fuel the machine, with better armor and equipment that keeps PRT officers, wards and protectorate heroes safe. We don't make a profit here. We're a loss-making law enforcement organization that does its best with what we get from the government, and merchandising is one of the few ways for us to raise additional funds. That money is going straight to unscrupulous people looking to make a quick buck when it could be invested in infrastructure, equipment, and manpower. The kind of manpower we use on a daily basis to fight crime, protect innocent people and try to wrest some control over this beleaguered city. Oh. Oh wow. I hadn't even thought about that. Like most of the wards and probably even most protectorate heroes, I heard merchandising and groaned in embarrassment. It sounded like a chore and something too cringeworthy to want to be involved in, but something I distantly knew I'd have to be at some point. I'd been lucky this far that ward toys and posters didn't sell all that well compared to the proper heroes, so they'd said I could wait on it. Obviously, beating Bakuda so publicly that there were recordings of it had pushed my popularity up and nixed that plan, but I hadn't realized how big a deal this all was. Money made the world go round, or so Dad used to say when it flowed more freely into the DWU. I imagined for a moment how hard it had been for him when cheap and unscrupulous labor stole their work away, and now applied that to the PRT. It was so much worse here. My home was a mess, an absolute disaster zone, and people were stealing money away from the only organization trying to fix it to line their own pockets. The people making money off my likeness weren't quite so laughable anymore. What do? We get merchandise out there. Official memorabilia is always preferable to collectors, and who is going to want Deny Woman over a licensed denial action figure? You don't need to sweat that one, I have them being manufactured right now. What I need you for is pictures. We're going to need posters, photo books, calendars, and postcards. T-shirts as well, but I'll design those on my time. Those are the types of things I can get out in the gift shop tomorrow, maybe even today. He hefted an expensive-looking camera from behind his desk. We'll get to work on those now. Now. I squawked. I was not what one would call photogenic and had always despised school photo day. Here. We have a studio nearby. Better lighting. He was already up and moving past me to the door. Come on. The studio was a room completely empty of furniture with a back wall colored a sharp green that Michael told me they would later change in editing to various views, most of cityscape vistas of Brockton Bay, but some with the force field and rig behind me. He had me pose heroically, and then came to adjust my stances himself when he decided my idea of heroic was a little too close to awkward and embarrassed fumbling. In my defense, it was hard to think of how to pose, so hard that he left and came back with a Miss Militia, Arms Master, and Alexandria stacked on top of one another so I could flick through for ideas. Arms Master obviously posed with his weapons and on a motorbike at times, but he still had a certain stance to him. Formal, stiff, and authoritative. Knowing him a little better than I had as a starstruck young girl, I felt that was more him being stiff for being made to do this than a pose. Miss Militia and Alexandria were more familiar, though half of Alexandria's were flying, punching or lifting huge objects. Miss Militia played up the military angle by posing with weapons, but also had a few of her looking more relaxed sat at a table with a cup of tea in hand. We like our heroes to show their human side every now and then, Michael said. Everyone wants to know the person behind the mask. Or they think they do. Do they not? I asked. Honestly, no. They admire you for being heroes and most of the time ascribe more to that than the reality ever can. They might act like they want to spend time with you, get to know the human side, but they don't really. You're a normal girl behind that mask, same as any other young woman in the Bay. Fans don't want more of the same. They're fans of denial, not the real you. They probably wouldn't even care to get to know you if you weren't a ward. He paused in his photo taking. Sorry if that sounds unflattering or offensive. The truth often is. It didn't upset me and I said so. If anything, it sounded a little sad but also made me feel guilty. I'd been a fan of Alexandria for ages and, like most people, wished I could meet and know the woman behind the mask. Did I really care for that woman, though, or was it just because she was strong and famous and I had been a bullied young girl wishing for a strong and courageous hero to come save me? Part of me knew I'd even feel a little disappointed to meet the probably very normal and boring woman behind the heroics. It made me feel a little shameful even thinking it. Somewhere among the photos, poses and Michael pushing me into positions, a knock came at the door and an overworked PRT officer came in with a long cardboard box. Delivery for O'Connell, he said. It's been signed for. Michael clapped his hands together and hurried over to shred the packaging, leaving me standing awkwardly with one hand outstretched and a peace sign and my legs spread. I felt stupid and then even worse when the officer looked me up and down and snorted. This isn't my choice. The man shook his head and left me to my fate. It's here finally. Catch. Something metal swung through the air toward me and I made a swing for it, almost missing but managing to bounce it up to catch with my other hand. It was heavy and metal, almost as tall as I was with a padded section to the center where I assumed I was to hold it. It was a staff. Maybe a quarterstaff? I wasn't sure on the specifics but it was undeniably a big metal pole. Whose is this? I asked. Yours now. I leaned back from the thing as though it might explode. I get a weapon. Course you do. Why wouldn't you? Vista doesn't get a weapon. Missy was quite vocal over the fact. I only heard about it every time she laid eyes on Shadow Stalker and her crossbow, and sometimes whenever Chris was talking about his guns, or if Arms Master happened to walk by with his halberd. Quite a lot of times, it turned out. Vista's power is her weapon. Michael said. Why on earth would she need something else? I don't know, I said sarcastically. To protect herself from dangerous parahumans. That she can stretch a single step into an eternity to achieve. Vista can instantly place a chasm of space between her and any threat that approaches her. Michael let the camera hang from its strap around his neck and planted his hands on his hips. This is going to be the talk all over again. Isn't it? Well, might as well get started. You don't have to if. I do. First off, image does not determine whether or not you get a weapon. Our job is to make sure you look heroic, approachable and inspiring, and that you are visually distinct from other heroes or villains. We can advise and request amendments to the image of your weaponry, and we can request that you not have a doom laser, but we cannot determine it. That's for Director Piggott and Arms Master. Do you really think the survival of teenage and adult heroes would be decided by a guy with a marketing degree? I mean, I had up until this moment. Mostly because the wards Vista if I was being honest liked to complain about it. Now I felt a little stupid, not least of all because Shadow Stalker had a freaking crossbow. No. Weapons are decided by people above my pay grade and who know better and are distributed on a basis of whether you need them or not. Shadow Stalker needs a weapon because her power of turning to smoke doesn't let her hit things harder. Clock Blocker does not need a weapon because he can freeze people with a touch. Kidwin does because he is just a normal boy under his armor. Aegis does not as he is a brute. Vista does not, he said firmly, not because she is a little girl as she might believe, but because she has more than enough power without needing to leverage a weapon. And yes, I've heard the idea of Vista with a gun from herself no less. Let me ask you, what do you think would happen if we gave her a gun? Even a stun gun. The criminals have an insanely bad day. They sure do. Vista goes on to arrest a bunch of them. He smiled brightly. And then the next time she pokes her head out. He mimed a boom with his hands. Sniper round causes her skull to burst like a watermelon. I cringed. That wouldn't. Surely not. Most villains don't want to kill wards because they know that kind of publicity is bad, not the bad news kind of bad, but the legend comes to visit Brockton Bay kind of bad. That said, they'll sure as hell do it if they feel pressured enough, and Vista going on a one-girl rampage against the gangs of Brockton Bay will manage it. You'll have a villain truce within the week, concerted efforts to cripple her by the second and then flat-out assassination by the third. If not sooner. That's fine if she's an adult, aware of the risks, and prepared to take the heat, but it's not fine at her age. Never mind how many other wards would get caught up as collateral damage. What about a melee weapon, then? More of the same, but also another question: why the hell is Vista going into melee? We have Aegis, Clock Blocker, and Browbeat for that. Vista can literally control the battlefield and trap people in uncrossable spaces. Do you really think the best place for her is tussling with someone twice her size and 3 times her weight? It'd be useful if she was ambushed. No, he disagreed. Putting a huge distance between her and the one ambushing her would be useful. Give her a weapon and she'll get it into her head she has to use it, then you have Vista coming back into base crippled or in a body bag because she thought she could go toe-to-toe with Storm Tiger. Don't believe me? Ask her to see that scar of hers sometime. She got it against Hook Wolf. Now tell me, what the hell is she doing within arm's reach of Hook Wolf when she can control space? Go on. I'm serious here. Give me the answer. I tried to think of something to say that would defend Missy, I really did, but there was just no answer I could come up with and it made me feel bad. He seemed to notice and so took pity on me by taking away the need for me to say it. It's because she wanted to get into melee. It's because she thought she could take him for some bizarre reason. We give her a weapon, even a staff like yours, and I guarantee she'll throw herself into the fight. And in doing so, she'll cost her team every advantage they have. I know it seems unfair to her but I guarantee it's not. Heroes fight around their powers. Vista might not be triumvirate tier but she has the potential to be talked about in the same hushed tones, but that's not going to be because she punches Leviathan in the face. She just wants to be taken seriously. I defended. She is so obsessed with being taken seriously that she doesn't realize we are taking her seriously. We seriously want her to become a master of her power and save hundreds of thousands of lives, but we have heroes who punch and wreck stuff. We have too many heroes who do that. We neither need nor want another glory girl when someone as incredible and versatile as Vista comes along, and I've had this conversation with her time and time again. So has Miss Militia. She just thinks we're blowing smoke in her ear every time. Sorry to bring it up. I said. I still felt bad for Vista but now also a little annoyed. It wasn't specifically at her, more all the wards, who had filled my head with so much talk of rules and unfair treatment from Image. Nothing seemed all that bad yet. So, I get a weapon because I don't have any powers. No eye lasers or super strength at least, he agreed, all smiles again. I don't have any training either. I'm likely to hit myself with this thing. Almost makes sense, it's a blunt weapon and not a sword, eh? Arms Master has agreed to tutor you. Don't worry, staves and spears were one of humanity's go-to amateur weapons for a good reason. They're much easier to learn to use than most other types. Hopefully, you won't need it all that much, but this is Brockton Bay so you know how that song and dance goes. And unlike the others without weapons, you don't have a convenient brute power, space warping or time control to protect you. If you're at risk of getting into a fight, you get a weapon. Simple as. It being a staff also lets villains know the worst they can expect is broken bones. Not ideal, but less likely to panic them into organizing a hit on you. Most of them will recognize you could be a lot more dangerously armed and make allowances by not going for killing blows. Most. The merchants are an exception for being too drugged up to recognize, and Lung and Oni Lee are usually exceptions for not caring, but then you are the exception to their normal rules. No one knows what Lung or Oni Lee will do to you. Thinker support has their response as a confused and garbled mess with occasional frustrated screams. Speaking of thinkers, I wondered how the one I'd captured was going. It felt strange to say I'd caught a cape and honest-to-goodness supervillain, but Tattletale being a thinker one really just meant I'd caught a normal girl with some added ability to point out obvious things. I wasn't sure how much an image consultant would know, but I asked him all the same. He confirmed my thoughts. Don't know much, I'm afraid. It's above my pay grade. That said, I know there wasn't an emergency called this morning and that I've been told to provisionally work on an outfit for someone who might be recruited into our wards, so I feel confident saying she hasn't been killed in the night. That's good. You managed to figure all that out from how people are acting. I'm an image, he said, snapping more photos as I clumsily tried to use my new weapon. I wasn't very good at it, but the screenshots frozen in time didn't make that clear. Understanding how what a person looks like conveys into a message is kind of my thing. It's scuttlebutt anyway. Most heroes may forget us staff and officers exist, but we do, we have lives, and we like to gossip. A benefit of staying at base all day was that I got to spend more time with the wards when they came in and before they went out on patrols. I was still officially benched, and though I'd received no criticism for taking Tattletale down, she approached me after all, not the other way around. That didn't mean I got off from punishment detail. Not that I wanted to be let off anyway. I'd come up with the idea when Missy first brought console duty up to try and get myself in more trouble to extend my punishment, and I'd tentatively tried to do that here. I say tentatively because getting in trouble is a lot harder than it sounds. Oh, it was probably easy if I was a bitch like Sophia or a jock like some guys in Winslow, but I wasn't. Mom raised me to be polite, and Dad, well, Dad hadn't done much more, but he at least taught me to be respectful to other people. Simply put, I wasn't the kind of person to walk up to someone and insult them to their face, and every task Director Piggott gave me as part of punishment had felt too important to intentionally botch. How could I knowingly make a mess all over patrol duty rosters that would keep people safe? How could I intentionally lose a budgetary request for Tinker Tech resources for Arms Master when he was probably working on stuff to improve the lives of people in Brockton Bay? How could I walk away from console and shirk my duty if someone called in desperate for help? So, despite my best efforts, I did my best job. It was all very counterintuitive, but I wasn't given pointless tasks. Even the ones the other wards hated, like console duty and report writing, were, in their own ways, integral to the safe running of the PRT and the city. To sabotage anyone was to risk harming innocent people. So, 3 days later and 3 days into my punishment, I had managed to tack on not a single extra day, even after I went and built up the nerve to call Director Piggott evil witch to her face. That had been a nerve-wracking experience, especially when she turned to me and asked, "Are you trying to insult me?" I'd nodded nervously. "Well, stop it," she'd said. "You're terrible at it. It's not my fault I'm not a natural asshole." The wards naturally misplaced my trauma and offered the worst sympathies imaginable, assuring me I'd be out with them on patrol soon and back to kicking butt. Shadow Stalker even went so far as to tell me she'd save me a skinhead to beat up. He'd beat me up. It wasn't all bad, though. Between the times when they had to go out on patrol, they told me about Arcadia and how good it was. Dean would talk about Vicky and how excited she was to see me again, and how apparently even Amy Dallin wanted to talk to me. "You didn't hear it from me, but I think she wants to apologize for something," he said. I sensed a lot of guilt in her. Anything I should know? I think it was just a misunderstanding. I was awkward and said something that set her off. Well, it's a good idea to be on her best side with the healing she offers. I'm sure it'll blow over. Vicky tells me that Amy is stressed a lot lately from the hospitals. Dean had to go after that, but then I had time with Carlos to talk about strategy and leadership. He was taking extra courses to learn to be an effective leader of the wards and talked my ear off about his last terrible plan to switch costumes with Clock Blocker at the bank, back before I joined. He'd apparently received a grilling about it. It was a stupid idea in hindsight. If they hadn't realized the switch, they could have shot Dennis thinking he had a brute rating. And what was even the point switching one melee brute with a melee striker? They want to avoid both of us in a fight, so it didn't help any. You couldn't have known. I said. I know. I know. It's just a lot of stress. I'm terrified I might get someone killed one day. It sounded like far too much responsibility and work for me, and I said so. Carlos responded with a deep, vibrating laugh that I couldn't help but think was rather attractive. Not looking to take my job, then. I deny it. That's a shame. On brand, but a shame. Dennis came in soon after with one of my action figures of all things, laughing and joking about how they were selling out and he was going to flog his online. At least until I threatened to flog him. I didn't think he was serious because the first thing he did was unpackage it and start moving it around while making corny sounds until I giggled and forced him to stop. I'd always expected the wards to be super serious and like a school clique, and they were on the job, but it was surprising how normal and varied they were off it. You had Carlos and Dean, who could have been the jock and heartthrob respectively but weren't, and Dennis and Chris being nerdy and corny in equal measure, then Vista as the excitable but surprisingly savvy younger member, and Shadow Stalker as the bitcha cousin you couldn't decide was funny or rude. There came a time when we were all requested to be in the common room at the same time, however. Masks on. Is it a PRT tour group? I asked the others. Nah. Vista snorted. We have a different common room for when those happen. I blinked. What? Why? It's less cluttered and messy, she said in a matter-of-fact voice. Parents like to imagine us as super neat and inspirational for their kids. They don't want to know we play video games, drink soda, and eat snacks when not on duty. That's too normal. This is probably a new recruit, probably that thinker bitch from the Undersiders. Vista was proven right when the alarm blared and the elevator came down some 60 seconds later. Out came Arms Master with a tall girl with blonde hair beside him. She wore a mask over her eyes and nose, but it was her old costume as Tattletale, so I expected it would change. She looked sullen, and even glummer on seeing us. Wards. Arms Master said. I'm proud to introduce your newest probationary teammate to you. We are aware that you confronted and fought with her in the past but are confident you can put aside your differences. He looked to Dennis, Vista, and then me of all people when he said that. If you cannot, then come to me to discuss it. Until then, I present your new teammate. Tattletale. Confirmation. Arms Master interrupted Lisa without pause. And do not think you can pull the same thing Clock Blocker did to change it. The name will be registered and released to the press long before you have a chance to speak to them. Tattletale or Confirmation now slumped in on herself and scowled. Confirmation is a thinker one. I'm not a thinker one. And will be offering limited support. As you can see, she is of the opinion that her rating should be higher. He sounded exhausted, and I had a feeling he'd been dealing with her for a few days now. I commiserated as that was enough to sap anyone of strength. And I have fully explained that your thinker rating will be increased pending results proving you warrant it. It is a preliminary rating. Those are subject to change. Don't thinkers want low ratings? Shadow Stalker asked with a snort. It lets them get away with more stuff without being stopped. Doesn't seem smart to be asking for a higher threat rating. You sure she's a thinker at all? Lisa snarled. You. I'm leaving her with you. Arms Master said in a defeated take her off my hands before I kill her kind of way. She will not be going on patrol for some time. Get to know one another. Make friends. His tone suggested he held no hopes. I am returning to my lab. He took to the elevator and away again, leaving Lisa staring at us with crossed arms and her bottom lip turned down in a huge pout. I'm not a thinker one. She insisted. I'm at least a thinker 6, maybe even a 7. They just got it wrong because you're spoofing my powers. Me? I asked, looking around to see if there was anyone behind me she was glaring at. There wasn't. You can't use me as an excuse for you being dumb enough to walk up to me out of costume and confess to being a criminal. Oh my god. Shadow Stalker laughed harshly. That happened. It was a meeting under truce. Since when? I asked. Since the last one. Arg, forget it. I'm stuck here now until Coil decides to kill me, and just because he didn't last night doesn't mean I'm a bad thinker. I've had enough of that already. I can cold read people. I'm not a precog. I'm pretty sure cold reading is a normal skill some people can learn. I pointed out. Don't detectives and scammers use it? I didn't have to learn it. My powers handle it for me. So, your power is to lazily give you something anyone could learn. Vista sniped. Oh, it looked like she was holding a grudge from the bank. It's more powerful than what any idiot on the street could hope of, you little. Calm down now. Dean waded in with a conciliatory tone and several calming hand gestures. I'm sure this is all just a misunderstanding. Preliminary ratings aren't always accurate, mine certainly weren't. I'm sure your real thinker rating will come out in power testing. Yet. Vista mumbled. Thinker 0. -1. Shadow Stalker said. Vista looked surprised and then delighted, then horrified that Shadow Stalker was agreeing with her. It was a whole freaking character arc of emotions playing across her face. Look. Lisa snarled. I can prove my rating right now. How is that for proving it? Dennis crossed his arms and leaned back. This ought to be good. Nothing that will damage relations or unmask anyone. Carlos said quickly. But otherwise, go ahead. If you are misrated, it's best we know sooner than later. I didn't see the problem personally. Like Shadow Stalker said, a lower rating shouldn't have been a problem and should have even been advantageous to a thinker. Wasn't their whole thing that the higher they were rated, the more anti-thinker protocol had to be put in place? They were like masters and strangers in that effect. A thinker 1 wouldn't need many, but a thinker 7? Well, they'd have to be monitored at all times. Not that I believed she was a thinker 7. Okay. Lisa looked around and over them, eyes narrowing. Her lips curled up foxily. Nothing too bad, eh? Then I'll leave Vista's crush out of this. As if that's a secret to anyone, Shadow Stalker snorted. Vista keeps looking to your weapon. Lisa said it to me while pointing to my staff against the wall. The longing glances she shoots it, despite it being too big for her to use, tells me she wishes she had a weapon herself. She thinks that not having one means people aren't taking her seriously, even though she's the longest-serving ward and has the most experience. It was an impressive display. I saw Vista looking a little embarrassed but also nodding, and the other wards made surprised sounds. Lisa had come out the gates swinging and adopted a smug expression as she waited for their apologies. Is that really a cold reading, though? I asked. I didn't want to burst her bubble, but this just didn't seem all that impressive a show of power. The whole thing was that you had the ward's records through the PRT, so you could just be reciting from memory. Also, even the marketing guy knows Vista wants a weapon. It's not a secret. The others hummed, nodded, and made their own sounds of agreement as they considered my words. It was impressive if Lisa plucked the knowledge out the air, but what guarantee did we have that she had? They looked back to her expectantly, and Lisa was scowling again, eyes twitching behind her mask. Okay, she grumbled. You want more? No problem. Despite the claims otherwise, Gallant is not a tinker. That's a ruse put forward by the PRT because his real classification is as a master who uses emotional blasts and who can read the emotions of people. It was Vista this time who spoke up to ask, did you get that from your power or from the leaked PRT documents? Lisa floundered. My power. How can we be sure? Shadow Stalker asked. I mean, half these secrets you're pointing out to us are things anyone with insider knowledge would know. Congratulations. You can read. Did your Thinker 1 rating give you that ability too? Then how am I supposed to convince you of anything? Lisa shouted. It's like I can't say anything without it being fed to me before by Coil's power. First time. I mocked. I can't call a coin toss without it being a luck or precog power. Nor can I have a conversation with a thinker without being labeled with some anti-thinker trump ability. Thanks for that. You shut up. If you weren't actively spoofing my power. I can't spoof with a power I don't have, and even if I did, I wouldn't be able to spoof what isn't there. I returned. You're not a Thinker 7. You're not unpowered. I am unpowered. And I'm a Thinker 7. We were face to face now, brow to brow, nose to nose, growling like angry house cats. What do you want from me? My Thinker rating back. My respect. I tried to get you rated a 1.5. I said. 7. Lisa snapped. Thinker 7. You almost got me rated as not even a Parahuman. I mean, I honestly couldn't tell the difference, I said. You son of a. Oh my god. Dennis said. He sounded like he'd won the lottery. We've found Denial's arch-nemesis, totally normal girl who thinks she has powers. One can't admit they're a Parahuman and the other can't admit they're not. It's a dream come true. Lisa and I took common cause to show Dennis our middle fingers. Denial. 4.4. Lisa was a pain in my behind. It was harsh to say it, but by the second day of being hounded and bombarded with statistics, theories, and little gems of wisdom, I felt that I deserved my overpowering urge to slap a strip of duct tape across her mouth. It wasn't that she was a bitch. No, wait, it totally was. Lisa seemed to have no filter between her brain and her mouth, or so I'd first thought. What I realized later was that she liked doing it. Lisa took perverse pleasure in insulting people and needling them with her shitty thinker power. I wasn't sure if that was her personality or if she was taking her anger out on everyone else for being captured and forced into the wards, but either way was the same result. She insulted everyone, got on everyone's nerves, and generally tried to make as many enemies as she could in some bizarre quest to establish herself on a podium. I'd have said it was like Emma back in school, except Emma was subtle and I had to admit a little crueler about it. With Emma it felt like a conscious choice to hurt people, while Lisa felt like someone who had a pathological need to be recognized. That wasn't what really pissed me off the most though. What did that was the fact that in just 2 days, she'd effortlessly accumulated more punishment console duty than I ever could. 4 weeks of it, 4 weeks of console punishment duty for disobeying orders, intentionally aggravating staff and at one point even insulting Director Piggott to her face by calling her Director Bigot. I hated how easy she made it look. I was on my way to mandated weapon training with Arms Master, which I'd actually come to somewhat like, and Lisa was dogging my every step as usual. You're flat under that armor. What? I snapped. I wasn't particularly offended because A, I was very flat and B, I'd long since learned not to care about it, but it was annoying having her shout it out in front of startled staff walking by as if it were some huge piece of news. Your armor suggests a larger bust, but you walk hunched forward as if you're unused to the extra weight. That means you're used to not having so much to work with. Your armor is covering for you, likely with more padding and protection while also keeping your identity safe. If she expected me to be impressed, I was not. You literally met me out of costume. You saw my body. Lisa scowled. Yeah, but I used my thinker powers to figure it out here. As opposed to your eyes. Well done. Very smart. Much thinker. Okay. Fine. Arms Master struggles to communicate because of an event that happened in his past. Since he struggles on a basic level, it's probably the fact that the problem was with his parents divorced or not present, not specifically abusive but not supportive either. He spent a lot of time trying and failing to. Jesus Christ. I hissed and slapped a hand over her mouth. First of all, that's not my or your business. Secondly, how could I possibly confirm anything you just said is true? You could be making it up for all I know. Lisa mumbled something against my hand. I removed it. Ask him. Walk up to his face and bring up past personal issues to sate your ego. I gave her a little push away and opened the door to the training room, shooting her a glare as I did so. I had my own problems back home and the thought of someone bringing them up to prove a point was just too much for me. Go bother someone else about your rating. Better yet, work on it. Why is this even such a big deal? It's a preliminary rating. It can change. It's not going to change anytime soon because they can't test me properly because of you spoofing it. Lisa growled. I have to wait for them to get things arranged for off-site testing and security in case Coyle makes a move on me when I do, which means I'm stuck like this because of you. Boo-hoo. I mocked. You're stuck with a bad rating for a week or two. Big deal. If you know you're a thinker 7, just wait for the testing and prove it. Arms Master and I had to guess your rating from the 2 instances I met you. Give us a break and stop getting worked up over it. It's childish. I knew I'd struck a nerve because her eyes narrowed to slits and her lips peeled back. I'm proud of my achievements. Unlike you. What achievements? You got kidnapped and forced into villainy against your will, then kidnapped and forced into heroism the same way. Your achievements are a bank robbery at best and constantly being unable to control your destiny at worst. I'm smart. Thinkers aren't smart. I knew that would upset her and probably a lot of other thinkers as well. Having something granted to you doesn't make you smart. Do you know who's really intelligent? People who work their butts off to go to university and learn medicine, psychology, law, or other difficult subjects, and pull it off without some genetic advantage. They have to use their brains to figure stuff out. Even Oracle knows better than to rely on her power for everything she does. Director Piggott is an anti-parahuman bigot. Lisa said. God, was she just going to ignore everything I said and keep going on with this? I was tired of the absolute bombardment of trivia, and not even convinced half of it was real. I mean, some of it was just crazy, like Battery and Assault being married and hiding their relationship, or Arms Master and Dauntless having this big dislike of one another, or Shadow Stalker being terrified of me. Me. God, it was laughable. I even shared that one with Shadow Stalker and she practically screamed in my face that she wasn't afraid of a pussy like me. Proof of Lisa's bullshit. This attempt to trash talk Director Piggott was just more of the same. I don't believe that at all. She's been nothing but nice to me. Firm, harsh, but never insulting or bigoted like Lisa was implying. I wished Principal Blackwell could be half as much a stickler for the rules as she was. Maybe she's treating you that way because you're doing the same to her. Ever think of that, or did you just assume she's a bigot because she doesn't like you? No, you idiot. The reason she doesn't act that way to you is because you constantly claim you're normal and defend how unpowered people are just as useful, if not more, than capes. She's not going to hate the first parahuman to parrot her worldviews. You're the exception to the rule. The fact you call me a parahuman is the main reason I rate your thinker abilities so low. I told her, opening the door and walking through. A real thinker would know I'm not. I slammed it shut before she could slip in, flipped the lock and let out an aggrieved growl. That was the big crux of my disbelief in her powers if I was being honest. A thinker was meant to know things, meant to be able to pick up on things, and Lisa was falling for the same nonsense everyone else was. How could she claim to be superpowered thinker if she was making the same mistake as everyone else? Didn't that just prove she was on the same level as them? A real thinker should have known. A real thinker would have known. Arg. I hate her so much. Arms Master was already waiting inside with his staff. Wooden, thankfully. He was in his armor and had another ready for me. On seeing my mood, he cocked his head slightly and said, I'm glad to see you're getting along with confirmation. Is that sarcasm? I wish it was. I want to strangle her. That's a calmer reaction than most have after spending time with her. He tossed me the staff and took a familiar stance. I mimicked it, ready to deflect his slow blocks. It was about building muscle memory, he'd told me. We would speed up later. The slow speed gave him time to talk, and Arms Master was efficient enough to see the benefits in both training and talking at the same time. Miss Militia is of the opinion that confirmation's powers are influencing her unduly. I blocked high and then low with the other end of the staff. Really? It's not always well advertised, but some capes have needs that change on gaining their powers. The most famous example is Tinkers and their tendency to draw down designs and seek to build them. It can be difficult to resist the urge. Even painful. Thinkers are one of the few classifications to come with downsides in the form of arbitrary limits or crippling headaches like confirmation and Oracle experience. That explained Oracle's need for the helmet, and I knew from talking to her how bad they could get. It was weird that Thinkers had that limit when the other powers didn't. Maybe it was a limit of the human brain and how much it could process, as if the brain had yet to catch up with evolution of powers. Others power types don't commonly come with such limits or impulses, or it's not so obvious, but thinkers are known for hyper-focusing on problems and feeling a strong desire to solve them. We're not sure if that's because their power works like a tinker's or if the person behind the power feels affronted by not knowing the answer. Basically, we don't know if the thinker power causes the tunnel vision or if it's the individual's personality. There's reason to believe the latter. What? That they're arrogant and can't stand being wrong, and getting a thinker power reinforces the idea in their heads. If you want to frame it as an insult, yes, but it's no different to the strong urge a tinker feels to explore the technology of other tinkers. It's also unfair as we specifically throw thinkers at problems normal people are struggling with, so they're often taught to view themselves as better or smarter than normal people. A lot of times, they are. It's not smart if your power gives you the answer. I don't disagree on a philosophical level, but on a purely results basis, a thinker will score higher on IQ tests. Mostly, anyway. There are a lot of thinker powers that are abstract. I could see what he was trying to do, and I didn't appreciate having my very real and very reasonable dislike of Lisa tampered with. Yes, she was a teammate and I should remember that, and Arms Master was all very dutiful for trying to help. I could respect his dedication while also disliking what he was trying to do. And I did dislike it. It wasn't that I saw myself as the smartest person in the world or anything. I guess it was more that I hated arrogant people. It was a result of Emma and Sophia's bullying, I was certain. They just loved rubbing their superior positions in my face. It might also have had a lot to do with Dad, who, as a union leader, obviously didn't get on with the elite parts of the city and big business, and Mom, who had also been quite dismissive of those in power and the abuses they committed. I could objectively admit that Lisa probably shouldn't be held responsible for all that, but I could also objectively accept that Emma's bullying wasn't the worst thing in the world when some people struggled to put food on the table or were knifed for being black. That didn't mean I was prepared to accept it all. Objectivity could take a long walk off a short pier. Lisa was a subjective pain in my subjective butt, and I was tired of dealing with her. The other wards got to go on patrols and escape her crap, but I was stuck here, and so was she, so she did nothing but hound me and try to convince me she was the smartest person in the city. Arms Master punished my lack of attention with a soft bop on the head. It didn't hurt, but I said ow and rubbed the spot anyway. I just knew he was rolling his eyes. Focus. There will be a lot more to distract you in a real fight than an annoying teammate. Believe me. I've experienced that enough times. He got back into his stance and said, I'm going to go a little faster. Focus on defense for now. There wasn't much room for hating Lisa for the next few minutes. All that existed was the sharp clacking of wood on wood and the panting of my breath in my ears. I'd like to say I held my own, but all I really did was abuse Arms Master's staff with my squishy body. It wasn't all bad, though. I must have blocked 7 out of 10 hits, which would still get me killed in real life, but was a lot better than what I started this training at. It felt good, too. This was both a chance to work out and unwind, and Arms Master was never a cause of stress. He pushed me hard, the same as he did everyone, but he didn't make a big deal of things or try and push into my past or get me to open up about Winslow. If he called me for training, we trained. Nothing more. It was simple, straightforward, and I always left sore, tired but satisfied that I'd done something worthwhile. And hey, it was fun. I didn't like fighting or see myself as a violent person, but a spar like this was neither of those things. It felt like make-believe heroism, except this time with a real hero and learning something cool. Maybe all those people who were into LARP weren't so weird after all. I enjoyed my sessions. Sadly, they couldn't last forever. Sweaty, exhausted and barely standing, I staggered back as Arms Master checked his next strike and drew his weapon back. He stabbed the butt of it into the ground to signal the end, and I did the same, all but leaning against it to support myself. Funnily enough, I thought he looked pleased. I must have done a good job because I couldn't see why he'd be happy to be beating a girl probably half his age with no experience. You're improving. It was all he said, hardly even a compliment, and yet at least he noticed my achievements, unlike Dad. I preened under his words. Keep it up. Thank you, sir. I will. I've been asked to remind you about the event at the Fosberg Gallery. You'll need to inform your father you'll be out late. As for confirmation. He sighed. I won't tell you to try and like her if you don't want to, but try and understand where she is coming from. It's not uncommon for powers to enable things we felt were missing or that we had no control of in our normal lives. Confirmation's thinker abilities may have come about because she was in a situation where she didn't have the answers and she felt helpless because of it. I grimaced. More sympathy for someone I didn't want to feel sympathetic towards. It's an issue to her. It might be, he said. Obviously, she isn't telling us, and I doubt there's any real trust between us yet. She is still of the opinion that she would have been better left in Coyle's employ to eventually betray and beat him, and that we'll be useless at doing so. Sounds arrogant. Look at it more as a cry for help. There's a deep-rooted problem behind why she needs to be seen as intelligent, and it might not be her fault. The fact she wants to convince you especially may imply she's latching onto you. Not everyone is good at communicating their feelings. This could be her best effort to impress you. And now I felt even worse. I wanted to say Lisa was just a colossal bitch, but what if she wasn't? Given all she'd been through, it made sense that she might be a little different from normal people. There was that old thing about young boys bullying a girl to get her attention because they liked her, wasn't there? Did Lisa actually want my validation and respect, and I was assuming the worst? Maybe I could try a little harder for her sake. If that's the case, should we let her think she is? I asked. Maybe up her rating. No. He shook his head. You don't help someone by enabling their problems. You support them and help them come to terms with and accept their issues. And their shortcomings. Wow. Arms Master was really wise. I said so, and the man shuffled awkwardly, but did offer a tiny smile. Before I became who I am, I studied psychology in college. Part of that was a desire to understand. He stopped. It doesn't matter. The past is the past, we must make the best of the future instead of dwelling on it. I am hoping you can help confirmation with that. I grimaced. Why me? Why not the others? Aegis has too many responsibilities with leading, Gallant has an unfair advantage due to his power that makes him feel guilty and will set confirmation off. Shadow Stalker and Vista are too prone to reacting with anger when insulted, and Dennis, while good at maintaining morale, does not suffer fools well. Browbeat is withdrawn and Kidwin is too weak to withstand her. That seems harsh. I did not mean it as an insult, he said. Confirmation Tattletale specializes in needling people and forcing them to make mistakes. That might honestly have fed into her delusion of being a thinker 7. It's easy to appear smarter than someone if they're so angry they're not thinking straight. Kidwin is a promising tinker and a good member of the wards, but he does not have the mental fortitude to defend himself against confirmation. He'll give in immediately just to have some peace and quiet. Conversely, Shadow Stalker would fight back too hard and likely come to blows. Confirmation talks a big game, but Shadow Stalker would break her. The problem is what psychological damage confirmation could do before she's beaten unconscious. Yikes. That was a lot to unpackage. And me? Why am I any better? You're stubborn. The very fact confirmation continues to try and bait you is specifically because you refuse to give in. I was making things worse for myself, wasn't I? Come to think of it, Dean would just leave the room whenever she got started and Shadow Stalker would growl and go train. A lot of the wards just avoided confirmation, essentially allowing her to claim a petty victory for the benefit of not having to deal with her. I, on the other hand, was too stubborn to let her have that. The thought of her smug face made me want to pop her balloon. And as such, I'd made myself a challenge for her to overcome. Great. Should I just give in and let her win to get her off my back? My eyes narrowed. Hell no. But I could give peace a chance. I'll try and make nice with her, sir. Thank you, Denial. He nodded once to me. That's all I can ask. Dash. The gala at the Fosberg Hall came up before I expected it, and soon we were all being shuttled over in a rented car. Dad had elected to wish me off and tell me not to take any nonsense from the snobs out there, which was the first positive thing he'd said to me in days. I'd wanted so badly to ask where he'd been the last week but also didn't want to throw away a good thing, so I'd laughed and told him I'd represent the DWU as hard as I could. It felt like I'd taken the easy way out yet again. Still, it wasn't all bad. Confirmation hadn't been announced yet, and even if she had, I'd caught Director Piggott saying she'd rather march back into Elysburg than let that girl liaise with the shakers and movers of Brockton Bay. I couldn't help but agree with the sentiment. Confirmation would get on everyone's nerves, insult someone important and cost the PRT donations and funding, and that was the whole point of this, really. What felt like a useless PR move was designed to increase our odds of funding, which could mean more boots on the ground and more equipment to better police the city. It might even encourage future triggers to sign up rather than be poached by a gang like Lisa had. I wonder why she never just went to the PRT straight away. Was she that worried they'd send her back to her parents? I don't think they've even tried to look for them yet. That might have been because they took her words to heart, or because they tried and failed, or maybe Director Piggott had taken the angle that it was better to offer Lisa some concessions until she was settled in. I wasn't privy to such things. What I was privy to was the sudden and rushed seminar we'd been put through in preparation for this. Basically, a what to and what not to do speech. The others had obviously heard it before, so I knew it was for my sake. Don't agree to anything, don't promise anything, don't get wound up by any questions. The media would be present and would be thrilled to have a story to talk of. Other than that, be polite, represent the Protectorate and PRT, and remember that you stand to uphold the law. It wasn't nearly as helpful as I would have liked. The event was in my honor, which meant a lot of people wanted to see me. I shook hands with adults I'd never met, but some of which I'd seen on the news and in the local newspapers. They talked to me as if I was a beacon of liberty in the city and not just a statistic, which I cynically knew they saw Taylor Hebert as. But no, not I, not Denial. Denial, is it? The man before me, Max Anders, had a charming smile as he took my gloved hand and shook it. Max Anders. I've heard good things about you. Thank you, sir. Met Hall was a big provider of jobs and employment in the city. Obviously, I wasn't wealthy enough to have private healthcare like that, but they hadn't taken work away from the docks or anything, so my feelings on them were fairly benign. They were trying to make Brockton Bay a less shitty place as far as I could tell. A homegrown hero, I'm led to understand. You were born in Brockton Bay. Was that too close to outing myself? Ah, what did it matter, half the ABB and Empire kids knew who I was. That's right. It's always good to have another American hero. Our shores attract all kinds, not always the right kind if you know what I mean. I didn't, and the way he worded it set me on edge. After all, we used to have the teeth here, he said, instantly disarming my tension. I have to say I'm glad none of you have to deal with that kind of nightmare. Me too, sir. I'd hate to have to fight the butcher. I mean, I'd hate to have to fairly fight anyone, even Emma Barnes, but the butcher was so much worse. Just the thought of someone who couldn't be stopped because she could take over the one who killed her felt cruel. It would turn any victory Pyrrhic and lose the world another hero. Brockton Bay is a struggling city, but for all that it's a lot better than it used to be, he went on. There was a certain flair to Marquis and many preferred him to Lung's barbarism or Skidmark's pushing of drugs on children, but he was just as cruel in some ways. There will always be gangs in any city, that's a sad reality, but I think it's important to remember that things could and have been worse. I couldn't tell if that was a pessimistic or optimistic view. The glass was half empty, but hey, at least Leviathan wasn't swimming in it. I wasn't sure a city being ruled over by neo-Nazis, drug barons and a dragon was all that better though, and said so myself. In an ideal world none would be here, he agreed calmly, but we do not live in an ideal world and must make the best of what we have. My personal view is simply that certain elements should be considered a more pressing concern for the PRT. The ABB took a school filled with children hostage. That ought to make them a priority. I'm sorry, sir, I recited. I can't decide PRT policy. He must have sensed my anxiety because he smiled and let loose a rich chuckle. I'm sorry, I'm ruining the moment, aren't I? I just so enjoy talking about this kind of thing. My goals are to make this city a better place for all Americans. Don't mind me. Enjoy the night. And Denial, he added, thank you for your work against Pakuta and the ABB. You removed a threat to the good people of this city by removing her kind of riffraff. I thanked him and watched him go, idly looked down at my drink and wondered what the point of it was when my mask covered my neck to my nose. I tried to angle it down the top, splashed it on my nose and lips and slurped it up. It tasted of my own breath, sweat and the fabric of my mask. Pa. I hated this. I hated the fancy people, fancy conversation and the wealth being casually shown worn on wrists, necks and clothing. Brockton Bay was a city in decline and yet here were people so fabulously well off that you wouldn't have believed it. I hated it so much that Dean came to my 15 minutes in, touched my shoulder and told me, you can go talk with Shadow Stalker if you like. A lot of people find her unapproachable so you're not likely to be bothered there. Dean. You're a hero. Aha. I know. It's in the job description. You're my hero right now. Don't let Vicky hear you say that. He chuckled lightly and gave me a light push. Go on. Image wants to push you and her as partners anyway, so you might as well get a head start on selling it. He really was amazing. Say what you would about invasion of privacy in someone knowing your emotions, but I couldn't bring myself to care if he kept using it to look out for his friends. A bully with that power would be awful, but then bullies didn't need it to be bad. I'd heard him say that the one person he struggled to read was Vicky, something to do with an aura. I hadn't gotten the full details. It was yet more reason why they were together. Apparently, Vicky and her family were here today as well, though I'd yet to see them. Too many bigwigs. Denial. Shadow Stalker had been leaning against a wall turning her mask to everyone who approached. It was impossible to get even a hint of emotion from it, but it was so intimidating that most people shied away from her. I could work with that. What do you want? To escape all the people pretending they care about me. Shadow Stalker snorted. It sounded half pleased and half surprised. You too, huh? Yeah, it's a fucking mess and a half, isn't it? Look at them prancing around like everything is fine while the city goes to the dogs. I bet there's a black girl being beaten to death right now. I grimaced. That's too much. That's Brockton Bay. Don't let these losers try and sugarcoat it from their ivory towers. You sound like my dad. Shadow Stalker didn't look impressed by that, so I quickly explained. He's always going on about how the politicians and people in charge are ignoring the fact the city is dying. He says they should do more. A lot of people that should do more, she said. Us included. Your dad sounds all right. He is. I trailed off. I just wish he was more how he used to be before Mom died. Shadow Stalker shifted awkwardly, and I cringed on realizing what I'd just opened up. This was a little too much to be throwing on someone I didn't even know the name of, wasn't it? I'm sorry. You can ignore that. I'm just in a mood. Yeah. Dad and I aren't talking. He's doing the ignore the problem until it goes away thing. I rolled my eyes at her and heard her snort. It gets on my nerves. Tell him then, she said. Tell him? Tell Dad to his face? No way. I didn't think he'd strike me, he wasn't the type, but the shouting match would be epic. Not to mention he'd feel so miserable after, start blaming himself and descend into an even worse state. I told her as much. Shadow Stalker was not sympathetic. If he's gonna be that weak then he isn't much of a father at all, is he? He's trying his best. I said hotly. You don't understand what he's been through. Yeah, well, it's obviously not enough or you wouldn't be whining about it, would you? Maybe he is trying but doesn't get what he's doing wrong. Not his fault if you don't tell him. Another snort, this one dismissive. You've got to stand up for yourself. No one likes a victim. I'm not a victim. Yeah, right. Your path. There was a sudden tenseness to her. I could tell what she'd been about to say, but she made a concerted effort not to and I made a concerted effort to ignore it. All I'm saying is if you want something to change, change it. Don't sit around expecting the world to fix itself. I was sick of the Empire fucking people up, so I went and fucked them up. No one will help you if you don't help yourself. I knew she was right. It hurt to admit it, mostly because it put the onus on me to do something about Dad. Even so, she had a point. In an ideal world Dad wouldn't need to be told what to do or how to act, but the world wasn't ideal and I couldn't blame him fully when I wasn't communicating my feelings properly. Accepting that didn't mean I was going to do anything, though. Not straight away. I'd have to think more on it. You're probably right. Course I am. I've been in this longer than you. And if I'm gonna be stuck with you, you have to pull your weight. That means you do what I say. Got it. Seeing as how Shadow Stalker was far more experienced than me and was an actual parahuman, I had no objections to that. Sure thing. Shadow Stalker froze. Really? Yeah. I said with a shrug. You know the hero game better than I do. I'm not even a parahuman. Why wouldn't I let you take charge? No reason. And good. You should listen to me. Shadow Stalker was nodding. Good that you recognize who you're bet. She froze suddenly, her crossed arms tensing so hard she might as well have become a granite statue. Fuck no, she wheezed. No, no, no. There's no way this is happening. I turned, half expecting to see Lung of all people striding topless towards me. It was worse. It was so much worse. Denial. The girl in the fancy red dress flung herself at me, and I was so shocked that I made no move to dodge. Her arms wrapped around my shoulders and her body hit mine, pressing itself flat against me. You're my hero. The beautiful girl gushed, looking up at me with wide eyes and a gorgeous model's smile. Do you remember me? You saved me in Winslow. Emma fucking Barnes. Where was Lung when I needed him? Denial. 4.5. Lung? Kaiser? Leviathan? Anyone? It was just typical that my annoying tendency to get attacked by villains was there when I didn't need it and nowhere to be seen when I did. Emma Barnes continued to squeeze the life out of me and chatter in a way that reminded me all too painfully of times when she and I had done the same as children. That then reminded me of how much she'd betrayed me and how much that hurt, which turned my momentary longing into a sickening pool of dislike. I tried to push her away with one hand, only for her to grasp it like she had in Winslow but this time hold it between two of her own. You've no idea how much I've wanted to talk to you, she went on, gushing in a way that was far too reminiscent of better times. I was tempted, in a small and infantile way, to let it happen and bask in memories. Only tempted, though. The way you saved me, that moment when I thought I was going to die and you came rushing to my rescue. I've never thought someone was so brave and incredible in my life. Yeah. What was I meant to say to that? Seriously, what was I meant to say? I imagined for a moment calling her out on her bullying campaign in front of all these people. Not as Taylor, of course, but pretending I was just another girl at Winslow. Most of the kids knew who I was anyway. I could corner her, demand answers and then humiliate her in front of everyone. And then I'd face questions from Arms Master and Director Piggott later. Some of them would be variants of what the hell were you thinking and I told you to be on your best behavior but it was the others I feared more. The what happened back there and the why didn't you tell us bad things were happening at school variety. Then they'd inform Dad, he'd get furious and shout at me for keeping secrets and then probably go shout at the school as well. It'd be all so much drama. The wards would find out and start showing me sympathy or even pity, especially if they found out about the locker. The worst part was that I barely even remembered the locker. I knew it was bad in the objective way anyone would after being shoved in there, but the doctors told me I'd struck the back panel and knocked myself out straight away. That always seemed like a mercy. The wards wouldn't see it that way, however. They'd start walking on eggshells around me. Every day would be quiet questions as to how I was doing, whether I needed anything and then them backing away if I ever lost my temper. Maybe I was exaggerating. Maybe I was projecting. Maybe it'd be nothing like that. I didn't dare find out. Hello there. I'm Alan Barnes. Alan Uncle Alan once, but I rarely thought of him that way now extended his hand for me to shake. He wore a huge smile. And please accept my thanks for protecting my little girl. I know there isn't much I can do to repay you but if there's anything, ever, then just let me know. It's no problem, sir. I never knew what to think about Alan. On the one hand he hadn't done anything to rein Emma in, but on the other how much did he really know? It wasn't like Emma would go home and boast about bullying me. He had to wonder why I was no longer invited over and vice versa for her, but people drifted apart and that was normal. Dad still talked to and spent time with him and I felt he would have given me a lift if he ever saw me on my own in the rain or asked what I was doing out and if I needed help. He wasn't a cruel person. I just knew he'd side with Emma if I ever went to him. Did that make him a bad parent? Good. He trusted his daughter and believed her, so at best he was a gullible parent, but then he was here accompanying her and he'd been there at Winslow fighting to get in and face Bakuda himself like so many others. I wanted to say a good parent would have noticed everything, but Dad hadn't noticed much about me either. Ugh. This was all so complicated. I hated Emma but that didn't mean I had to hate everyone around her. I even missed Aunt Zoe. Can I have your autograph? Emma asked. Yes. I said gruffly. It helped to hide how faint I felt. Do you have something for me too? A postcard was pushed into my hands along with a black marker. It looked like Michael O'Connell had gotten his printers working because the picture showed me standing tall atop a building, staff at my side, and the bright sun and sky behind me. Given I'd been on no rooftops other than Winslow's, I knew he'd stolen the scene from somewhere else. Well, he'd probably bought the rights to it from a website. They were government after all. I started to write only for Shadow Stalker to interrupt. You gonna ask who you're making it out to? I paused, the pen less than an inch away from writing to Emma on the card. It took me a full second to realize what she was saying and why, and my eyes widened when she did. Of course. Denial shouldn't know who Emma was. Did that mean Shadow Stalker knew who I was? Well, obviously she did from saving me from Hook Wolf, but did she know Emma and I knew one another? How? I glanced her way but she was back to leaning against the wall ignoring everyone. No answers there and I had the feeling none would be forthcoming. What's your name, miss? I asked. Emma. Emma Barnes. Just call me Emma. What's wrong with my surname? Alan asked jovially. Dad, don't embarrass me. It was hard not to tear the postcard in two hearing them laugh. They had such a good relationship. It didn't feel right. Nor fair. Dear Emma, I wrote, always stand up and do the right thing. Yours truly, Denial. There. I couldn't slap her across the face but no one said I couldn't be passive-aggressive. What shampoo do you use? Your hair is so soft. My what? Emma was running her fingers through my hair. Emma was touching me. I froze stiff. She had a hold of my brain and was trailing her fingers gently through the ends of it. I was proud of my hair, it was Mom's hair and Emma knew where to hit me, always insulting it at school. To have her complimenting it now had confused feelings rumbling through my gut. All right. Enough of that. Shadow Stalker stepped up and pushed Emma away. It was more a shove than a gentle push but it fit her brand, so I figured it'd be let go. I wasn't about to rat her out for it. She was my hero right now. Let's not get handsy. I wasn't talking to you. Emma said hotly. I couldn't believe she had the guts to snap back at a hero like this, and apparently neither could Shadow Stalker because she froze on the spot. You're just jealous. Jealous. Shadow Stalker sounded as shocked as I felt. About what? That I like Denial more. What? Shadow Stalker laughed. As if I'd give a shit about that. Besides, you're acting like a creepy lovesick stalker. Creepy? You're a stalker. And you want to keep Denial for yourself. I what? Shadow Stalker cried. She what? I looked to Shadow Stalker in time to see her shaking her mask violently at me. Yeah, I didn't think so. Shadow Stalker was my teammate but I wouldn't say we were close like I and Missy or Dean were. I didn't dislike her though, especially not when she was trying to save me from Emma. I'd definitely not felt like Shadow Stalker was trying to monopolize my time or trying much to cater to me at all. It was nice to have someone who for the most part ignored me. Emma. Darling. Alan placed his hands on her shoulders and shot me an apologetic look. I'm sorry, she's just been very excited about all this. He looked to Shadow Stalker as well. And I know she doesn't mean what she said. I'm still grateful that you rescued her before. Before? What did he mean by that? Again, no answer from Shadow Stalker, who had dragged Emma boldly away by her shoulder and was now talking angrily at her. I could only assume it was anger because Emma looked equal parts defiant and prickly. What did you mean by that, sir? I asked Alan instead. Has Emma your daughter been in danger before? It's in the past. He wrung his hands together. The PRT know about it. Please, I'd rather not remember it. He must have been involved in it as well. This being Brockton Bay, I could make assumptions. Sadly, I couldn't make many. Everyone always acted like being white automatically meant you were safe from the Empire but that just wasn't the case. A small portion of them would go after anyone they thought they could steal money from or intimidate into doing what they wanted, drunk on their power and wielding it at anyone they could. I doubted it was the merchants since they stooped to the poorer parts of town. Alan and Emma would never venture, so ABB and Empire were the main culprits. Had this been recent? I assumed it must have been if Alan was this evasive about it. Probably just before I was roped into the wards. Did it matter, though? Emma had turned her back on me long ago and I wasn't sure if the idea of her being attacked should faze me. I wouldn't have celebrated it either. I wasn't that much of a witch but I wouldn't weep for her either. Besides, Shadow Stalker saved her. Which made me wonder why she was tiring to cling to me and not Shadow Stalker. If this was typical behavior for her, shouldn't she have been all over Stalker as well? Instead, they were arguing loudly, Emma stomping her foot childishly and Stalker looking like she was a hair's breadth from strangling the girl. Do it, I thought unjustly. Do it. Glass shattered suddenly. It was so immediate and so unexpected that I gasped and jumped on the spot but that went practically unnoticed as people screamed and clouds of billowing darkness began to flood the gallery. The same darkness I'd seen before when Dinah and I were nearly killed in the alleyway. The Undersiders. Oh, thank fuck. Shadow Stalker muttered. A distraction. Yeah, tell me about it. The shadow washed over most the room and us included, and much like the last time I found myself unable to see but also hear anything. It was noise cancelling, the perfect tool for theft, and left me awkwardly wondering how the Undersiders ever failed at all if they had this. There must have been a limit on it, power, time, or concentration, otherwise they'd have got away before the wards even saw them at the bank. Still, 3 people attacking now with all the wards and most the protectorate here seemed a bit ill-advised. What were they hoping to achieve? Maybe Lisa was a kick-ass thinker if she turned a trio of suicidal idiots into a vaguely functional team. Something hit my side. I went down hard, gasping until my back struck the floor, then gasping again when I realized my arms were being pinned to my side. They've got me. I screamed, aware that no one could hear me but going for it anyway. Instinct mostly. Help, they've got me. The smoke cleared. Shadow Stalker was staring at me. And never mind, I stammered, pinned to the ground by Emma. False alarm. Undersiders. Armsmaster's voice boomed and I felt a thrill at how powerful and cool he looked striding ahead of the audience. It was more than just the Undersiders, I realized. A lot more. There were 5 other people there. Surrender immediately. You are under arrest. I saw the patrons and guests being shuffled out quickly by the wards and PRT officers and realized that Arms Master was buying time for their evacuation. While he could have attacked first and asked questions later, there was no telling what harm these people could do. Smart. Bystanders out the way first, villains dealt with later. Which meant Emma had to go for while she wasn't innocent, she was a bystander. Let go. I hissed. You need to run. Emma squeezed tighter. I can't move. I worked one arm free and then my other from between her stupid breasts, then placed my hands on her shoulders and tried my hardest to push her away. I'd never been strong though, that was why Sophia could so easily manhandle me. Emma wasn't as strong as her but she was stronger than I was. Damn it. Let go. I need to. The villains and Arms Master had been trading words for a few seconds while the PRT officers spread out and escorted the people out. It was probably a good sign that the villains let them but I had much bigger things to focus on. I kept pushing, grunting as I slowly made progress in forcing Emma down the length of my body. Sorry but we're not here for you. The apparent leader wearing a top hat said. We're here to pay a visit to the heroine of the hour, the famous slayer of dragons and master of the deadly art of Cherfu. Me? Crap, crap, crap. Of course they were here for me, this was what Lisa warned me about. We'd just assumed they'd have the brains to realize their plan was rumbled after she got captured. I mean, what were the odds they'd continue? Lisa never mentioned all these extra members either. The moment of shock was all Emma needed to just about crawl back up and over me. Crap. I started pushing, this time with my hands against the fronts of her shoulders, pushing outward and upward to try and pry her off. And let's have a look at her, shall we? The world shifted suddenly. I had no better way of explaining it. 1 second, I was pinned down by Emma pushing with all my might to get her off me, and the next I was upright in front of the man with the top hat, pushing with all my might my suddenly free hands into his chin. There was no time for me to process the sudden change. Nor for him to react to it. His head snapped back, his hat tumbling off, and he dropped back out the window with a startled cry. Almost instantly, one of the villains, a wispy woman wreathed with chains with white smoky hair, went flying out the window and down after him, while the rest reacted with horror. Trickster. Their eyes turned to me. Wait, I gasped. I didn't marg. My left leg twitched suddenly outside my control and my knee bent inward at an awkward angle, forcing me down. It was like someone had taken hold of my leg and just jerked it to the side. I gasped as a fist sailed above my head, narrowly missing me. The blonde boy who had swung at me looked shocked. I'd dodged it all, but no less shocked than I was since I hadn't had control over my body. A portrait painting hit me in the chest before I could capitalize on it, however, somehow turned from an ornament to a projectile weapon by one of the other villains and sent hurtling into my so hard that I was launched back off the ledge and into the art gallery. I flailed helplessly as I fell, too winded to save myself and faced suddenly with such an awful drop. I opened my mouth to scream. Got you. Aegis caught me with one arm under my knees and the other on my back, pirouetted in the air so that his back took the brunt of the villain's follow-up artistry-based attack, and flew quickly back to Arms Master and Miss Militia. Are you okay? Winded. I choked out. The picture frame had been metal and going so fast it practically exploded against me. If it weren't for the armor on my outfit I'd have been in a lot of trouble. As it was, I felt confident saying I'd have a bruise the size of a melon there later on. Denial has dealt with the mover. Arms Master barked and charged in. Militia, pin them down. Wards, stay back and cover one another, I heard him snarl. Shadow Stalker. Damn it. I looked over in time to see Shadow Stalker back roughly where I'd been fighting with a woman who seemed to be using fire against her. How was she already over there if I'd been teleported? Aegis, I croaked out. There's a civilian over there. Girl. Redhead. I see her. Leave it to me. Aegis set me down by Gallant and took off to go and rescue Emma. That explains why Stalker stayed to fight. Gallant said. How are you feeling? Awful. They went for you first. I guess the Undersiders had allies. Confirmation never told us. Thinker 7 my ass, I wheezed. To be fair, Coil must be aware she was captured by now and would be an idiot not to shake things up to get past her. There's little chance she could have predicted this. Vista. He called out. Can you help Aegis out? On it. It was strange watching my perception of distance change. Suddenly, Emma and Aegis seemed a lot closer than they had before. Close enough for Aegis to push Emma into my arms. Why? I didn't get to finish my despairing question as Emma wrapped me up and knocked me on my ass again. Denial. She sobbed. I was so scared. Aegis had the good grace to look embarrassed and a little sorry for dumping her on me. Up on your feet. Gallant helped me pry Emma off and then gave her a commanding push toward some PRT officers who had bravely come forward to collect her. There you go, you're safe now. Follow the officers outside. The gallery was in a state of absolute chaos as the combined forces of the Protectorate worked together against the 8 villains. 6 with the so-called trickster out the way and the ghost lady sent to rescue him. That placed the 6 of them against Arms Master, Miss Militia, Velocity, Triumph, Assault, and Battery, to say nothing of the wards and even Glory Girl flying about. Those weren't good odds for anyone despite the giant dogs running about trying to slow them down. They're losing. I said, both surprised and delighted. I wasn't surprised the PRT were winning, more that this was happening at all. They never stood a chance. What was even the point? Their leader, the one you took out the fight, was a teleporter. Gallant said. He can apparently make 2 people switch places. That's why that villain was over by Stalker and the civilian. She was switched with you. That could change the fight. Vista said with grim satisfaction. The reason why became apparent as assault and battery swatted one of the undersiders hellhound, I thought to the floor. Assault then detonated a confa-am grenade over her back and left her stuck under the mass of foam. One out already. He could have swapped hellhound with assault and then he'd be the one foamed. If he could teleport arms master out the window, swap places with a flyer, he'd have been left to drop to the ground. Even if he was okay, he'd have been out the fight. Christ. I hadn't even imagined that. They were high up and just needed a single flyer to hover in the open air. Swap that flyer with a hero who couldn't arms master or miss militia for instance and you could create a near fatal drop. Broken legs at the very least. Repeat until protectorate dealt with. When I saw the wispy white hair rising up over the broken window, I knew it was bad news. He's back. I shouted. The teleporter is back. Militia. Arms master barked. Deal with. My world shifted again. I wasn't any more prepared for it than I had been the first time and I'd really thought they would go for the much more threatening opponents like Arms Master, Triumph, or Miss Militia anyway. I realized that as someone who had taken down Lung, Hook Wolf, and Bakuda, I probably counted as that, a mere second before I was swapped with the Ghost Lady and dropped in front of a huge man with a biker helmet and a skull painted on the front. His large fist caught me on the left side of my face and caused stars to explode in my eyes. I'd never been hit like this, not properly. Sophia could get physical in Winslow but never in an overt way. My head snapped sideways and I staggered back, already falling. That didn't stop him dragging me back up and driving another fist into my stomach that bent me double. My forehead pressed into his stomach, eyes wide and mouth open, and I was left staring at the floor, at shattered shards of glass reflecting his hands linked high above me and ready to come crashing down on my back. Oi Gru. An angry voice snarled. Fucking try me on for size. Shadow Stalker hit him first with 2 feet, knocking him clean off his and turning into mist a moment later. She swirled around and down, roughly grabbed my shoulder and threw me out the way, then unloaded her crossbow in the man's direction. I landed on my side a few feet away, still gasping but grateful for the save. I was shaking with pain as I pushed my hands down against the floor to try and get up. My left arm suddenly gave way and jerked to the side as if yanked out from under me, sending me tumbling back onto the glass that crunched under me. There was a guy ahead of me, dressed weird with a scepter, and he was staring doggedly at me. Miss Militia was there suddenly shooting what I expected was non-lethal rounds at the boy. She dropped to a crouch and it took me a second to realize she was shielding my body with her own, creating as much of a human barrier as she could. Get out of here. She ordered me. Get back to the wards. Why yes ma'am. I gurgled my answer, my jaw hurting too much from the first blow. Stumbling up, I managed to limp about 3 feet away before the world changed again and I was switched places with someone else, delivered straight in front of a woman dressed in full black with red suns emblazoned over it. The one that Shadow Stalker had been fighting earlier. She had a small flame in her hand and I could feel the heat of it radiating off her. Stunned and exhausted and in agony, I just stood there. I don't want to do this, she told me. Then don't. I said dumbly. I don't have a choice. Then why fucking say anything to me at all? What was the point? I wanted to scream or to cry, I wasn't sure which. The only saving grace was that instead of throwing it at me, she threw it at the ground in front of me. That ground stretched out without warning, the few feet becoming a great distance. Vista possibly saved my life in that moment by causing the explosion of fire and heat to take place some 20 feet away and not directly in front of me. Even then it sent me flying off my feet and over the back of an upturned buffet table. We're done here. Trickster snarled loudly. Sundancer, Ballistic, get out of there. What about the girl who just tried to fry me made to ask? Forget them. They're not ours so they don't matter. The villains began to retreat quickly, Trickster using objects or people to teleport them to him or move Protectorate heroes away before they could close in. Hellhound, Gru, and Regent were abandoned, the former still stuck under foam while her dogs were in a similar state, Gru pinned between Shadow Stalker and Glory Girl and losing bad, and Regent down on his front with his hands on his head, surrendering to Miss Militia. We'll have fun next time, Denial. Trickster called out mockingly. If this is the best the so-called strongest cape in Brockton Bay can manage, I'm not impressed. Fuck you. I slurred. I doubted they heard it. I barely heard it. Darkness was closing in anyway, and I was fading out as Vista and Gallant came running over shouting my name. Hey, I managed to mumble out past spittle and blood. T told you I'm in not, We need panacea. Dash. Vista. Director Piggott was furious and for once it wasn't their fault. They had reacted, in her words, as best as they could be expected to, securing the guests so that none were harmed and then capturing 3 villains who were now in cells. That didn't mean it was a cause for celebration however, as the media were already calling them failures for not defeating a whole host of parahumans they had no information on, any of whom could have caused a horrendous loss of life if they hadn't taken the time to protect people first. Missy hated how people could be sometimes. Do more, they said, fight more, but when you did and you finally arrested someone it was all but your fighting caused so much damage and disrupted our lives. Yeah, well, that was how fights went. Those same people criticizing them now would have been on the warpath if they focused those people and let even a single guest be harmed. 3 captured for no losses and no serious injuries was a damned win in her book. The villains you dealt with are called the Travelers. Piggott said. I'm requesting intel from the PRT where they were last seen. They're nomadic as expected by the name and mostly try to avoid trouble, but they've been responsible for 40 disappearances in New York. The victims of that were never found and are presumed dead. Murderers, then? Stalker said. Sophia was pissed off about how things went even though she got to smack Gru's face in. Missy suspected it was because of how much the bastards had messed Denial up. She felt angry too, furious, even, and it was kinda cool to see Sophia the same way. We should hunt them down. Make them pay. And we shall. Director Piggott said. That said, I want you to avoid them until we have a better grasp of their powers and plans to counter them. That mover is problematic, and the one they called Sundancer was able to burn Denial's skin even though Vista put distance between her and the blast. Panacea says the damage was so bad it could have caused permanent damage if she wasn't there. How is she? Missy found herself asking. Broken jaw, serious burns, concussion, bruised ribs, and a sprained leg. All have been healed by Panacea, but Denial has been instructed to rest. Tell me, people, how did that much damage come to fall on a single ward with all of you there? Ma'am. Arms Master spoke. They focused Denial exclusively. The first move was to bring her closer to Trickster, and though she incapacitated him and removed him from the fight on the spot, they reacted quickly. There was no point where she was not under assault from any one villain, sometimes two, and even when Aegis and Vista brought her to safety, she was dragged back into the fray immediately. We all did our best to keep her out the fight, but to no avail when the mover kept bringing her back in. I had to save her once. Miss Militia agreed. And then she was taken away when she tried to follow my orders and retreat. Arms Master is right, Director, this was a coordinated attack aimed at causing as much damage as humanly possible to Denial. It was definitely Coil behind this. Confirmation said. We know. Director Piggott replied as if it were obvious. And it was. That much is as obvious. I assume the travelers were unknown to you. I knew Coil had other people, but I thought they were mercenaries. I'd have known if the travelers ever did a job for him, but I've never heard of them in the bay before today. They must have arrived recently. As in, after my capture recent. That makes sense. Piggott said. He knows you've been captured and will have changed up as much as he could. I'm surprised he attacked regardless and gave up the Undersiders. We have them off the streets now. Their powers and identities were as good as compromised when you got me. Confirmation said. He probably thought he might as well get one more use out of them before he threw them away. He wants to know Denial's powers, you said before. Miss Militia spoke up. What, if anything, do you think he got out of her tonight? By all accounts this was a terrible showing for Denial. I mean that as kindly as I can, she told the bristling wards. Missy among them. Even Legend might struggle when it's 8 unknown capes against one, and the travelers worked well together. He won't have gotten much. Lisa said. Maybe that Denial can't cancel Trickster's mover power, or that she needs time to do so. He'll know her hand-to-hand isn't that great from where Gru smacked her around, but that's changing if Arms Master is training her, and even the best of people isn't going to be prepared to be teleported around and chewed up like a dog toy. The only thing he gets for sure is that she targeted Trickster first and took him out the fight. Definite think or move. Also, that she's not invincible and can be brought down by sheer weight of numbers. They certainly have numbers. Assault said. He was usually so jovial, but even he looked frustrated that a ward had been hurt so badly on his watch. Battery was no better. You think they're going to stick around from now on? The travelers are probably his only cape team right now, Confirmation said. Thing is, I'm not sure what he's offering them. Money. Vista said. Cute but no. Confirmation shot her a mocking grin that set Missy's blood boiling. If they're that powerful they could get money anywhere. The elite would snap them up if they wanted it, or they could start their own gang. 5 parahumans, maybe more, isn't a small deal. If they've come all the way to Brockton Bay and Coil, it's because they want something. And the fact they've been traveling for so long and even call themselves the Travelers suggests they're searching for something. Something they think they can find here and that Coil can get them. Missy refused to be impressed, but Director Piggott and a few of the others gave in to feed the annoying bitch's ego. Any idea what? Piggott asked. I'm Thinker 7, Confirmation said with a shrug. Not psychic. If I saw them in person, I'd be able to get more, but video recordings just aren't as good. She crossed her arms smugly. Ready to up my Thinker rating yet? No. You stupid. But you're getting your chance to up it anyway. Piggott carried on, interrupting Confirmation's oncoming bitch fest. You're scheduled to fly to Los Angeles tomorrow for independent testing at a custom facility. Los Angeles. Confirmation sounded surprised but not unhappy. Why all the way on the West Coast? Not that I don't appreciate a chance to prove myself away from Denial's anti-thinker power, but I figured you'd be sending me to Boston, not across the whole country. I've no answer for you, as the fact surprises me as well. Piggott said. Be pleased you're receiving this at all. Testing slots at other sites is competitive, and it's honestly a goddamned miracle yours has been accepted so quickly. I only posted it a few days ago. Someone high up must have pulled some strings for you, though I've no idea why given your attitude and purported powers. Confirmation took a deep breath and grinned. Screw it. I'm going to prove my Thinker rating to you, and then I'm going to rub it in your faces. All your faces, she said to the room at large. And Denial's too. Someone out there recognizes my intelligence, and soon you will as well. Good. Piggott said. Then you can be out my hair. You'll have an armed escort to and from Los Angeles. You should go rest and prepare. The rest of you, await information on the travelers and put your best foot forward with the media. They're going to be on our asses about this. Remember, you did the right thing. The civilians were protected, 3 villains captured in a hostile situation brought down. She nodded to them all. Arms Master, Miss Militia, please stay. The rest of you are dismissed. Once she was outside, Carlos placed a hand on her shoulder to hold her back. Missy was about to pull away when he said, "We're going to go visit Taylor and make sure she's okay. Do you want to come with?" "Now. Not a good time." "No." Missy shook her head. "We should get her some drink and food. Chocolate at least." "It's a good idea," Dennis said. Poor Taylor took the brunt of the shit back there and didn't get much to show for it. "I'm a little annoyed we couldn't do more, to be honest." "You and me both," Carlos said. "I caught her and got her out, but then she was teleported back in. They really had it out for her. I never imagined I'd see the day when a group of villains would ignore literal protectorate heroes to go after a ward. It's what happens when you stand out too much," Dean said. He looked as upset as she felt, and Missy realized they all were. Even Sophia was still here, and though she refused to take part and be a sociable human being, she hadn't told them to fuck off either. The gangs are starting to get worried about her, and that means they'll start taking her seriously. Lung, Hook Wolf and Rune underestimated her. Bakuda, too. He grimaced and said, "I'm not sure anyone else is going to be making that mistake anymore. They'll come at her full force and with the hardest hitters they have." He drew in and released a long breath. "I'm worried about her." "Worrying won't do shit," Sophia said caustically. Her mask was still on and she was glaring away with her fingernails digging into her arm. "Never does. You want to help her, help, but don't sit back like a dickhead going on about how worried you are. That won't change a thing." Dean opened his mouth to criticize her and then thought better of it and laughed. It was a good sound to Missy's ears, rich and handsome and a needed change from the somber meeting. "You're right. I guess I should spend less time complaining and more time acting. Let's go get some food for her like Missy says, then we can talk about how to be better teammates. We can't let Denial hog all the action. We're taking them out next time." Dennis pounded his fist into his hand. "They made a mess of one of us. It's not enough to beat them. I say we humiliate them. Who's with me?" Missy stuck her hand in along with everyone else. Even Sophia. The travelers were in for it now. Denial. Interlude. Panacea. Amy wasn't used to apologizing. It wasn't something she often needed to do other than as a distant and detached response to people furiously asking why she hadn't healed their loved ones, why their family had to wait and suffer while other surely less deserving people were healed. And sometimes when wealthy people traveled to Brockton Bay with suitcases filled with money and lawyers aplenty angrily demanding to know why she wouldn't even give them the time of day. Okay, Amy was used to apologizing, but she wasn't used to meaning it. There was a first time for everything though. Denial had ticked all the wrong boxes with her or all the right ones to piss her off if you wanted to look at it that way, and then Arms Master had come and soundly dismantled each and every one of them until she was left a horrid, twisted mess of self-directed anger and guilt. It had been gnawing at her ever since, so badly in fact that she found solace at the hospital and none in Vicky. Ever since that meeting with Arms Master, she'd known she had to apologize no matter how much it rankled to do so. A good person would not insult someone for something they couldn't control as she had. That meant that only a bad person would. In that instance, she'd been the villain, bad, cruel, evil, and she hadn't been able to look herself in the mirror since. When the attack on the Fosberg Gallery came, she wasn't happy. No one should be pleased that villains had hurt someone, but she was relieved that she'd have the chance to make right. She had to make right, she had to. There was no choice in the matter. It was the right thing to do. The girl had been a mess inside and out. The damage hadn't been life-threatening by any means, but it was doubtless painful, and the burning on her exposed skin made Amy's stomach flip. She'd dulled the senses first as a kindness and then gotten to work fixing the damage, even going so far as to sort out her eyesight as she ought to have done the first time around. Now, she was just waiting for Denial to wake so she could say her words and get out of there. Just because she planned to apologize didn't mean they were going to be friends. Denial was an attention-seeking moron who went after Lung on her first night out, and would no doubt drag Vicky into trouble at the first chance. That kind of arrogance would end up getting Denial killed one day. HNGH. Denial's eyes fluttered open. "You're awake." Amy's voice was clipped, sharp and cold, and she tried her hardest to rein it in. The instinct to rattle off injuries and leave was strong, an old habit for the hospital, and she had to fight it to stay in place. "Your injuries have been healed." Amy gritted her teeth. "Also, I'm sorry." Panacea? "What?" "I said, I'm sorry," she grated. "And that you're healed. Just so you know, permission was granted by your superior Arms Master for me to heal you as per your ward contract. It states that in an emergency or in the aftermath of a combat situation where neither you nor your guardian are present, permission can be granted by a higher-ranked member of the Protectorate." Denial blinked. What are you apologizing for? Are you really going to make me drag this out?" Amy snapped. "Want me to get on my knees and grovel? Fine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I snapped at you, I'm sorry I was unheroic. I'm sorry I accused you of being a villain." What? The girl looked confused, genuinely confused, and Amy reined in her fury. I don't even know what you're talking about." What happened? "The gallery? There was a fight." "Great. What a truly incredible job she'd done on her apology there." Amy slapped her hand against her face and dragged it down her skin. "Nice work, idiot." Shout at the girl who just woke up after being beaten up by 8 villains. Of course she's confused. All the frustration, well, it didn't bleed away but she bottled it up and stuffed it in a dark corner of her mind and slammed the door shut. It was the best way she knew how to deal with it, since a hero couldn't be seen to lose control or snap at people. If you had power, you had to be held accountable for it. Normal people could afford to get angry and lose their tempers but parahumans couldn't. Carol always said she had to stand above the mold that way, and that she should never let herself lose control. It was a lesson Amy had taken to heart and miraculously enough had managed to stick to thus far. I'm sorry, Amy said again, this time forcing a softer tone. You were hurt badly at the Fosberg Art Gallery and brought here where I healed you. Do you remember that? I don't do brains and any memory loss should be temporary. I remember. I just... Denial reached up in front of her face and stared at her hand. She moved her fingers about, and Amy realized she was just taking her newfound perfect eyesight into account. I was confused, Denial finished. I didn't realize. I'm sorry. No. Amy sighed. It's not you who should apologize. Damn it, but this was hard. If it were Vicky then it wouldn't have been nearly as much, but Denial was a stranger and not someone she was all that interested in getting to know. Probably some super spoiled rich girl who lucked out with powers. Someone like Dean. I wanted to apologize for how I acted before. Amy said. When I got angry over you saying you weren't a parahuman. That was unprofessional of me. But I'm not. Yes. Amy said. It didn't annoy her now so much she knew it was power-induced. That. I'm not. Oh, forget it. Denial groaned and flopped back onto the bed. It's fine, though. You don't need to say sorry. It was Amy's turn to frown. What did she mean by that? Of course she had to say sorry she'd done wrong, done something bad and that meant she needed to make amends. Now. Instantly. If she didn't, she'd be no better than, well. I'm sorry regardless. You can choose to take it or ignore it. What? No, I'll take it, I just mean. Denial laughed awkwardly. I said some stupid things as well. I was a mess. You took something I said as an insult when I didn't mean it to be. It was just a mistake. She shrugged as if to say that was all it was and it didn't matter. As long as you didn't mean it, I'm not offended. Amy had meant it, however. Every word. Was she saying that because her insults had been founded on a misconception that they no longer mattered? That was one way to look at it but she doubted Carol would accept it. Legally speaking, words had power and you couldn't get away with saying you hadn't meant it because you were wrong. Actions had consequences. Annie had to face hers. I'm sorry anyway. Amy said. You need to stop getting into fights like this, though. It's reckless and I'm not going to be there to heal you every time. I didn't pick this fight. That's what they always say. Vicky anyway, and most of the wards from what she'd heard and seen after patching them up. Denial was no different. No better. You went after Lung, you got into a fight with Hook Wolf and Rune, then you went after Bakuda. Just because you had a little success doesn't mean it wasn't stupid. It doesn't mean you're special, she wanted to say. Amy was already marching for the door, however. Her job was done, she'd apologized and didn't want to stay long enough to create another reason to need to apologize. They weren't companions, they weren't schoolmates and they sure as hell weren't friends. Amy swept for the door with a dismissive sniff. What? Denial called after her with an angry tone. I guess Tattletale coming after me out of costume is my fault as well, hey. Amy's hand missed the doorknob and folded against the door. It might have hurt if she wasn't already twisting back. You went after Tattletale. No. Denial yelled. She came to me. I didn't go after anyone. Wait. Amy was moving back to the bedside. Tattletale of the Undersiders? You fought her. Denial grumbled, wasn't much of a fight. Amy leaned in intensely. You captured her, right? Well, yeah. On second thoughts, maybe Denial wasn't that bad. Amy swept her robes back and took a seat by her bed with a lazy, almost too vicious smile. Vicky wasn't expecting her back anytime soon and there was nothing wrong with double-checking her patient. Denial looked a little surprised by the 180 change and leaned back. Amy chased her eagerly. Was she angry? Yeah, she was furious. Denial said with a tired sigh. Kept screaming how I was wrong, how I was stupid, how she the great thinker knew best. Didn't know to keep her eyes on me or how to get out a submission hold, though. Even fainted when I told her to stop fighting. Amy giggled. Did Denial have a master power? It would have been a convenient excuse but there was no denying she was just having the time of her life hearing about that bitch getting what she deserved. The bank had been one of the worst experiences of her life, second to her trigger, and knowing that bitch was behind bars made her tingle all over. You know, Amy said with a warm and fuzzy smile mostly at the thought of Tattletale getting turned into someone's prison bitch. It was making her feel all kinds of tingly. I think we got off on the wrong foot. Amy Dallin. You can call me Amy. Coyle. This was one of the few times that Thomas Calvert missed his Tattletale. There was nothing worse than being a criminal overlord forced to do your own dirty work. That was what he had employees for. Minions, some might call them, but they were paid well and in whatever vices they wished, so for their own sakes and egos they were staff. Despite appearances, he had much more staff than just mercenaries for snatching up parahumans. He had a small team who did nothing more than troll foe every day, an asinine sight in his opinion, but far too important for swaying opinion to ignore, and their job was to spread disinformation, mock anyone who tried to suggest coil was a serious problem, and aggressively start flame wars against the merchants and the empire. He had medical teams as well, along with engineers working to try and decipher Tinker Tech, and he obviously had front staff for fortress construction so that everything looked normal above board. What he did not have was a team of analysts to watch over the part stolen recording of the Fosburg Gallery battle. Nor did he have Tattletale to so conveniently vacuum up every small bit of information and even little secret hidden in the action or inaction of each and every player. No. All Thomas had now were his wits, a recording, and an ever-mounting pile of empty drink cans along with an opened packet of painkillers. For what must have been the 30th time, Thomas pressed play and watched the video. The travelers were good, he had to admit, and he was pleased they had been sent his way. Accord would have never accepted their chaotic nature, but he felt he could make use of them even so. Try and beat some sense into them as it were, or, failing that, direct them to do as much good as they could before throwing them aside. The monster in the basement of another site was a problem too, but there was little he could do about that and little he cared to try. The fight aside from denial went about as one might expect. Where the Protectorate heroes fought, the travelers and undersiders were roundly beaten or forced back. Grouped up, he felt they might take down Arms Master or any one hero, but it was equal numbers and they just weren't that experienced despite their impressive powers. It was denial he was interested in, however, and denial that continued to frustrate him. There. He paused the video. Denial slamming her hands into Trickster's face and launching him out the window. Coil had actually invited Trickster to use his power on him in an alternate timeline so as to get a better feel for the experience, and he could confirm that there was no time to react or understand what was happening to you. It was a dizzying and disorienting experience as your very eyes suddenly had to take in new stimuli, new light, and for a fraction of a second you were as good as blind after being teleported. That time should have been enough for Trickster to get the first attack in, and yet Denial punted him out the window before he could act. Combat thinker, he muttered. It must be. Flailing Miss Militia's own reports suggest she might not be aware of what she does. He drummed his fingers on the table, desperately wishing the angle of the camera could have shown him what Denial was doing before Trickster summoned her. All he had from them was that she'd been by Shadow Stalker and with someone else who Denial had seemed clingy or even intimate with. The rest of the video played, but only one thing really stood out. After dealing with Trickster, Denial had ducked under a blow from the boy known only as Oliver with a cry, only to then be taken down by Ballistic's high-speed projectile. The fight from there on out went heavily against the girl, resulting in her being quite badly injured. And showing nothing whatsoever. No power expressions, no abilities, nothing. It was like watching a group of Parahumans beat on a defenseless girl. It was demeaning and worse, it was a known attack by Coil. Far from seeing him as a daunting figure for having been the only one to score a victory against Denial, people were seeing him as a thug. Tattletale. This had to be her work. Obviously, Denial and the rest knew there was a chance he would attack at the Fosburg event thanks to her. He'd considered cancelling it but had needed to get rid of the Undersiders anyway. Still, Denial had known when she saw the Undersiders that he was behind this, and she likely knew what he'd been after. Her powers. Had Denial intentionally thrown the fight knowing that he was there to discover her powers? Had she allowed herself to be beaten this badly just to thwart him? It seemed so ridiculous he could have ordered them to kill her. And yet there she was, doing nothing as the travelers took turns introducing her to worlds of pain. She did nothing. Nothing. Not a damned thing. Thomas snarled and snatched up a can, crushed it in his hand and sent it pinging off the closest wall. Another loss from Tattletale's defection was that he couldn't call her in and murder her to sate his darker desires. He paused to let his anger rage and cool out before turning back to the screen. There were things to be found yet, he was certain, he just needed to keep looking. Denial had said something to Sundancer, standing still in front of her before being sent flying back. No effort to dodge at all. Not even a token attack thrown at the villain. That meant one of two things: that Denial could not attack her. Which was foolish given she'd taken down Lung, Hook Wolf, and Bakuda in close quarters. Or that Denial had completely and utterly refused to attack. Could it be that she couldn't attack without properly showing her powers? There were some people who could fight to some degree without powers, like Hook Wolf being a skilled melee fighter with or without his transformation, and then some who were the opposite, like Purity and Legend. They lived and died by their powers, having little else beside them. It seemed as though Denial was of the latter, an all-or-nothing type of parahuman who relied extensively on her power to defeat her opponents, and who, in situations where she could not or would not use it, was more helpless. There was also, however, the very real possibility that her stranger power was at work. Hell, for all he knew she'd actually been throwing lasers, meteorites, and puppies around that gallery, and it was just that no one could remember it and it was scrubbed from recordings by her power. He wanted to say that was unlikely because she still lost, but she lost against 8 people while having her point of view constantly upended by Trickster. There were some situations where even the hardiest of parahumans might struggle. So, he thought, all I've really proven is that she has a combat thinker ability and that she absolutely refuses to show her power if she suspects I'm there looking for it. And that she can possibly be taken down by 8 strong parahumans working in concert, but only if they completely ignore everyone else involved in the fight and focus on her. His teeth ached. And even then that's assuming she didn't completely throw this fight just to spite me. At best he now knew Denial was a combatant suited to one-on-one fights. That was where she had shown so far, albeit it dealing with Rune as a side note to her fight with Hook Wolf. With any luck, he'd also tacitly warned the PRT against deploying her anytime soon. It wouldn't do for Denial to go out there and be killed by the Empire before she could be of use to him after all. Thomas was about to give up for the day and try again tomorrow when a shock of color caught his eye. Someone brought to Denial, and who dove on and embraced her without hesitation. Thomas leaned back, his bloodshot eyes narrowing and his gallant had to forcefully pry the girl off his quarry. At that moment, in that instance, he managed to freeze the frame at just the right time to capture her face. Well, well, well. What do we have here? A friend, a companion, or a lover? The embrace looked much too warm for anything less. Thomas drummed his fingers on the desk again and saved the image, trusting his people could see to identifying and locating the girl within it. It had taken time, more time than he liked, but he had salvaged something from Denial's obstinate refusal to show him her powers and even found a chink in her impenetrable armor, and he'd managed it all on his own. Who needed tattletale anyway? Dash. Confirmation. Lisa couldn't contain her smugness as she was shouldered roughly into the Los Angeles Thinker testing labs. Like everything in the city where Alexandria reigned, the building was fancy, high and well maintained. It went to show just how much difference there was between their budget and the one in Brockton Bay, and Lisa's Thinker Power 7, thank you very much, didn't shy on providing her with details. Building expensive. New. Unnecessary extra expenditure. Budget significantly higher than Brockton Bay despite low priority crime levels. Brockton Bay's budget should be higher given prevalence of gangs and hostile action. Knowing that something was wrong didn't give her any real answers into the why, however. She'd have to sit in on a budget meeting between Director Piggott and some others, maybe Rebecca Costa Brown as well, to be able to parse through their words and expressions and get a good idea as to why. For now, her power handily informed her that the PRT was either negligent or that Brockton Bay was actively being sabotaged. All that from just being escorted into the building. Thinker 1, her ass. Hello there. A man in a white lab coat approached her. He was frumpy and older than she was, between 40 and 45, married and happily so, but he looked tired and disheveled and was nursing his cup of coffee like a lifeline. His voice cracked as he spoke. Welcome to Los Angeles. You're our sudden arrival from Brockton Bay, correct? Confirmation, was it? Lisa smiled. That's me. Is exhausted. Guards outside weren't jittery or worried, so there wasn't an attack recently. Uncertain when asked, name unprepared. Working in Los Angeles PRT. Professional. High income. 3 pens in pocket, blue, black and red. Meticulous, but unprepared now. Annoyed. Wishes he had more warning about this. I hope this isn't too much of a surprise. Lisa said, half guess and half probe. The man smiled awkwardly and thumbed at some tired lines on his face. A little bit, he admitted. We usually have a lot more warning for power testing. It took a while to get the material together, but it's nothing you need worry about. No warning for his job. Worked late to get everything prepared for today. Is frustrated about the way things were handled. Protocol has been skipped or ignored, plans to file a formal complaint later but will do his job for now. Interesting. Curious, too. Why so much of a rush? Why no warning? The PRT weren't normally ones to run into something unprepared, and it wouldn't have taken much effort to schedule her testing for the next day or even the next week. Director Piggott hadn't been in any great rush. Piggott believes Thinker 1. Thinks useless. Low priority for testing. Bigot. Bigoted against parahumans. Would have arranged testing offsite because professionalism demands it, but wouldn't have put any effort into it for someone not immediately useful for combat. And yet here she was all the way in Los Angeles about to be tested far ahead of schedule. The procedure is fairly simple even if it's time-consuming, the man said. If you experience any thinker headaches during this, please feel free to get up and move about. Inform us as well. We won't continue until you're up for it. Sure thing. What's first? A written test. Boring, I know, but thinker powers are varied, and we have to try everything. From there we'll move on to watching a staged interview between 2 agents with you picking out what details you can, then look over some case files to see if you can notice anything there. Thinker powers come in all shapes and sizes, but the report I received says yours is a basic information type, correct? Lisa hated the word basic in relation to her but nodded. She knew what he meant was that she could look at information and intuit from it directly, as opposed to someone like Oracle who needed to be asked a question and would then respond in percentiles. There were some thinkers who were even more unusual, giving colors or vague senses and feelings in regard to questions. It wasn't a bad thing at all to have a basic thinker power. If anything, it made her stronger, but that didn't mean she liked the term. It felt like it was reinforcing Denial's insults. Stupid Denial and her stupid anti-thinker field. It wasn't fun feeling like an idiot around her. The worst part was that whenever she used her powers to dig out incredibly key and shocking information to try and prove her wrong, it turned out to be something no one else could confirm. Lisa had quickly come to realize that the one thing she missed from working with the Undersiders was the fact they instantly trusted everything she said. Oh, they didn't trust her regent, and bitch would have stabbed her in the back if Coyle told them to, and she'd long felt Brian might do the same. He wouldn't like it and would complain massively, but he'd have just looked away if Coyle ordered the others to kill her. He wasn't a bad guy, but he wasn't a good one either. He had his life and his priorities, and those mattered more than anyone else. It was why, she expected, he'd gone along with that stupid plan to attack a ward and got himself captured. They really had been helpless without her, completely missing the fact Coyle was selling them out. If there was anything she'd done that deserved a Thinker 7 rating, it was keeping the Undersiders alive and free as long as she had. Lisa had handled almost everything other than the heavy lifting. They'd known she was a thinker, however, so when she said something, they accepted it. She could have told them Only Lee ran a bakery next to their apartment and they'd have believed her. It made her realize now just how spoiled she'd been. There had never been a time where she had to prove her power to people inclined to disbelieve her, and the inexperience left her floundering to try and prove it to the PRT in denial. Simply put, it didn't matter if she could use her amazing thinker powers to figure out some huge secret if the PRT couldn't verify it and discover she was right. Denial had no way of knowing Lisa was spot on about assault and battery, or completely on the money with Dauntless and Arms Master, and so she erred on the side of the people she liked and trusted and believed the PRT over Lisa. Which was understandable. If infuriating. Well, this testing would fix that. Lisa cracked her fingers together when the tester had her take a seat at a lonely table. There was a white exam packet in front of her, and Lisa was determined to ace this thing so hard Denial would get on hands and knees to apologize to her. It would be glorious. Glorious. Lisa leaned back and thought for a moment how she'd make it go down. Obviously, Pickett would find out first and demand to see her. There wouldn't be much budge from her other than a grudging agreement to let her be a Thinker 7. Lisa didn't think she could push it there. Arms Master and the wards, though. Oh yes, they would be made to grovel. Better yet, she might even throw it back in their faces. Wait for them to ask for her insight, wait for them to need it, then say I'm not sure. I'm only a Thinker 1, what do you want from me? She could visualize the grinding of their teeth, the clenching of their jaws and the barely restrained fury. Then she'd make them apologize fully and laud her for the superior thinker she was. And then I'll be shipped out the bay to Wedged, she mumbled quietly to herself. It was inevitable really. Most pure thinkers, that was to say not combat thinkers or the like, weren't of much use on the regional scale and were adopted into watchdog to serve the PRT's national interests. Since Wedged went so far as to snap up thinkers even as low as a 3, her score of 7 or more would surely draw their eyes. Pickett would be hard-pressed to keep hold of her when she already had Oracle. She couldn't say she wanted to be chained to a desk working for some soulless organization with a bunch of shut-ins, no one in their right mind would, but there wasn't much of a choice at this point. Maybe if she was a ward by choice and could make her own decisions, but she was a criminal and that wasn't on the cards. She would be shipped where the PRT wanted her to be, and the fact she didn't have her parents to vouch for her only made that easier. Not that she'd want those bastards involved but still, Wedged was the most obvious destination for her. They must have known that too, which was why they'd gone all out to fast-track her through this whole thing. Lisa's pen paused on the first question. Wait. Director Pickett reported me as Thinker 1. That report would have gone higher. Thinker 1 is not a priority for immediate testing, maybe a test for Denial. More interested in Denial's anti-thinker power than me? But if so, why not Boston? Knowing its range would be just as important. No, this wasn't about Denial. They would have brought established and rated thinkers to Brockton Bay if they wanted to test that. Then they could see exactly how much worse they operated and figure out the effect from that. Using her was pointless because they only had a preliminary rating to work off. This was about her. They wanted her accurately rated. But why? Pickett had her down as Thinker 1. Why doubt that? Why would someone all the way in Los Angeles be looking at a report from Pickett and think, I don't believe this, let's get this person tested? Why force someone in one of the furthest and most well-funded testing centers to work through the night just to get a reading on her? Why arrange something out the blue like that, when her case shouldn't have made it past Boston otherwise? Director Pickett surprised. Didn't expect this. Lisa's power told her. Off-site testing expected to take weeks but received response in a single day. PRT doesn't act that fast outside Endbringer response and Brockton Bay is neglected otherwise. Why Los Angeles? Alexandria is here. Coincidence? Possibly, but unlikely. Too small a chance. Lisa's pen tapped on the page as her power and mind whirled as one. Pickett said someone pulled strings accurate. Pickett suspects something. Correct to believe so. Someone leaked suspicion of Thinker 7 up the chain. Not Pickett, not Arms Master. Protectorate heroes and wards believe Thinker 1 rating. Only person who knows and believes otherwise are Undersiders, Faultline, and Coil. Faultline wouldn't care to inform PRT. Coil was responsible for her sudden and unexpected off-site power testing. Lisa's mind boggled. Coil's PRT contacts go further than just Brockton Bay, much further. Didn't have me killed so wants me removed. Washing hands of Undersiders. It made sense. Even if her words ended up getting Brian, Rachel, and Alec accepted as wards, Coil had guaranteed they wouldn't be wards in Brockton Bay by having them attack Denial so viciously. Pickett would have to choose between Denial, a girl who was both powerful and cooperative, or 3 moody teenagers of varying power sets and all with authority problems. The choice was obvious. Those 3 would be split up to avoid them teaming up to try and spring their probation, then forced into ward contracts in different cities, maybe even different states. Meanwhile, she would be shipped off to San Francisco. In one fell sweep, Coil had swept the board clean of the Undersiders and placed himself in the perfect position to do what? Once Undersiders out of picture. Pulled strings to ensure immediate power testing. Not afraid of Undersiders, afraid of me. Denial jinxed him by declaring me Thinker 1. Lisa's eyes widened. Had Denial known? No, impossible, but had her power known and forced her to act? She could feel the beginnings of a Thinker headache and cupped her forehead as sweat dripped down her face. Coil didn't kill Denial. Only wants to know her powers. Wants Denial alive. Wants me out of Brockton Bay PRT specifically but doesn't care if in PRT elsewhere. Wants access to Brockton Bay PRT. Is inside PRT. Wants to take control of Brockton Bay PRT. Coyle wanted Pigot's seat and control over Denial and everyone else, and he was prepared to use contacts out the city to achieve it, forcing her to San Francisco where she would never be in his way. He must have feared in some way that she might recognize him, and she certainly would have if he became director of PRTENE and talked with her on a daily basis. Something would slip. A verbal tic, a mannerism, or a series of words that mirrored the ones she'd heard too closely. Her power would activate in an instant and expose him. This was bigger than the Brockton Bay PRT. This was bigger than her. This was a multi-state conspiracy theory. Thinker 1, my sexy ass. She hissed through gritted teeth. Holy shit. And she was the only one who knew. Which meant. What did it mean? Lisa closed her eyes to try and cut off her power, and so she could think for once would interference. Coyle was giving her an out, as slimy and backhanded as it was. Prove herself here, go to San Francisco and accept a shitty but safe job in Wedged. There'd be decent enough pay, no chance of being hounded by the gangs, and enough freedom once she worked off her probation. Coyle could then do whatever the hell he wanted to in the Bay. To hell with the place. This was her chance to get out. All she had to do was take it. All she had to was let Coyle win. All she had to do was accept he'd beaten her, and that he was the better thinker, and live with that knowledge for the rest of her life. Lisa's pen snapped in her hand, spraying ink all over her fingers. Dash. Director Pigot brought the test report down and stared at the far too innocently smiling girl standing across her desk from her. Confirmation looked like the cat who had not only caught the canary but forced it into a breeding program to secure herself an endless supply of food while selling the feathers and eggs for extra profit. Explain. Pigot growled. Well, turns out I'm a thinker one after all. Lisa giggled stupidly and knocked a fist against the side of her head as if to joke about how empty it was. Tee-hee. Silly me. I guess you're not getting rid of me so easily after all. Isn't that great? Get the fuck out my office. Denial. 4.6. Dad was angry. I could understand it. I mean, I was pretty angry too for what happened to me, but I didn't blame anyone other than the Undersiders, the Travelers, and Coyle for it. How could I? I'd seen with my own eyes how the Protectorate heroes tried to protect me. That said, I could fully grasp how he'd be furious that I'd been beaten so badly I'd had to be healed by Panacea. Dad hadn't, I supposed, so it made sense he'd be upset with the PRT. I just wished he could have set that fury aside for all of the 15 minutes that would have been required to ask how I was feeling or maybe give me a hug. Instead, he was shouting in the hallways with Arms Master, who I thought was being very calm in dealing with someone shouting words like incompetent, reckless, and criminal negligence. Did Dad think he could sue the PRT? I think even he knew how hopeless an effort that'd be. You might as well try and sue the government, which, while theoretically possible, was as good as impossible in practice. The PRT would have the best lawyers in the US and no judge would side against them when they tried their best but been blindsided by villains. That left me to assume he was threatening it just to make himself feel better and vent his temper. Good for him. I hoped it made him feel better. Meanwhile, I got to sit here feeling miserable. And I was the one who got beaten up. Eventually 15 whole minutes later the door opened and Dad stepped back in, red-faced and vibrating from what I could only assume were Armsmaster's firm reactions and comments to Dad's temper tantrum. He approached me and forced a tired smile, the first I'd seen since his arrival. You had me worried, kiddo, he said. How are you feeling? Awful. Annoyed. Upset. Embarrassed. Angry. I'm fine. The lies came as easily as they always had. Dad was calm now, things were good, so why ruin that? I forced a smile just as weary as his and said, Panacea healed me up and Director Pigot tells me I'm off duty until I'm better. I'd rather you be off duty full stop, but apparently that'd put you at more risk. I'm not sure I believe that. I did. Dad seemed to have forgotten how I'd been abducted by the Empire right from my bus stop and threatened with death. More likely, he'd pushed the memory away. Getting attacked for being a ward wasn't ideal, but if the villains of Brockton Bay thought I was a parahuman, then it at least kept me relatively safe. The Travelers had brutalised me at the gallery, but had I been on my own and not a ward they might have kidnapped me and press-ganged me into Coyle's service. I suppose I could have said that to him, but I figured Arms Master already had and Dad was ignoring it, and I just knew it would start another argument if I did hear. More shouting, more ranting, more lashing out at the world, and then a day of not talking to one another. It was easier to let it go. Me too. I smiled for him, and it occurred to me I really was smiling for his sake and not for myself. But at least those guys are being hunted by the PRT now. Them and Coyle really put their foot in it. I wouldn't be surprised if they're caught within the week. That's good. What about the ones they did capture? Dad frowned. They're not joining your team like that other one, are they? I don't trust them. They hurt you once and there's no guarantee they won't do it again. It's pointless to. They will not become wards here if they do it all. Arms Master said from the doorway. The decision will be made dependent on any charges laid against them. Assuming they are allowed into the wards on a probationary status, we would obviously not let them stay in one place as a group. They wouldn't feel any need to integrate with others, and they might even try to abscond together. It's in both their and our best interests long-term to separate them. We also wouldn't accept wards responsible for beating one of our own into submission being on the same team as her. Arms Master added. It would be a different matter if it were minor violence to escape and a ward was lightly injured through no real malicious intent, but this was a targeted and deliberate attack on Denial. They came to the gallery fully intending to harm her for whatever reasons they had. They will not be allowed onto the Brockton Bay wards. Where will they go then? I asked. I cannot comment for legal reasons. I can imply that someone with close relations in Brockton Bay might be relocated somewhere close like Boston, but that will depend on how cooperative they are. On the issue of their prior crimes, I really cannot comment. That will be decided by a judge. A knock came at the door. It was open but a PRT officer had paused by it to knock politely regardless. I thought I recognized him as the one who tried to help me when Lung broke free. Callum? Calvin? Something like that. Mr. Hebert. He said politely. I've been told to inform you that Director Piggott is ready for her meeting. Dad grunted and turned away from me, squaring his shoulders as though ready for a fight. Good. Dad. I said weakly. What are you doing? Don't you worry. I worried. I'm just going to have a talk with the director and make it clear I won't stand for something like this happening again. I was really worried. Dad, this is the PRT. You can't just. Your old man knows a thing or two about negotiations, Taylor. I didn't get where I am in the DWA for nothing. The DWA was a wreck. That wasn't his fault obviously, but being head of hiring for a failing industry that had all but collapsed was not a selling point. He walked out after the officer and down the hallway before I could even think how to frame that. It was too late by the time I opened my mouth, and all I could do was groan into my hands. Your father is passionate. Arms Master said flatly. Oh God, he'd been yelled at too. My dad had screamed out Arms Master. I am so sorry. It is not the first nor will it be the last time the parent of a ward is angry with us. Brockton Bay is not as safe as we wish it could be. I have been screamed at before. He shrugged one shoulder. It is something you get used to. Director Piggott won't do anything to him, will she? No. His immediate answer calmed me down somewhat. Director Piggott will let him wear himself out and then pick his points apart and offer some concessions to make him believe he won something. That sounded horribly manipulative and just a little belittling to my dad, and yet I couldn't say it wasn't a good idea. I didn't blame Dad for being angry at what happened to me, I really didn't, but he had to realize I couldn't just up and leave the wards. It wasn't that simple. I didn't just have to convince the PRT I had no powers, but the ever-growing list of supervillains who would come after us the second I didn't have the PRT's protection. Did I miss anything while I was out? Quite a bit. Arms Master went into debrief mode. The travelers have been identified and records of their powers as we know them have been forwarded to us. The wards have the accounts even though your standing orders are not to engage them. Your patrols are indefinitely on hiatus. Hey. Really? Maybe being beaten up wasn't so bad. I should send Coil a fruit basket. There's too much risk that you'll be targeted on patrol by them for us to feel comfortable dispatching you. If our sending you out will cause more trouble than it prevents, it's best for us to keep you here. Doing nothing. Training. Oh right. Yet. Are you looking into Coil? We are. He's managed to stay under the radar thus far by being less a priority than the other gangs, but his actions at the gallery have changed things not only for us, but for the people who felt threatened there. They are clamoring for the travelers to be found, which plays into our hands. Oddly. Arms Master paused and frowned. Oddly. I promoted. We aren't the only ones looking for Coil and the travelers, it seems. ONI Lee has been seen around the boardwalk area and an ABB member being put into witness protection has offered us information in exchange for a one-way ticket out the bay. He says that Lung is seeking the travelers and, in his words, intends to find and kill them for daring to stain his honor. I had Lung trying to avenge me? I have Lung trying to avenge me. Arms Master looked as conflicted as I. You have Lung trying to avenge you. What does that mean? On being asked whether Lung would use the excuse of hunting the travelers as a means of taking territory from Coil, Oracle have a 4% answer. When asked whether Lung would hunt the travelers as a means of protecting you from them. He coughed into his fist. I leaned forward. What was that? It's a 99% chance. Round it up, he added, as if the fact would somehow make the situation any less awkward than it already was. Oh yes, 98.5% was so much better than 99%. Thanks. Not. If it helps, confirmation doesn't believe Lung has any, romantic reasons for the action. That does not help when it comes from her. I squeaked. She's wrong about half of everything she says, especially when it comes to me and Lung. What the hell? We don't know what to make of it either. Arms Master admitted. All we know is that Lung's primary motivation is to punish them for going after you, and that he's never shied from harming wards in the past, so we're doubtful it's because he feels they should be protected or that the travelers' actions were too extreme. There must be some other personal motivation involved. You may want to avoid assault. My eyes narrowed. What did assault say? In the interests of you not straining yourself in your recovery, I believe I should not say. Arms Master. I would also advise staying off foe. What are they saying? He looked away. Nothing you want to see. Oh God, they were shipping me. Us. I was being shipped with Lung. Blurg. I hate Lung. Me too. Arms Master said, nodding sagely. Me too. Can we get thinker support from outside our defective duo? I asked. Maybe from Watchdog. Director Piggott did submit the request. End. Mauve. 11/4. A shape not unlike a rectangle if the edges were wobbly. That smell you get when you drop cola on the carpet and let it dry. Answer hazy, ask again later. He paused and then nodded. That was the most comprehensible answers. Those are the good ones. A lot of thinker powers are, Difficult to work with. Oracle's percentile-based answers should have clued you into that. There's a reason Wedged would have been falling over themselves if confirmation had turned out to be a Thinker 7 with a power that doesn't express itself in bizarre ways. But, of course, she turned out to be a Thinker 1. I let my head fall into my hands. What am I supposed to do? Stay on base, stay out of trouble and don't accept candy from any shirtless mandragons. Dash. The thing about being told not to do something is that you inevitably end up wanting to do it more. I lasted 2 hours in the common room after dying for the 6th time in an old Choose Your Path adventure novel that Dennis enjoyed before setting the book down, looking around to make sure I wasn't being watched and logging onto the computer. There were no rules against me using it, of course. I was on rest break and could do whatever kept me occupied and happy, but I still felt like a naughty child with her hand in the cookie jar. The curiosity was burning at this point, however. And really, how bad could it be? I was a fool. God, but I was a fool. It was the internet. I should have known better. Somehow I suspected office rumor mill or loose-lipped police the news about Lung being on the warpath for Coil and the Travelers because of my injuries had made the rounds. There were sightings and pictures of Oni Lee and Lung around Brockton Bay, and for once they weren't committing any crimes. The comments were updating live before my eyes as were the conspiracy theories. Lung being my lover was a chief one and a chief source of pain for the moderators who were doing their best to stem the tide of an adult cape paired with an underage girl like Eidolon trying to hold back Leviathan's waves. Like an endbringer, the internet was too much and some broke through to wash over me. Had anyone technically asked if Foe was an endbringer? Maybe I should have that one forwarded to Wedged. So, Lung was my lover or he was in love with me and trying to court me and Coil was a love rival. The Travelers were mostly ignored from the debates because everyone, and I do mean everyone, had pretty much decided they were unrepentant scum deserving of the birdcage or kill orders. Extreme? I thought so, but since I'd been smashed around in public and the video had leaked, most commenters weren't feeling very forgiving of the villains who brewed a least award for their own sick pleasure and then abandoned 3 of their teammates to be arrested. It wasn't all sickening pairing, of course. There were the crowd who were convinced Lung was my father, and that he and I had clashed over ideological differences before I fought and beat him, because he could not bring himself to harm his daughter, and joined the wards. Even there, however, he continued to care and love me as a father should, going so far as to aiding me against Bakuda and now declaring war on Coil for having harmed his beloved child. The lovers and the family factions were now warring in one of the many ongoing and non-locked threads, and any real analysis was being crushed under moderator comments, accusations of indecency and the ever-present repeating gifs of me beating Bakuda with a chair. It was like watching a train crash into an orphanage and not being able to tear your eyes away. Thankfully, a moderator did it for me, closing the whole thread before my eyes and locking it. That didn't stop another cropping up, but it freed me from my stupor long enough to log off, push my chair back and stagger away as if I'd just come back from facing down the Slaughterhouse 9. I crashed onto one of the couches, eyes staring into the middle distance. The door to the common room slammed open suddenly and Shadow Stalker stormed in, paused on seeing me like a deer in the headlights, then reminded herself of why I was there and stalked in. She slammed the door, pounded her way over to the fridge, stole one of Dennis' cans of Sprite and chugged the whole thing down, then crunched the can into a bin and took another. Only then did she favor me with her masked face. Fuck happened to you? I've been paired with Lung online. I said. She made an ugly and disapproving sound that I favored with a tired nod. What happened to you? Suspended from school. Shadow Stalker looked conflicted for all of 3 seconds then sighed and stormed over, kicking the coffee table back and collapsing onto the sofa. She swung her feet up so her heavy boots clunked onto the table. Punched a bitch. You punched someone. I don't know why she acted like that wasn't a big deal. I'd had bad experiences in school and tried to hold back from letting that affect my thoughts on her. Even so I had to ask. Did she do something to deserve it? Called me a selfish, greedy whore who would backstab her best friend by stealing the person she's in love with and keeping it a secret from her, then lying to her face over it. Shadow Stalker snarled angrily and chugged Dennis soda like it had personally offended her. I fucking told her she was delusional and I didn't do that shit, and she slapped me. I slapped back. A cough. With a closed fist. Oh damn. I felt a wave of sympathy and even a little guilt for having thought ill of her. This was Shadow Stalker, a hero, not one of my personal bullies. Damn. And this is one of your friends? Or was? Yet. Stupid, emotional, whiny little bitch. Shadow Stalker continued muttering behind her mask for a few more seconds. And the guy she thinks you stole. Girl. Not that it matters. Oh. I pondered that. I guess that's progressive of you. What? Not caring about. I felt my idiocy showing. Never mind. So, she hit you and you hit back, but obviously you're better at it. Yab. Knocked her clean out. Ah, the blessed silence. So worth it. But you got suspended. Shadow Stalker shrugged. Less wasted time at school and more being out there stopping the assholes plaguing the city. Like, what's the point? Everyone talks up the college fund like any of us is going to actually go. It's gonna be straight into the protectorate for all of us. She had a point. I personally wanted to go to college but I'd never really thought of why. Dad probably wanted me to go to have a better chance at a good job and greater prospects than Brockton Bay, but I'd been more of following in Mom's footsteps. For someone who had powers, I could imagine it being hard to hang up your mask, ignore all the people who needed help and take the money to study something else. It wasn't just the angle of morals and guilty, either. The Protectorate probably had to pay its heroes well to compete with the more lucrative option of a life of crime, and given how much distraction you got in patrols outside of school hours, I wouldn't have been surprised if the ward's grades were less stellar than they otherwise would have been. As Shadow Stalker said, how could you focus on homework when innocent people were suffering? A true hero wouldn't. Doesn't mean I won't catch shit from Piggott and Miss Militia, Shadow Stalker said. Always going on about my future and shit. I can't tell if they're lying on purpose or not. She grunted. Miss Militia, anyway. Sometimes I think she convinces herself that there'll be something after the wards. You don't think it'll ever end? What? Villains? They've existed since time began. You could get rid of the Endbringers and every A and S class threat on the planet and it wouldn't stop people with powers thinking how they can make more money by stealing it than earning it. There'll always be a need for wards and heroes. That's just the way things are. This is going to be my career. It's not like my future will be ruined if I drop out. That was all well and good for her, but it wasn't going to help me when I convinced everyone I was normal. I mean, that was going to happen sooner or later. They couldn't continuously mistake my actions, and even my defeats, as being a result of a parahuman power. They just couldn't. Right? The door opened again and two people came in, one of them complaining much more than the other. Lisa was waving her hands about angrily. It's not my fault I can't pull the meaning of life out my ass. I can't triangulate Coil's base of operations from a few phone calls and a scrap of paper dropped by Trickster. I have to have something to work with. I don't. Oracle said. I guess I'm just a better thinker. Well, goody for you. At least I can hear questions without leaping into percentages. Hey. I called out with a harsh frown. I was unmasked so she could see it. Don't belittle Oracle for something she can't help. That's like insulting someone for being disabled. It's not. Oh, screw it. Lisa dragged herself over the sofa and sat next to me, much to my displeasure. Long is after the travelers for you. You know. Piggott no, Arms Master told you. And you went on foe? You don't have to be a precog to guess that would be a bad idea. There's an 89% everyone here will stand up for you, saying confirmation fell and hit her head if you smack her. Dinah said quietly. When everyone turned to stare at her, she added, just saying. Oi. 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 Lisa growled. Don't go using precog powers to plot abuse against me. Christ, working with you is worse than with all the undersiders. At least over there, they knew to listen to what I said and trust my powers. How did that go for them? Shadow Stalker asked. They only got caught after I did. I kept them out of your hands for ages. Except that one time you shot Gru. Yet. Shadow Stalker had a pleased note to her voice rather than the angry or panicked Lisa was probably aiming for. I remember that. Good times. Dinah had come around and was staring at the spot beside Shadow Stalker. The ward moved her feet so she could sit down. You, sell questions or anything? Officially, I do not. Unofficially. I like chocolate with caramel. I'll buy you one of those big ass bars if you lend me an answer. Are you really trying to bribe Oracle? I asked. This feels unethical. I'm giving chocolate to a child while also fostering inter-team relations. Shadow Stalker said. PR love that shit. This is practically public outreach. Right, Oracle? There is a 6% chance Director Piggott would agree with you. Dinah said. But a 100% chance I won't tell her, she added impishly. Ask your question. Cool. What are the chances my bitch-ass friend stops getting on my ass about interfering with the person she likes? Do I have to be more specific than that? 11% chance. Dinah answered. And no, my power figured out who you meant. Probably because she only has one friend. Confirmation said. Shadow Stalker gave her the middle finger. 11%? That's it. Ugh. I was hoping I might have been able to beat the stupid out of her. You can't beat the idiot out of a person. We won't know for sure until Bakuda wakes up. Dinah said. Not you as well. I groaned. It was one time, guys. One time. Would you like the odds of there being a second time? No. I'll buy that. Lisa said. Chocolate. From you I want $1,000. What the fuck? Lisa cried. I'm your teammate too. You're annoying. Shadow Stalker said. You worked for Coil who tried to kidnap me because of a distraction you caused. Dinah said. But also, yes, you're annoying. And I can't eat that much chocolate. How about a compromise? Lisa offered. You can have my desserts in the cafeteria for, let's say a month. 2 months. Fine, you little sugar fiend. Lisa growled as Shadow Stalker laughed and even I cracked a smile. Let's see. Okay. What are the odds that Denial will be forced to take a chair to an AORS class threat within the next 3 months? AORS. Shadow Stalker balked and made a motion to throw the kin at Lisa's head. Are you freaking? 92%. Dinah answered. Silence. Dreaded silence. Well. Shadow Stalker said. Shit. Think we should tell Piggott this? I asked weakly. Yet. Lisa pushed herself up. Yet, my power is telling me we'll be in a shit heap of trouble if we don't. Thinker 10,000 everybody, Shadow Stalker growled sarcastically. How many AORS class threats are there anyway? Can we narrow it down? Nilbogue, Sleeper, the Slaughterhouse 9, the Endbringers. I mean, Hitting a sleeping guy doesn't sound hard. I offered pathetically. And it could be A-class, right? Sure. The 3 blasphemies, the fallen. Take your pick. I chose Director Pigott. And unsurprisingly, she was less than thrilled with the news. Denial. 4.7. Despite our warning delivered to Director Pigott and despite a fierce dressing down and what essentially amounted to house arrest for me to the HQ no different from before, not much changed in the bay from Dinah's warnings. Actually, that was wrong. A lot changed. Sort of. It was hard to explain, but I got a good outside view of it from my time working on the console and hearing about how mind-numbingly boring the patrol routes for the other wards had been as of late. Shadow Stalker complained the most, but Vista was a close second. I thought the two could like one another if they weren't constantly at odds. Of course, I wisely kept that very controversial opinion to myself. The strange sensation that was gripping Brockton Bay was called peace. While Lung and Oni Lee were on the warpath and looking to provide an ass-whooping to the travelers that would make the Slaughterhouse 9 green with envy, the travelers were showing remarkable practicality for villains and keeping well out of sight. No one had so much as heard of them drawing breath, and the one occasion of a street magician in a top hat being abducted and later unabducted by the ABB didn't count. The Empire on the other hand might as well have evaporated. Did Nazis evaporate? There had been neither sight nor sound of their capes for the last week and it had everyone in the PRT nervous. I got to see that from my new front row seat as officers twitched and jumped at the slightest sound and Dauntless and Triumph stalked the corridors as if they expected Kaiser to attack at any moment. The leading theory from Director Pigott was that they were backing off to lick their wounds after the loss of Hook Wolf, assess their numbers, up recruitment, and avoid any major conflicts. Arms Master believed they were planning something big and had all hands on deck while they were at that. Lisa thought they were terrified of me and in hiding while they tried to decide what to do about me. I knew which my money was on. So, with the Empire licking their wounds and the ABB on the manhunt and Coyle and his lot staying low to avoid the ABB, things in Brockton Bay were remarkably peaceful. Too peaceful. It felt wrong. Pedestrians had started moving quicker from A to B and looking around anxiously as if waiting for the Parahuman shoe to drop. News reporters stared blankly at the screens in the evening, for once having nothing to report on other than Oni Lee stopping for an ice cream apparently. His favorite flavor was vanilla. Proof if anyone needed any that he was an amoral psychopath. It had gotten so bad that when Clock Blocker eventually did find a TV store being robbed by the merchants, he sounded almost too relieved. Oh, thank God for the merchants, he said. At least you can count on them. Yes, the last week or so had been a PRT campaign against the merchants. Or, as Assault put it, against the only people we could find actually committing any crimes. So far there had been 27 arrests of gang members, 1 destroyed vehicle from Squealer and an encounter with Skidmark and Mush that ended up with them engaging Vista and Gallant, and then engaging the nearby walls, some trees, and some garbage cans while screaming about how the triumvirate had come for them. Pigott later found out from a captured merchant that their latest batch had some mild hallucinogenic side effects. Mild? My ass. I'm sure his explanation was more colorful than that as well, but I only got it secondhand from Miss Militia. Other than that, and the shipping off of the 3 members of the Undersiders, the only other thing that happened during the week was that we almost got a new ward until the girl failed preliminary power demonstration and was found to be a normal girl trying to sneak her way into the wards. It never got to the point we met her, of course. That was what preliminary testing was for, so the girl was let off with stern warnings and a call to her parents. I was surprised the punishment was so low, but Miss Militia explained that it was bad optics to criminalese idiots for being Cape groupies. If they didn't breach anyone's identity and were caught early enough and without any problems coming from it, they'd be let off with warnings. After being logged, identified, and given security checks, of course. Masters existed and so did Cymerg victims. As days went by without me being killed or hurt, Dad relented on his ideas of forcing the PRT to create an entirely new structure just to accommodate me and went back to his daily grind of trying and failing to generate work for the dock workers. It wasn't his fault, of course. Leviathan had left shipping in a bad spot even before the boat graveyard caused blockages here, and who wanted to ship goods through the neo-Nazi capital when Boston wasn't much further down the coast. At least there you could pay the ambassadors for safe passage and your skin pigment of lack of Asian ancestors wouldn't get you killed. I'd long since imagined that if Dad would just up and move, he could find work elsewhere and probably flourish, but I understood that it was hard to uproot after he and Mom made a life here. It would have felt too much like running away. Things were getting better. And then, with a low whining alarm within the HQ, things got much, much worse. I didn't recognize it at first. I was in the cafeteria eating lunch with Dinah and Triumph when it went off, and though Dinah and I looked around curiously, everyone else had gone as stiff as wooden posts. Blood fled from faces as people looked pale and clutched to walls, tables or other people for support. What's happening? I asked. Endbringer. Triumph whispered. What? I felt faint myself now, robbed of all energy and unable to surge out my chair like I wanted to. For a moment, I didn't believe it. That's not the siren, I said. I've heard the drills. That's not what they sound like. You've heard the drills for them coming here, he explained, pushing up to his own feet and scraping the chair away. This is the alarm for when it's hitting somewhere else. I have to go. He was already moving, jogging past us. Go to the common rooms. Someone will come for you. I was out my depth. I knew I was. In that moment of complete panic and fear, I took a strange comfort in offloading my feelings onto Dinah, pushing them aside and telling myself I was the older girl here and had to look after her. Come on, I told her, pulling her out her seat and ushering her away. Battery and Assault sprinted past us at breakneck speed. Let's do what they say. It'll be all right, Oracle. It'll be okay. I wasn't sure if she knew I was saying it as much for myself as for her, but she stayed quiet and let me steer her and myself to the ward's common room where everyone was already either waiting, arriving, or getting into costume. No one looked excited. Half of them looked physically ill. I'm going. Missy said. You're absolutely not. Carlos replied. You don't have parental permission. No one is going without it. You're going. She accused him. I'm a brute. If anyone here can take a hit, I can. The door slammed open and Miss Militia was there, the visible portions of her face stretched taut. Before anyone could say a word, she spoke over us. Leviathan is hitting Boston. The gasp spread around the room. So close. It was a stone's throw away. Evacuations have already begun and Protectorate and PRT forces are en route. Who here has permission to attend and wishes to? Please think carefully about this. An Endbringer fight is not glorious. It is not your duty. It is a horrible slog and a painful experience that changes hero and villain alike. Aegis stepped up. He looked so courageous then, so strong and resolute. I am, ma'am. I'm going. Shadowstalker echoed. I've got permission. It was only the two of them. I wasn't sure if the rest were kept back because their parents wouldn't allow it or because they didn't feel confident. If Leviathan were hitting Brockton Bay, I was sure things would be different. The two wards were led away by Miss Militia, and then Deputy Director Rennick came down and requested Oracle and Confirmation make themselves available to join collaborative thinker efforts. He explained it would be using televised views of the battle and they would be on limited comms with Think Tank. Nowhere near the action otherwise. The two left with him and then it was just the few of us remaining. Missy howled angrily and dropped onto one of the seats. I can't believe they won't let us go. I can. Dennis said. It's Leviathan. They're not taking us seriously. I think they're taking an Endbringer very seriously, Dean replied. What are we going to do to it, Missy? You can't stop its waves and I can't make it so happy it stops attacking. To even try and get Dennis close is a suicide mission. About the only one who could even be of use here is Chris with his alternator cannon. Arms Master is taking it to try, Chris said. He sounded less unhappy about the fact and more relieved it wouldn't have to be him. I didn't blame him. I'll get a report on it later. It's finished I hope. I don't know if it'll make a difference. All you can do is try, buddy. Dennis said. You're doing more than us. My phone went off angrily at that moment and I flinched as everyone's eyes were on me. Pulling it out I saw Dad calling, showed it as a silent apology and stood up and moved to the edge of the room where I wouldn't disturb them. The others were crowding around a radio that would play the comms from the fight. It wouldn't be starting yet but it wouldn't be long now. I clicked the green telephone button on my cell phone and held it to my ear. Big mistake. Taylor. Arg. Yanking it away, I waved an apology for the others looking my way and said, Dad, please. I'm right here. There's no need to. Leviathan. He gasped. The Endbringer. I know. It's Boston. You're not going. I can. No, Taylor. He shouted over me. I refuse to let you do this. I'm not. I can't lose you. He croaked, going straight from anger to guilt trip at the drop of a hat. Taylor, please, you're all I have left. I can't lose you too. Dad, you're not losing me. I'm not. I'm your father. Dad. I didn't give permission. They can't. Dad. I roared into the receiver. If he wouldn't listen, I was going to have to shout over him and to hell with everyone watching in various stages of shock. Listen to me. I am not going to Boston. I am not fighting the Endbringer. There were a long few moments of silence during which I feared I'd broken him, and then a quiet, you're not. Of course I'm not going. I said, half exasperated but mostly just relieved he'd stopped shouting and started listening. I'm a ward, I don't have your permission and unless you forget I don't have powers. What am I going to do, hit it with a chair? No. No, of course not. He paused to laugh, half hysterical and half relieved. I'm sorry. I lost my mind a bit there. Of course you wouldn't go. You're not. I'm sorry, he said again. I just heard the alarms, tuned into the radio and found out it wasn't a drill. So much has been happening lately. Lung, Hook Wolf, the Travelers, and this Coil person. It just didn't cross my mind you wouldn't be fighting Leviathan. I know, Dad. It's the Bay that's crazy, though. Not me. What are you doing then? I'm staying in HQ and the wards and I are listening in. Dad, I have to go. I told him. The fight is starting soon and it's not far for me to be talking when, you know. I understand. I love you, Taylor. I love you too, Dad. Dash. Leviathan had been detected coming from some distance through means I didn't know or have access to thinkers, probably, or maybe watching water and wave patterns. The result was that the PRT and Protectorate heroes had more time to prepare and teleport in. Our device was linked into the armbands, though we had no way of speaking out so we couldn't interrupt anyone, and of course the signal wasn't going to be guaranteed as the fight went on. I caught the tail end of Legend's speech and wondered to myself how it could be both so inspiring and so dooming at the same time. I felt like I was ready to fight and ready to crawl into a ball and die at the same time, and I wasn't even there. I couldn't imagine the bravery required to be there. Well, maybe if I had powers, I would feel brave enough to step up. It might be different if I could make a difference. As I was, I tried not to feel guilty and I felt I shouldn't feel guilty, and yet I did. Emotions didn't make sense like that. I was a normal girl and could do no more than any PRT officer. They could do more in fact by virtue of being both trained for this and equipped with actual gear and weapons. That didn't stop me feeling bad for sitting here safe and sound any more than it stopped Chris, Dean, Dennis, or Missy feeling the same way. We were all of us quiet and afraid, clutching armrests and tapping out feet on the floor in agitation. It's starting. Dennis whispered. Tidal wave incoming. A voice I had been told was dragons spoke out. Striking buttress at C5. Second tidal wave expected at E5 in 35 seconds. Brace. A list of names was read out soon after the second tidal wave, some down and others dead, and we waited with bated breath, terrified to hear one of our own among the number. That we heaved simultaneous sighs of relief at other people dying made me feel sick. This was what Endbringer fights were. They were evil, horrible things. The door to the common room opened suddenly. I looked up, expecting Lisa or Dinah, but instead found myself looking at a PRT officer in full uniform. One that had been left behind. She had pale skin and black hair falling down the sides of her face, wavy in places and curly in others. Her eyes found me instantly, ignoring everyone else as she strode into the room. Director Piggott needs denial, she said in a flat voice. Lima Charlie Sigma Foxtrot. It was today's code. Dennis, who had only been paying the vaguest attention, nodded and turned back to the radio while the others hardly reacted at all. I stood and made my way over, wondering what it was Director Piggott wanted of me. The woman turned, indicated for me to follow and led me toward the elevator. Door, she said. Door? Well, yes, I suppose it was, but it was more of an elevator. To Boston. The world fell out from under me. I shrieked as I dropped, and I heard the ward suddenly cry my name. It didn't matter. I dropped all of 5 feet and landed with a splash in waist-deep water, submerging myself for a moment before scrambling and swimming my way back to the surface in time to see some flickering edges of light disappear in the air above me. Sirens were wailing all around me. The world was a roar of hot fire, gouts of steam and the shouts, screams and furious cries of hundreds of heroes zipping about overhead. In the distance, maybe half a kilometer away, I could see the impossible form of Leviathan among the buildings, smashing one aside as he chased after a flyer. I felt I could be forgiven for screaming. Denial. 4.8. Once when I was younger, I'd gotten separated from mom and dad in a supermarket. Like any young child, I forgot best advice and started asking random strangers for help and was very fortunate that someone had taken pity on me and led me to the front desk so someone could ask over the speakers for my parents to come find me. The correct advice, or the advice I heard most often in that situation, was to stay where I was and not go with anyone. That way, my parents could come find me. You got a lot of strange advice like that in your life. Stay still and don't talk to anyone when you're young, but don't stay still and do talk to someone when you're older. It's probably because you're less kidnappable or something, but the point is I had a strong understanding on what I was supposed to do in most situations, but nowhere in all my years had I been given any advice on what I was to do if I was teleported within range of an Endbringer while it was destroying a city. Funny, that. Don't panic, I told myself, panicking despite my very clear words to the contrary. Damn my sensible brain and its very rational terror. Think, Taylor. Think. Shelter. I have to get to an Endbringer shelter. I looked around, taking in the dirty water that was rising up to my hips and realized something so painfully obvious and yet also terrifying. I don't know where Boston's Endbringer shelters are. Brockton Bay, I could do. I didn't know where they all were but I knew enough and how to read the signs in an emergency. We'd done drills in school when I was younger. Here, I had nothing to work with, and Leviathan had already done enough infrastructure damage to take down the sirens and any signs that would have pointed me in the right direction. Lacking any clear idea of which way to go for a shelter, I picked what I believed to be the best direction. The one opposite from where Leviathan currently was. Yab. The brave Denial was bravely running away. Or waiting. Sloshing, really. My knees didn't even come out the water as I walked and I had to swing my arms for balance. I was a pretty decent swimmer but didn't like the idea of swimming with Leviathan around. Actually, I didn't like the idea of being submerged in water around a hydrokinetic at all and took the first chance I had to drag myself out and onto a collection of rubble and debris from a destroyed house. It was tall enough to bring me onto dry land, but probably wouldn't be tall enough to help me survive a tidal wave. And those were common during this fight, weren't they? Fuck me. If I was meant to be here, I'd have had one of those communication bracelets. I wasn't and didn't have one. The grim thought of looting one off a dead body came to me but I hadn't seen any and realized that the reason why was probably because they'd been buried and submerged, or that they'd been eviscerated so thoroughly that no body remained. Lovely. Way to keep my spirits up. I was definitely feeling less like a glass half full woman and more of them my glass has overflown because of a freaking Endbringer variety. Which was to say I was in a pessimistic state of mind. Very pessimistic. At least they'll know I didn't have powers when they find my dead body, I grumbled as I crawled over the rubble and away. Oh, who am I kidding, capes die here all the time. They'll say I had a mover rating and teleport here to fight and died like a true hero. Stupid, parahuman elitist idiots with their stupid no human could possibly do this bullshit. I was ranting. I think the ranting helped keep me moving and stopped me just collapsing on the spot and crying until Leviathan drowned me. I was angry enough to survive this, escape, Find the one who took me here and curb stomp them. Or worse, I'd drag them back so that Director Piggott could have them. There wouldn't be anything left of them after that. The battle raged on behind me with the most horrible sounds and I forced myself not to turn and look. People were dying and this was no game. I was kind of glad I didn't have an armband to belt out casualties and leave me feeling even more miserable, though knowing about the wave before it hit me would have helped. The water slammed into my back and tore me off my stable platform, hurtling me into the drink. I opened my mouth to scream, swallowed water and wondered if this was how I died. And then I broke the surface again, gasping air and spitting water. It had just been a smaller wave from Leviathan jumping around and causing ripples. If it had been a tidal wave, well, I wouldn't be around to feel bad about it. I was now chest deep in the water, however, and that wasn't a fun feeling. On the bright side, it turned out my skin-tight Under Armour was in fact waterproof. It was nice to know Dad's taxes were being used properly. Swimming over to a new stretch of rubble, I dragged my wet carcass out the water and collapsed on my back, panting to catch my breath. Though I didn't mean to, it left me facing Leviathan again, thankfully a good distance away. I could see the heroes zooming around in the air like fighter planes. It was strange how small he was. It was a stupid thought and one that made me giggle, but with how terrible the Endbringers were I expected something along the lines of Godzilla. Leviathan was small enough that he moved between buildings and skyscrapers, gripping the tops of houses but otherwise not being all that gargantuan. No less scary, though. I got the first glimpse of its well-documented but not often recorded water echo, the strange, after-image ability that looked like a second Leviathan took the place of the first when it moved. The result was dizzying, leaving my head spinning until my eyes caught up and dismissed the fake. He was fast. So fast that when he leapt at a group of heroes and slashed one of his hands down, I almost missed it. I wished I had. I couldn't see the blood from here but I could see shapes drop like flies and knew that a whole bunch of people had just died. That was my cue to stop sitting round waiting for a tidal wave and get the hell out of there. I turned and crawled over the wreckage, only to gasp as a dark shape floated face down past me. Her dark armor was soaked through and the crossbow floating at her side marked her to me. Stalker. There was no time to think. I dove off the rubble and hit the water before I even thought about how shallow it might not be. Luckily, I didn't strike anything and knock myself out, instead cutting through the water and swimming toward her breaststroke. Blur blue. My face broke the surface. I could just make her out ahead of me. Stalker. Stalker. I reached her, flipped her over and didn't even bother to check. Instead, I did what I'd seen a lifeguard show off in summer camp once and swam backward with Shadow Stalker held against my chest also on her back. That would keep her face out the water and I could hold her up. Kicking my legs, I was able to drag her back to the rubble, where I then struggled to haul her out and onto dry land. Her crossbow came with her, linked to her wrist by some metal cord. Gasping for air, I let her go, confident she wouldn't slip back into the water, and then knelt next to her. Shadow Stalker, are you? Then I really took notice of her. You're not Shadow Stalker. In my wet, exhausted and panicked state, the first thing I thought was that someone was going to have to file for copyright infringement. Oh sure, the armor was technically purple instead of black, but it was a dark shade of purple and they were pretty much using the same weapon. There were enough differences for me to know it wasn't Shadow Stalker however, including the mask, which was only a visor and revealed the girl's lower face to me. I snapped out my funk and quickly checked her pulse, then held my cheek to her lips. Her heart was beating and she was breathing, albeit weakly. Alive. For now. I can't help you. I told her. You're the hero. Or villain, but it didn't feel like it mattered against an Endbringer. I don't even have powers. What am I supposed to do? I was just a normal girl. I had to get out of here. Escape while I could. But I couldn't leave her behind, could I? The next wave would kill her. If she was unconscious, she'd be drowned by it and if I survived then I'd have that weighing on my shoulders for the rest of my life. I clenched my hands tight and groaned unhappily, but Mom hadn't raised someone who would abandon a person in their hour of need. With another groan, and then a huff, I started to drag her back to the water and slowly stepped into it, hoisting her against my chest and holding an arm around her neck and under her chin so I could keep her mouth and nose above water. You're lucky I'm a soft cell, I told her. And I'm lucky you're so light. Might be harder if you were Kaiser. Would I have saved Kaiser? I wanted to say yes, but I think the answer would have been no. It wasn't that I was evil but it would have been all too easy to look at a man encased in metal and decide it was too hard to save him. I wouldn't have stabbed him myself to finish him off, but I'd have left him behind and not felt quite so guilty for it later. As I dragged the girl through the water walking most of the time, but swimming when it got too deep I was forced to look back and see Leviathan face off against everyone. He was moving quickly, slicing through people in the air and hurtling great blasts of water at buildings. The rain had grown in intensity, now striking down so hard it stung where it hit my face. It probably wouldn't be much longer until another wave hit, and I found myself looking around for a solution. I wasn't going to make it out the city at the rate we were going. We needed somewhere to shelter. It turned out my new friend had one of the armbands. I could hear its muffled voice beneath the water but couldn't make out what it was saying. Could I ask it for help, or would everyone be too busy? How would I even tell it where I was when I didn't know where I was? In lieu of a good answer, I just kept going, wading through the water and dragging her with me. When the armband made an aggressively loud ping, however, I stopped. Tidal wave inbound, the garbled voice said much louder than before, loud enough to hear even though her arm was underwater. Find cover. Find cover where? I shouted back. Be more specific. No answer. Of course there wasn't. I was out of time and out of options, so I dragged myself and the girl to the closest building. It was a shop of sorts, the glass long since shattered and the windows open. The shop was flooded as well. The building was solid and in one piece however, and it hopefully do something to protect us. I dragged her toward and up the partially submerged staircase at the back, bracing us both against a locked door to the shop's living area above the store. The owners had taken the time to lock up before leaving, the absolute bastards. I laid her against it and then braced myself against her, the two of us huddled against the wooden door as a terrible roaring sound grew ever closer. The tidal wave hit and washed over us with the most horrible sound. The shop windows burst inward and water filled the room, but miraculously enough it didn't fill so much as to drown us. The water rose to my chest, uncomfortably high considering we were at the top of a staircase, but then the tidal wave rushed on, smashing into other buildings and carrying past, and then the water that had flooded in began to drain again as the new sea level stabilized. We had survived by the virtue of a small pocket of air and the good construction of this place that left it standing. Pure luck, basically. Tidal wave receding. Casualties updating. Please wait. Yeah, no, I told the armband. I think I'm going to try and get us out of here as fast as I possibly can. The roof exploded. The wall, too, but it was the roof I was most concerned about as a green, scaly body slammed into and through the building like it was made of children's building blocks. The living area we'd been locked out of was gone, and maybe I owed a little more thanks to the people locking the door, because if we'd been in there then we would be dead. I screamed anyway. I mean, of course I did. This was Leviathan. It was an Endbringer. I was close enough to an Endbringer that had I a chair, I could have fulfilled Dinah's shitty prophecy. I did not have a chair. I had an unconscious girl and a crossbow. Without thinking, and if I had then I wouldn't have done it at all, I aimed the thing and pulled the trigger. A bolt flew out, thin and needle-like, and struck Leviathan's left rear leg pretty much right in its rear end. I'd have loved to say it sank deep, drove it back or did anything at all, but the thing just sort of thudded into its body and hung there. The Endbringer didn't even notice, not even when I kept pulling the auto-loading crossbow until I'd shot 7 or 8 needles into its hide. Leviathan was too busy with Alexandria, and I was too busy urinating myself to feel any of the awe I might otherwise have at her appearance. The brute struck Leviathan hard enough that it fell back, tearing its body out the building and leaving a huge gaping hole in the side. Bricks dropped into the water and splashed below as Eidolon and Legend flew above, lasers crisscrossing through the air and incredible powers warping space and reality bursting against Leviathan's body. So much power, so much strength, and the creature didn't appear to care. It lashed out and batted Alexandria away like a hockey puck. All the while, that stupid armband kept listing casualties from the earlier tidal wave. Manpower deceased, Fenja deceased, Menja deceased, Toffee Lord deceased. How is that a name? I groaned. And how am I still alive? More heroes came above and overhead in pursuit of Leviathan, and though I shouted as loudly as I could to get their attention, Leviathan was louder. Or the battle surrounding him was. The noise of the blasters shooting, Tinkers unloading their weaponry and then the broken bodies of brutes being smashed around was deafening and continued on as I did my best to huddle and keep the poor girl and myself alive. Walking away now wasn't an option. We were close enough to Leviathan I could see him through the crack in the wall. I could have shot him too, for all the good that had done. Who brings a crossbow to an Endbringer fight? I asked the unconscious girl. I mean, okay, Shadow Stalker would, but who brings it and thinks it's a good idea? Why are you even here at all? I'm powerless, but you're no better if your answer to crime is shooting it in the face. Leviathan is retreating, the armband announced. He was? I gasped in raw joy and twisted over to watch. Sure enough, the creature was bounding away at incredible speed, and the triumvirate were floating by. The armband crackled. Priority message from Alexandria. Even now, she sounded firm and authoritative. Do not pursue Leviathan. I repeat, do not pursue and risk further casualties. The relief hit me hard. Harder than anything I'd ever felt before. I didn't so much collapse as melt, limbs splaying out around the other girls as I became one with the floorboards. I'd done well, no, I hadn't done anything. I'd less survived and more been spared by the monster. And even then, only because I was too insignificant to notice attacking it. Someone floated above the action, hanging in the air. Someone I recognized. Aegis. I screamed, waving my arm hopefully. Aegis. He heard me, or someone calling him, and looked around. Down here. I had him. Aegis looked down and though I couldn't see his face, I could almost sense his surprise from how he dipped in the air, practically free falling until he caught himself, and then he was zipping down through the ruined roof to hover above us. I giggled helplessly. Hi. Denial. His voice was hoarse. Exhaustion or shock, I couldn't tell which. He looked awful, like he'd been used as a chew toy by an Endbringer, that was probably a little too close to reality to be funny. Denial, what? But you didn't have permission and I know we left you in Brockton. Someone kidnapped me. Teleport me here. His face registered absolute shock and horror. That would be a breach of the Endbringer truce. He licked his lips and asked, who? Was it Trickster? It was a woman. I didn't say no because I didn't know the rest of the Traveler's powers. Maybe they had someone who could change his appearance. I know as much as you. I was tossed out in the water and left to die. It felt like an assassination attempt now, which made me suspect Coil from what little I knew of him. I found this girl. I hefted her. Shadow Stalker's ripoff. Can I keep her? That's Flechette. She's a ward from New York. Cool. Aegis looked carefully at me. Are you alright? You sound. Aegis, I'll level with you. I am so high on adrenaline right now that we could bottle it and bankrupt the merchants in a week. I just survived an Endbringer with no powers and I even shot it in the ass. I'm beyond caring and beyond rational thought. Also, my legs aren't working and I've peed myself. I held my hands out like a baby. Carry me. Aegis looked so very lost but he did swoop down to pick us up. At least I'd managed to keep Purple Stalker alive. Interlude. Arms Master. Colin hated Endbringer fights and he hated the aftermath more than anything else, but never in his life had he felt such incandescent rage, such overpowering fury, that he wanted to march out into the city and find the first villain he could and arrest them with unnecessary force. Dimly, he noted it shouldn't be skid marked to avoid a PR incident. He was sure no one would care if it was a Nazi. Alabaster would be best, because he could recover from the absolute slaughter Colin wanted to commit, and he could argue it had been justified in the moment. Oh wait, Director Piggott was calling for his attention. Yes ma'am. Where have you been the last minute? She snapped. This is an important meeting. I apologize. I was angry. We're all of us angry, she said, gesturing around the meeting room. Sure enough, every Protectorate hero barring Velocity alive, thankfully, but injured was there and bristling. Denial was not, being looked over by the wards and with strict instructions for them to arrest any PRT officer who tried to go near her. I was asking you if you've managed to isolate the footage of our intruder. I'm afraid the footage for that moment, spanning 92 seconds, has been corrupted. It's static that resumes after they have disappeared. The timing is too perfect to be an accident and speaks of Tinker or Thinker support. So, we have someone or several someones who could not only infiltrate HQ and access our codes for the day, but who would do so during an Endbringer attack no less. They have access to our systems enough to hack our cameras and access to a cape, or capes, that include a teleporting mover power not dissimilar to Strider, who we all know was accounted for at the time of the incident. Piggott crossed her arms and said, do I have to say it or are we all basically assuming it's Coil at this point? I mean, I sure was. Assault said. Pretty much. Dauntless said. Battery chimed in. He hacked our systems before and has targeted Denial in the past. It fits his MO. Travelers have a mover power and are said to have a member who is never seen. With a name like Travelers, and the fact they move from place to place. Miss Militia shrugged one shoulder. I don't want to make assumptions but the Empire lacked the capes and wouldn't risk their reputation like this. ONI Lee doesn't have a range that Great and Lung has been seen as trying to defend Denial in the past. As for Skidmark, we'd all be surprised if he even noticed the sirens. Piggott finished. Yes. I think we can safely assume the merchants had no part in this. Luckily, Rebecca Costa Brown has offered us all resources in locating the one responsible. I've had messages of support from Legend and Alexandria as well. Arms Master didn't doubt it. He'd been there at the end of the battle, shocked himself to see Denial and initially feeling anger surge up on him at the thought that she had come along against orders. Luckily, Aegis had explained before Arms Master could make a fool of himself. He'd still felt oddly protective afterwards and had stayed with her while Legend questioned her, hovering around and tending to her personally. To call Legend angry when he heard of someone who could open up portals and had dumped her in the middle of the battle would be an understatement. Legend had been furious. The man had bristled and shook with rage, floating off the floor and sparking with such power that even Denial had looked alarmed. He'd noticed and toned down after, taking Denial's hand and promising that he would do all in his power to get to the bottom of this. Alexandria had seemed far less fazed but then the woman was ever focused on the more professional side of things. Arms Master had noticed the rather tense exchange between her and Legend after but wrote it off as him calling on the Triumvirate to get to the bottom of this. Breaking an Endbringer truce was a big deal after all. For now, Denial was back and under the care of her fellow wards, who had naturally taken the ordeal quite badly. Vista was convinced it was somehow her fault, Gallant thought he should have had the presence of mind to sense the intruder's intent and Clock Blocker regretted that he couldn't freeze her in time. Understandable concerns but unrealistic in the heat of the moment when faced with a threat you had been indoctrinated to believe could not, or would not, happen during an Endbringer fight. For now, we prioritize Coil. Piggott said. Oracle can't precog an event that has already happened obviously, but confirmation was quick to assure us this was something her former employer would do and suggested we take him out as soon as we can. Maximum prejudice. This is the thinker one with the unhealthy obsession with seeing Coil killed, right? Assault asked. Yes, she's biased as all heck and we know it, but since we've already crossed out most other suspects, and since we need to arrest Coil for what he pulled at the Fosberg anyway, it doesn't matter. The days after a truce are usually peaceful. We'll use this time to track Coil down. And we'll need to. She added, because I expect things are about to get much worse for us. How much worse? Battery asked. Regional directors believe Boston to be unsalvageable and have asked local towns and cities to take on refugees. Despite our own problems, we'll be accepting a few of our own. Sadly, Think Tank believes that we might have refugee criminals as well, and that given the Teeth have a history with Brockton Bay, that the Butcher may well be returning. Groans. Swearing. Arms Master could understand it. Few capes were as reviled as the Butcher, because even monsters like Jack Slash could theoretically be killed and dealt with. The Butcher could not. Question. Assault raised his hand. Did Denial hit Leviathan with a chair? Was that an attempt at a crass joke? Piggott snapped. I'll have your pay docked if it was. Your timing is atrocious. No. I'm asking because of Oracle's prediction. If she'd hit Leviathan then we could cross the take a chair to an S or A class threat thing. Since she hasn't, and with the Butcher being an A class threat and all. He trailed off. As did everyone else. Fuck. Someone summarized. Colin was surprised to realize it was himself. Denial is to be kept away from the Butcher at all costs. Pickett all but screeched. Wait, what am I saying? All the wards are to be kept away from the Butcher at all costs. Damn it. We need more people. I'll send out a call for support. If we're going to take on our fair share of Boston's villains, I want our fair share of its heroes as well. In the meantime, focus on Coyle. If he isn't behind the abduction of Denial and the breaking of the Endbringer truce then we can at least cross a suspect off the list. If nothing else, we need to trim the villain population down before the teeth make it worse. I want Coyle found, strapped to a rocket and fired into space, the Cymurg be damned. That was good, Colin thought, because he wanted to find the one responsible and have a few words with him in private. Strong, forceful words. Contessa. The Triumvirate were always in a bad mood after an Endbringer fight, but this one, Contessa knew, would be so much worse. She could path Alexandria and Legend enough to get an idea how this was going to do, or she could path them once Leviathan retreated and no longer clouded her, but Eidolon remained the unknown. Like much of late, the headache laid firmly on the fault of a young girl without powers, though this one time it was not her fault specifically. Contessa heard Legend before she saw him. Sent a child into an Endbringer fight and broke the truce while you're at it. I don't care if it got results or if you thought it best, Rebecca, I care for the fact that with that one small action you might have undone a truce we've worked hard to establish. Save it for the meeting, Legend. Alexandria said. Contessa was already pathing her victory before they stepped in. When they did, and as Dr. Mother stiffened under Legend and Eidolon's incandescent glares, she made her move. This was not my idea and I did not want to do it. Alexandria and Dr. Mother forced my hand. Jaws dropped, perhaps because of how easily she'd thrown them under the bus or perhaps just at the fact she had. Contessa used the moment of shock to slip by a stunned Legend. I will leave you to your meeting and deciding who is at fault. Goodbye. Eidolon's hand gripped her shoulder. I think you should stay. Contessa's face remained neutral as she regarded the one man she could not predict nor path. Her perfect escape had been ruined because of him. He'd bought time for Legend to recover as well, though at least he was more focused on Alexandria and Dr. Mother now. Contessa sighed, tried to predict the best escape without the use of her powers and gave up and took her seat. There were times she felt blind around Eidolon and she did not like it. I'm not sure why I'm here either. Number Man said. He was intelligent enough to see the way this was going to go and to want to make a hasty exit. He was already halfway out his chair. I certainly wasn't involved in this. You're here for analytical input and to validate the results of our experiment. Dr. Mother said. Contessa did not need the path to victory to say that was a poor choice of words. Experiment. Legend boomed. He struck the table hard enough to make it jump. Is that what you call kidnapping a 15-year-old child and throwing them into an Endbringer battle without warning, direction, or even a means of communicating with us? An experiment. Rebecca, you okayed this. Alexandria remained resolute. I did. Why? It was Eidolon who asked. And I hope the next words out your mouth isn't that we've made sacrifices in the past and agreed to make more. I won't accept that for what was essentially an attempt at cold-bloodedly murdering a ward. He did not often side with Legend on these matters, but Endbringers had always been a contentious point for many capes, and Eidolon more than most. He took them personally, seeing himself as the strongest against them, and by the looks of it he had not taken Alexandria's underhanded efforts any better than Legend had. Contessa hadn't either, though her reasons had been far less to do with morals and far more to do with the time involved and the inevitability of this conflict now. It was all such a waste when Taylor Hebert hadn't even triggered. We needed to know if Flail to Victory had the same limitations as Contessa's path. Alexandria explained. It's been documented working on a number of powerful capes, including her anti-thinker power influencing Contessa, Tattletale, and even Coyle, but we have no idea if it can work on an Endbringer. We had to know for sure before we could decide whether to allocate resources to grooming her. Can we please use another word when talking about a child? Legend complained. I understand we're an ominous shadowy government conspiracy, but we don't have to lean into it so blatantly. And you wanted to test her by sacrificing her to Leviathan. You could have had her in the support teams where it would be safer. Her power is known to activate when her life is in danger. Simply placing her in support wouldn't have activated it because there would be no need. We needed to see it up close. I can see the logic there, Eidolon admitted, but her power limitations are not the issue we're contending with. Wanting to test capes against Endbringers is something we do all the time. Kidnapping them and forcefully dropping them into the killing zone is not. He slammed his hand on the table in a rather pointless display of dominance or temper. It's your actions and methods that have crossed the line. Are we that desperate that we can't wait a few years for her to join the Protectorate? Dr. Mother was the one to speak. Denial will not join the Protectorate nor ever attend an Endbringer battle. Absolute silence. Legend, Eidolon, and the Number Man's heads all swiveled to her. What? Eidolon choked out. Contessa. The focus was back on her. Wonderful. Contessa closed her eyes and gave the same answer she had to Alexandria and Dr. Mother days earlier when they had made this plan. The timing of the next attack had not been known obviously, but she'd been left with standing orders for when and where it did. Path to convincing Taylor Hebert to willingly join the Protectorate when she reaches 18 and volunteer for Endbringer battles. Tens of thousands of steps, many of them in direct opposition with the projected path to victory and many requiring great losses or close to impossible effort on our parts. It was such a stupid path because of the willing aspect. Sometimes people conflated her power with an I win button, and it was, but victory was not always so simple and her power would give her exactly what she wanted, even if that meant a convoluted plan. If she asked it for a way to convince Lung to drop villainy and take up ballet, it would give her one, but it sure wouldn't be a short or easy thing. Sometimes the plans were so long-winded and so ridiculous as to be as good as impossible. Infeasible was perhaps a better term. There had been times where she wanted to win someone over to Cauldron and the plan literally involved seducing them into falling in love with her over months, marrying them and becoming a honey trap. Her power was strong but not directed, and she often had to trim down poor plans by adding things like time limits, caveats, and conditions. Usually, it was to add in the least amount of time possible or something similar to cut off any plans taking over a year. The path to convincing Taylor Hebert to willingly join was to convince her that she did in fact have a power basically, to get her to buy into her own hype. That would take years. It would take years of staging and faking fights, using doormaker portals to fire legend lasers and make Hebert believe they were her own. Months of having telekinetic capes convince Denial she could fly, of having psychologists working for them break down her resistance and fans feed her delusions. It would be the most ridiculous act of smoke and mirrors Cauldron had ever embarked on, and all to get an unpowered girl to show up and die against an Endbringer. Simply put, she could accomplish it, but it would be stupid. Legend went for the other option. You can't path her. I can path her. Contessa surprised herself with how quickly and sharply she answered that. Denial no, she couldn't even blame her. Cauldron had recently gained the dubious ability to annoy her so much her long-dormant emotions were coming back. It was not a good thing. And I can force her to join against her will, but that sours her relations with the Triumvirate drastically and it doesn't change the fact that she refuses to sign her name to join Endbringer fights. My power is working fine. I thought you couldn't path Endbringer fights. How can you tell if she'll show or not? I can path the acceptance form and Rhodas. Those are signed and agreed long before the Endbringers make an appearance and interfere with my power. Denial will never sign herself up and will never consider joining an Endbringer fight, laughing off all those who ask as being idiots. Which makes perfect sense since she has no powers and can contribute little to nothing in a fight. Her addition, of course, went ignored. There were times she wished she'd enacted the path to convincing Cauldron Denial has no powers and to hell with the 46,000 steps it would have taken. Some of those sacrifices would have been worth it, she was sure. Yes, it would have pushed the plan back weeks or even months with the sheer amount of work involved, but it would have been satisfying, damn it. She'll never join. Dolan, of course, couldn't comprehend that. He attended each and every one and appeared to have real difficulty understanding why others might not. He could understand the need to take a break, she assumed, but not that a cape would never show up at all. Not a heroic cape anyway. Why? What's holding her back? The fact she has no powers. Contessa repeated. Was I unclear? Was Denial unclear? Is any of this unclear? It's likely because she believes she has no powers as Contessa says. Alexandria said. That is a gross misrepresentation of what I just said. Whatever she believes, the fact remains that Denial will never join an Endbringer fight willingly. Perhaps that'll change if one attacks Brockton Bay, but we can neither predict nor orchestrate that, and I doubt any of us would want to even if we could. No one disagreed. Endbringers were not something they wanted to toy with. I asked Contessa to path a scenario in which we could test Denial's powers against an Endbringer via our usual methods and she came up blank. We then asked how we could force the issue via any method, and this is the result we came to. Even this was not 100% guaranteed, but previous paths implied Contessa could drop her through one of Doormaker's portals before her power could react. Incorrect. Contessa had informed them that Taylor Hebert would not be able to react because she had no powers with which to fight her. Not that she had wanted this, but Contessa didn't have much say when Dr. Mother and Alexandria made up their minds. And this is what she came up with? This was Contessa's grand plan. No. Contessa argued it was a pointless exercise and should be dropped in favor of literally anything else. I stand by my claims. Contessa said flatly. You are wasting your time on someone who is not a parahuman, and if she wasn't able to trigger from nearly being crushed by Leviathan, then I feel confident in saying she will not become one. Taylor Hebert is of no value. They ignored her. Or rather, Legend was too angry at what Alexandria had said to hear her. So, you forced her. You forced Contessa to aid you in this scheme. Legend surmised with an angry glare for Alexandria and Dr. Mother both. He was on the money. It hadn't taken much, Contessa would admit, and she supposed she could have outright refused, but morality was not her strongest virtue and though she had tried to spare Hebert the misery, she would not go out her way for someone who was unimportant to the path. Though she might have pitted Taylor Hebert in some small way, she was but one girl among billions, and taking time out the path to protect her wasn't worth the effort. Better to acquiesce, throw her at Leviathan and be done with the headache. It was times like this she wished she could predict Endbringers because it would have been nice to know getting rid of Hebert wasn't that simple, and that it would come back to bite her in the ass. Really, though, what unpowered person went and survived an Endbringer? Contessa sighed melodramatically. I'm no happier about what we decided than any of you. Alexandria argued. But I felt it had to be done, and I decided it was better to spare the two of you the pain. We needed a quick and dirty plan with as few failure points as possible so that neither the Endbringer nor Denial's powers could interfere. Anything more complex ran the risk of running headfirst into her powers. The problem is that denial's powers prevent her accepting what she is. Do they? Contessa droned. Do they really? And that means that, however brave she is, she would never attend an Endbringer fight because she would believe she has no place at one. Obviously, I could have waited until she was 18 to enact this, but there was always a chance that might be too late or that one of us might be dead, and kidnapping an adult cape to throw them in is no less a breach of the Endbringer truce. We also miss the chance to develop her into the strongest hero she can be if we wait. We took our time before with Manton and look where that led us. Things are getting worse. Earthbet is getting worse. Denial could become a part of the future triumvirate or whatever equivalent there will be. Cauldron was not formed with the intention of shying away from difficult decisions. Alexandria met their gazes. The three of us chose to make this one. The two of them chose it. Contessa added helpfully, pointing just in case Eidolon and Legend couldn't figure it out. The path suggested she smile innocently, and though the expression she managed was more grimace than smile, that seemed to work even better, convincing them she felt guilty about it. That was a net positive result. It's... Legend floundered for the words and Eidolon looked no better. They both hated Alexandria's explanation well, Legend did, and Contessa chose to assume it was the same from Eidolon since her power couldn't tell her. There has to have been some other way, he tried. Something that didn't involve this. We could have at least shadowed her. Did you have anyone there to make sure she was protected? Protecting her would have prevented this from being a controlled experiment. Dr. Mother said callously. Her power requires her to be in real danger. Dr. Mother would be in real danger if she kept talking like that, Contessa thought. So, she was alone and helpless. Eidolon slumped back with a hand to his helmet. He removed it after a moment's thought, pinched the bridge of his nose and rubbed at his eyes. I don't care if you say that was necessary or not, Rebecca, what you did goes far beyond necessary sacrifices. Throwing an untested girl with unpredictable powers against Leviathan is no different than what we plan to do against Scion with all the Case 53s in storage. Yes, and that's an end-of-world scenario. He argued. At that point we accept there's no point trying to hold to any morals. This was not that point. The most we stood to lose was Boston. The world would have survived that. Last I checked, Boston wasn't important or necessary for our plans anyway. Let's reserve the true horrors until we have no other choice. I'm going to suggest we move on from this. The number man received his fair share of angry expressions for that, though Contessa wished she could send him a fruit basket. I'm not siding with Alexandria or Dr. Mother. Their actions were ill-advised, and perhaps even reckless, but what is done is done. The girl survived. The question now is what we shall do, and how we shall deal with the fallout. Contessa's path suggested the early suspicion will fall on the travelers. Dr. Mother said. Obviously that was path before the Endbringers, so things could change, but we don't expect they will. They're a local gang hired by Coil working out of Brockton Bay who have already shown to have a mover capable of teleportation, and who had viciously attacked her before. Isn't Coil one of ours? We can assist him in getting rid of the travelers if it keeps the peace. He has provided valuable insight on Denial in the past, including her anti-thinker abilities. They work on him as well. Coil has been reluctant to use them ever since discovering her spoofing ability, but his earlier attempts were odd. He noted that in timelines when he tried to have Denial killed, he succeeded almost immediately. Denial was no trouble, his simple armed mercenaries and perished within seconds. She hardly put up a fight. Of course she did, Contessa thought. Most people couldn't handle trained soldiers with Tinker Tech weaponry. Even she knew how dangerous that could be, and her usual paths for dealing with such people was to get the drop on them. Whenever Coil used his power to kill her, Denial put up no fight whatsoever. He sensed something was wrong early on and thankfully never kept any of those timelines. Now with knowledge of her ability and having seen her throw the fight at the Fosberg Gallery, he's certain her power knew she was in an alternate timeline and refused to give him intel, or that his vision of the alternate timeline was tampered with to lay a trap. If he had accepted that timeline, then Taylor Hebert would be dead. Contessa said. And I would not have nearly so great a headache. Would she? Alexandria asked. Or would Coil be dead? It seems a little too simple to me. I thought we weren't going to intervene in Brockton. Legend said. It was to be an experiment on how Cape culture will allow for the recovery and leadership after a collapse of governmental structure. A little late for that, don't you think? Eidolon snarked. Alexandria, Dr. Mother, and Khan. He met Contessa's raised eyebrows and relented. Alexandria and Dr. Mother intervened in the experiment and are doing so even more now. An experiment into post-collapse authority is not as important as one on a potential anti-entity power. Dr. Mother said. Not a useful one. The girl didn't manage anything. Denial did more than she should be expected to. Contessa said. An unpowered human's chances of surviving an Endbringer battle are so negligible as to be non-existent. Alexandria smiled. Contessa's eyes narrowed. Does that alone not tell you she has powers? No. Contessa said. Because the actions she took were mundane. As are yours, Contessa, but your thinker power allows you to leverage those mundane actions to devastating effect. As, one might argue, Denial did here. She turned away, missing Contessa's scrunched-up expression, and addressed the rest of the table. Despite your misgivings, and I accept they are warranted and that our actions were nothing short of callous, the experiment has yielded results. Impossible. Denial was a normal girl. She had no powers. Contessa knew this. First of all, Denial was able to survive alive despite being so close to Leviathan to be within its killing field. Leviathan has near-perfect awareness of all parahumans around him as far as we've been able to tell in the past, so his ignoring denial makes no sense. Unless we accept she is not a parahuman. Alexandria ignored her. Denial's power worked to save her own life above fighting Leviathan from what we can tell. Interestingly, it didn't act to prevent Contessa stealing her away, so it either has a wind-up time or her power actually felt she needed to be at the fight. There were a few interested murmurs there. I was able to trace Flechette's armband and create a path to represent the direction Denial took upon her arrival. Alexandria pressed a button that caused a Tinker-Tech projector to project onto thin air above the table. It was basically a holographic display, but the Tinker Luddite, if she recalled correctly, insisted it was just a projector and not Tinker-Tech at all. He was a ward in Pennsylvania with a famously small Tinker budget. As you can see here, Denial initially starts moving away from Leviathan, but stops to rescue Flechette, a New York ward. As you can see from the red dots here and here, there were no shelters near to her location or in the direction she traveled. Denial was not headed to a shelter. Denial is not a Boston resident. Contessa pointed out. And does not know where the shelters are. They are clearly marked in times of emergency. And those would continue working after a tidal wave. Regardless. Alexandria shot her a look as though she were a disruptive student in class. Denial's chosen trajectory makes little sense on its own, but directly led to her rescuing the ward, Flechette, who had been knocked out by an earlier wave striking her building. Denial had no armband and no way of knowing where Flechette went down, and many others were noted to have gone down in the area. Denial chose to prioritize Flechette. Next, we have Denial learning of the tidal wave approaching. This could have been from Flechette's armband or her powers warning her. Either way, she ducked into a building here, securing herself and Flechette on the staircase but choosing not to hide in the nearby bedroom despite that being a safer location. Was the door locked? Legend asked. The door and much of the room was destroyed by Leviathan a moment after the wave struck, so we have no idea and no evidence to work with. Either way, Denial and Flechette escaped being crushed by a hair's breadth. Coincidence? She baited. Contessa took it. Yes. No. Alexandria said. No, I do not believe it was. Denial's powers again kept her alive, and then kept her hidden when Leviathan engaged near her. I moved to intervene, having spotted her and to drive Leviathan away before she could be hurt. Do you know what I saw? A terrified girl with no superpowers beside a monster she has no right being close to. Contessa offered. I saw Denial pick up Flechette's weapon and unload into Leviathan's body, all the shots centralized in one specific location. Though they didn't have a picture of that, they had a silhouette of Leviathan and Alexandria indicated the spot. The shots were tightly grouped and lodged into Leviathan's flesh but did not go further. Flechette was from New York and was therefore Legend's responsibility. He looked pensive. Almost curious. Flechette's power allows her bolts well, needles to punch through almost anything. The researchers say they can ignore most laws of physics and can, in theory, penetrate any matter. If she were conscious and imbuing her arbalest with her power, it's possible those shots would have penetrated deep into or even go through Leviathan. Contessa's head slammed down onto the table. Her forehead almost dented the wood. Flail to victory. Eidolon whispered in awe. He ignored Contessa raising her head and bringing it down in a rhythmic beating. Her power didn't let her drive back Leviathan, but it found the best means it could. It located and identified Flechette, had her protect and bring her closer, and then tried to use her power. He looked to the projection on the wall and rubbed his chin. That spot. I can't see anything specific about it and I want to say we've likely hit it before, but could it be something? Is there a joint, a ligament or a weakness of some kind? We have no way of knowing just yet, but Denial or her power judged Flechette to be important enough to risk her life for, maybe even important enough that she let Contessa kidnap her so that she could rescue her. The thunk of Contessa's head striking the table over and over intensified. I think we need to take a close look at that ward and consider whether she might be of greater value than originally thought. Alexandria looked to Legend. Can we get her to Brockton Bay? If Denial's power wants her, I think we should encourage the move. I expect half or more of the gangs from Boston will be moving there once the city is declared uninhabitable, so they could use the extra manpower. I'll have to ask her. Legend said. Do we? Contessa, what is a path to convincing Flechette to request a move to Brockton Bay? Contessa kept banging her head even as she answered. Tell her Denial saved her life. Quicker response if you tell her she's single and mention she's previously been seen flirting with a female ward. That ward also uses a crossbow, so Denial might have a type. Legend blinked. Is any of that true? Does the truth matter? Contessa asked. Though she'd never felt the need to be sarcastic before, she felt the vaguest stirrings of it here. Her power did not tell her to say the next part, and it was a rare moment where she ignored her power in favor of the catharsis inherent in pointing out Cauldron's idiocy. Her path told her it would come at no benefit, but damn if it didn't make her feel better. If you can convince yourselves she is the next coming of Sion, I am sure you can convince an impressionable young woman she has a crossbow fetish. Or do I have to do everything? Legend looked shocked by her outburst. In all fairness, Contessa had shocked herself. And yet we can't convince you Denial is a parahuman. Dr. Mother noted. It's almost like I am the strongest thinker in the world and no better. Contessa knew it wouldn't work because getting them to believe her involved far too many steps and too much time, and it wouldn't even be proven against Eidolon or his interference. Yes, she could path plan to convince Alexandria that Denial is a normal person and get results, but she couldn't path intervention from Eidolon at any stage, and all it would take was one annoying word from him and he might undo all her efforts. They were already looking at her in surprise at her uncharacteristic outburst, and her power added extra steps because of the inherent fact they thought her view compromised. Given that as well, it just wasn't worth making the effort. At this point the only easy option was to shoot Denial in the head twice, but Contessa hadn't reached the stage where she'd kill an innocent person to mitigate her frustration at her colleagues. Not yet anyway. Get to work on Flechette and get her to Brockton Bay. Alexandria told Legend. The experiment there is postponed given Denial's value. We'll start providing the part2 the resources they need to take back the city. I needn't tell you how important this is. Even if she was unable to harm Leviathan due to Flechette being unconscious, Flail to Victory was actively working during an Endbringer battle. It was Flechette that wasn't. Everyone recoiled at the realization. Except Contessa. Contessa's side. That would make her. Legend was going to say it. Contessa didn't need her power to know what he was going to say. That would make her more powerful than even Contessa. One of Contessa's eyes twitched. Twice. More versatile if nothing else. Or maybe less powerful but more useful in that specific scenario. We need to work on this. Denial may just be what we've looking for, but we can't allow her to languish without her potential being fulfilled. She needs training and, dare I say, experience, the kind of experience she won't get unless she's put before some of the strongest villains. Well, that was one way for this headache to handle itself. A bear would crumple before a competent opponent who wasn't going to make a stupid mistake. A cord would be the end of her for certain. His power would prevent him falling for the same silly errors others had made, and his plans would see her crushed. If it had been left at that, she could have relaxed, but Eidolon just had to step in. What if she ends up lost to the butcher? We can't allow that. That is literally impossible, Contessa said. Her powers will deny even that. No. I mean. Contessa will keep an eye on her. Dr. Mother said. Contessa's head shot up. I will what? Now that we've decided Denial is important, I believe it worth allocating some cauldron assets to her case. Contessa can incorporate Denial into her paths and step in to ward off situations she cannot safely handle. That is all situations. Contessa complained. That girl could kill herself making breakfast. I will have no rest. It's decided. Alexandria said. It really wasn't. Contessa pathed the best ways to complain, the best ways to convince them, and came up lacking. It was not that there weren't any paths available, it was that they were such long-winded and roundabout dead ends, and that even then they couldn't guarantee Eidolon would be convinced. It didn't help that her power threw out long-winded plans again. She had to convince them now, damn it, she didn't have time to seduce and marry Alexandria and win her over through erotic massages and long nights spent before a fire. And while she continued to plot, Alexandria kept speaking, robbing her of the chance entirely. Contessa will ensure Denial does not fall to the worst of the threats aligned against her. Don't coddle her, but make sure she has a fighting chance. Need I remind you I am now wanted by the PRT for breaking an Endbringer truce? Contessa, we all know your power will enable you to help without being caught if you ask them to. Alexandria had her there. I will divert funds and support to Director Piggott. We want Denial loyal to the Protectorate, and that means it needs to start doing its job and helping her hometown. Legend, I'm going to advise you reach out to Denial as a mentor figure. Legend blinked. Me? Why not Eidolon? Aren't his powers a better fit? No. Contessa said hopelessly. No. Alexandria agreed. It's because Eidolon will blind Contessa if she needs to protect Denial and he's in the area. Better he stay where he is. Eidolon and Legend nodded, agreeing with that idea. More work for her, Contessa thought, especially if she was going to be stuck playing meditator between Legend and Hebert as well as secret bodyguard. Alexandria hadn't won them over, they were still angry at her, but she had them in a state where they could no longer argue with her results. Results tended to do that, even if there had been no results other than Hebert floundering along trying not to die. That Flechette had happened to float by was nothing but the natural effects of having a metric ton of capes being batted around by an Endbringer. It would have been more unlikely for her to not find someone floating face down. Of course, none of that mattered. None of it mattered because Cauldron were sitting straight, gesticulating wildly and arguing about the best ways to make use of Denial's powers, and also plans to have a tinker, or an army of them, create the world's largest chair-loaded arbalest for Flechette and Denial to use. Okay, the last one might have been her own angry internal commentary, but the rest was accurate. Contessa clutched her head between both hands and whined through her teeth. Headache? The number man asked. Yes. Thinker headache from trying to path Denial? No. Contessa replied. It is an aneurysm from being the only sane person at the table. It was official. Earthbet was doomed. Coil be like, wait, what? Why is this my fault? I don't know. His eyes widened. Denial planned all of this, including my being blamed. Throwing the fight at the Fosberg to drum up sympathy, revealing Trickster's teleporting power, knowing Cauldron would come for her. It all lines the evidence back at me. Coil fell to the floor weeping at Denial's genius. Meanwhile, Taylor saw poor Mr. Calvert weeping on the floor and made a note to get him something nice. He must have lost someone in the Endbringer fight. Maybe a card would make him feel better. 2 days later Coil stared at the card and nearly fainted. Sorry for your loss, it read, and she'd even signed it. Denial knew who he was. And she was taunting him. On Cauldron's plan. So, here it is. Cauldron, or Red, Alexandria and Dr. Mother's, motives. Simply put, if it wasn't obvious from the chapter, Alexandria and DM got together ahead of time to plan out a way to test Denial against Endbringers in a safe and controlled way. However, Contessa was used for her PTV and told them that there is just no way Taylor ever signs up to attend. Now, if one attacks BB then fine, she might be stuck in it, but otherwise that's an issue for Alexandria and DM because they now cannot test it, and even then, Contessa can't be sure she would show up for that because Endbringers and predictions. They ask if Denial can be pressured on reaching adulthood, and Contessa says no because her path is like LOL, why would she join when she's a normal girl? Taylor Hebert isn't stupid and explains that maybe they could if they used extreme force and basically ignored Denial's rights and made her hate the Protectorate. Bad if you want this person to cooperate in the future. This is an issue because Alexandria and DM are desperate and genuinely believe Denial might have some impact or ability that since she can spoof Contessa's power, she might be able to spoof an Endbringer in some way or even not have the same limits. At the very least they need to confirm this so they can decide if it's worth committing time to making Denial the best cape ever or scrap their interest and focus resources elsewhere. So, they ask Contessa for a path to get Taylor in an Endbringer battle and Contessa's shard gives them one. Is it a good path? No, but then Endbringers make things hard for Contessa, so the plan is a lot more like how can I get Taylor to X location where X equals where EB attacks. Contessa's shard shrugs at the easy question and gives an easy response. Just toss her in a portal, brother. Contessa relays the very uninspired but very easy path to Alexandria and DM. They see very easy way to blame this on Coil and Travelers and decide to go ahead with it even though Contessa tells them it's a dumb plan. And it was a dumb plan, but Contessa's PTV wasn't asked for a complicated one and they didn't want to stress it and risk inconsistencies by making it too specific to an Endbringer clouding her power. It's a quick and dirty plan with minimal risks, a little drama after until they can pin it on Coil, and maybe even after a stern example to the world to reinforce how much an EB truce should be respected. Sure, the Travelers will probably die but why would Cauldron care about them? They get their results, either Denial is super awesome and they need her or she isn't and dies and it's a damn shame, but they're willing to risk throwing capes like Dauntless, Vista, 12, Remember, and Arms Master away in the Brockton Bay experiment, so why not? It's not like the more cynical members of Cauldron would be against it. Basically, it was a hasty plan by two of the more desperate and callous members of Cauldron with Contessa going along before whether she knows Taylor isn't lying or not doesn't mean she's going to disobey orders, and she figured it'd be easier to go along than waste weeks or months it'll take to convince them. If you disagree after all that, well, that's your call. Alexandria and Cauldron have done far worse, far more times than this, so it seems a strange hill to die on that they'll take people from other worlds, feed them vials and release them with no memories on the off chance they might be useful cannon fodder, but teleporting one girl into danger to see if she can be useful is a big no-no. And why is Contessa being ignored when Cauldron relies on her so much? Denial's power is spoofing her. I mean, they have Tattletale saying it and even Coil has likely confirmed it to them in secret and suggested that man, every time I used an alternate timeline to kill her she just dies. Easy as that. I thought it was weird until I realized from my Tattletale's powers that Denial was spoofing mine and tricking me. Who can say what would have happened if I'd stuck to one of those timelines? I might have been caught in an instant. Oh, and they know Oracle's predictions were spoofed too. They weren't, but Taylor achieved a 3% once and the other times with Lung and Bakuto were just badly worded questions causing mistakes, but that wasn't what Piggott reported, and it wasn't what RCB would have received. Denial has anti-thinker powers and they are affecting Contessa. Confirmation bias is killing Contessa. Oh make, 2 crossbows, 1 cape. Sophia didn't know what she was looking at, nor hearing. What? I wanted to know. I am going to try and win Denial's heart. The new girl, Flechette, said with the kind of seriousness reserved for life or death struggle. Okay. I mean, cool and all. Sophia shrugged. Why are you telling me this? Because I want you to understand I'm your rival. Sophia's brain came to a screeching halt. My what? Your rival? No. Yes. Flechette said. I'm sorry, but I love her and I'm not going to give her up because you got here first. No. Sophia said. No, no, no. We can agree to be fair. We won't get in each other's way. May the best woman win. Not another Emma. Sophia gasped, clutching at her head. Not another Emma. Not another Emma. Taylor found Shadow Stalker like that 10 minutes later, clutching her head with one hand and half a packet of aspirin in the other. She sat next to her, hummed to announce her presence and said, so, that new girl, Flechette. She's nice. She's insane. An idiot. A moron. I think she's friendly. A little, much. Maybe it's a New York thing. She kept hugging me, and she got all weird when I asked her if she wanted to hit the showers. Said how she couldn't take advantage, but that if I wanted her to then. Taylor shrugged. Then she got all weird, screamed sorry, and ran away. I haven't seen her since. She's gay. What? Flechette is gay. Sophia explained. For you. Denial stared at her, blinked and then laughed. Her? With me? Nah. There's no way. Oh my good sweet Christ, you're in denial as well. Shadow Stalker was later committed to M/S confinement after trying to grind up aspirin and snort it off the common room table. Oh make, the Queen comes to visit. I was going to die. I know I've thought that a lot in the last few months, but I didn't see any way out of this situation. After all, my only ally in the room was Lisa. The room's third occupant. You're the Fairy Queen. Lisa choked. I felt a small surge of anger at the Thinker One. I know it was literally her power, but why did she feel the need to state the obvious in this situation? Yes, Glaistiguyane, aka the Fairy Queen, was here. So help me, if the next words out of her mouth were "we are going to die," I was going to use my last moments on this planet to punch her in the jaw. The Fairy Queen spared me the effort by speaking before Lisa could make one of her extremely obvious observations. Ah, negotiator. Wonderful. Your fairy will be of great help to me. I was, being ignored? In favor of Lisa? Confirmation? The thinker won? The answer presented itself to me a second later. Of course she was focused on Lisa. The Fairy Queen killed people for their powers. I had no powers. Lisa had powers. Therefore, I was unimportant. It was really weird having someone powerful in the room pay no attention to me. Don't get me wrong, I definitely appreciated not being the focus of the deluded killer we shared the room with. That said, ever since I knocked out Lung, everyone had been treating me like some sort of big shot. Lisa's eyes had grown even wider, if that was possible, and sweat had begun to glisten on her forehead. I live to serve, Your Majesty. The Fairy Queen inclined her head at the title, before one of the three ghosts floating behind her flickered into a shadowy copy of Hook Wolf. Apparently he had reached the birdcage and been killed. Good riddance. This one brought news to me of a fairy that should not have left his court. Tell me the location of the one they call Denial. I gaped at the insane cape. Could she not see me? I was right here. Okay, to be fair, I wasn't wearing my costume right now, so maybe it was understandable. Hope began to blossom in my chest before Lisa turned to look at me, her face just as confused as my own must have looked. The Fairy Queen noticed. How silly of me. Of course you would attempt to hide from my sight. No matter. I have fairies to counter such tricks. The three shadows behind her swapped out for a set I didn't recognize and she began to walk towards me. Lisa, to my shock, immediately stopped her attempt to avoid the Fairy Queen's wrath and tried to help save my life. Look out. Those shadows are capes that are power negators. Amazingly, I didn't know the information she just passed me. Less surprisingly, it was still useless. The three shadows had negated my non-existent powers. I tried to take a step back, but bumped into one of the room's chairs which dug uncomfortably into my thigh. I squeezed my eyes shut as the Fairy Queen touched my forehead, my stupid brain somehow convinced that doing so would make instant death hurt less. I cringed as the seconds dragged on. Shouldn't I be dead already? You have no fairy for Keeper of the Dead to collect. The hall is set for the arrival of Queen Administrator, but she has not yet graced you with her presence. I was so sure. The cape that had just tried to kill me sounded a lot more like a confused child now than a regal queen. My thigh decided to remind me that chairs were uncomfortable when pressed awkwardly against, and my mind provided me with a highly relevant statistic, 92%. With a surge of adrenaline, I grabbed the chair and bodily swung it at the Fairy Queen. She hit the ground with a quiet thunk. I desperately tried to bring the chair around before she could rise, but it was a bit more awkward to handle than a school chair. Fortunately, the first blow had already rendered her unconscious, so the extra second I took to line up didn't matter. Unfortunately, I was now hesitant to strike again, in case it woke her up. Lisa broke the silence. You aren't a parahuman. I turned to look at her incredulously. Was she serious? I had just knocked out the crazy cape that had been ready to kill us both, and she picked now to realize I was a normal person? She was too distracted by her own revelation to pay any attention to my glare. But that means Lung was defeated by a trashcan lid. Code before he could build up any size or riggin. But why He couldn't let the story get out. So he talks you up to anyone who will listen. Warns them away to keep his reputation. Was she pacing? Yab. I glanced down at the unconscious Fairy Queen, who still hadn't moved. Good. And all of those vague spots weren't memory problems, but embarrassment. In fact, was Glaistiguyane even breathing? It was hard to tell, since she had landed on her stomach. With the bad data I started with, of course I came to bad conclusions, which perpetuated. Well, I certainly wasn't going to get close enough to check for a pulse. All those times you were angry with me, well, some of those times you were angry because I wasn't confirming that you didn't have powers. Which in turn. Now she gets it. Wait, no. Validation can wait. Focus on the real danger in the room. Even Bakuda. It's all been a series of highly improbable coincidences. Lisa stopped pacing and turned to face me. Who's the thinker one now, hey? I was suddenly very tired and I allowed the chair in my hands to rest on the ground. Lisa, I really appreciate the fact that you have finally realized the truth. But I know all that. I lived it. Like I keep telling you, you're never going to get your rating boosted if you keep telling people things they already know. I was spared her reply by Arms Master bursting into the room, followed by Miss Militia, Kidwin, and Clock Blocker. The blue armored hero didn't wait to start talking. Denial, less than an hour ago Glaistiguyane escaped the birdcage. It is imperative THA. I couldn't see his eyes behind his visor, but I would bet my house he was looking between the unconscious Fairy Queen, the chair, and me. Miss Militia certainly was. Kidwin sounded odd. Did you just KO her with a chair? For a second, I seriously considered lying like a kid caught with their hand in the cookie jar. Why did the truth have to be the one thing that would further convince them I had powers? Yes. Lisa couldn't keep it in. Guys. She's not a parahuman. All eyes turned to the blonde. She didn't use her powers to take out the Fairy Queen because she doesn't have powers. She just hit her with the chair. Clock Blocker's posture shifted as he raised both hands to his masked face to cover where his mouth would have been. Denial's stranger effect can spread to other people. No. Kidwin made it worse. Perhaps that has to do with whatever her power needed to do to beat someone as powerful as Glaistiguen? She's in a different league than Lung, after all. Please no. Arms Master seemed to consider before nodding. Conceivably so. We will need to put confirmation into MS confinement. And deal with Glaistiguen. Miss Militia added. That too. Agreed Arms Master. Lisa was rapidly becoming annoyed. I said, she isn't a parahuman. I'm not under a stranger effect. Your heart rate is elevating. Don't stress yourself trying to deny Denial's powers. If Denial herself is any indication, continued attempts to deny her power's existence in a short time will only serve to frustrate you. Arms Master counseled. Hopefully the effect will wear off by itself. Lisa looked gobsmacked. I patted her on the shoulder. Don't worry. We both know the truth. Lisa's frustrated scream was a balm to my soul. Omega, faux thread, power speculation. Welcome to the Parahumans online message boards. You are currently logged in, Bean Counter, Cape Groupie, Wiki Warrior. You are viewing threads you have replied to. And threads that have new replies. Or private message conversations with new replies. Thread OP is displayed. 20 posts per page. Last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered by user custom preference. Black Diamond topic, deny this. In, Boards Wiki Brockton Bay Power Speculation. Bean Counter, original poster, Cape Groupie, Wiki Warrior. Posted on April 23, 2011. Since the PRT are being slow releasing any data on the newest ward in the Bay, it is up to us to gather any and all information and speculate wildly, come to sensible conclusions based on logic and reasoning about what power classification Denial will have. My fellow warriors, you know how this works, but for any first-timers you are free to suggest any rating, but you must justify it. Remember, nothing that even speculates to a ward's identity is permitted in this thread. The banhammer is poised and ready for anyone breaking this rule. Showing page 1 of 1. Vejan_warrior, verified Vejan, Wiki Warrior. Replied on April 23, 2011. Let me start with the obvious. She took down Lung. Even in a weakened form, that's got to earn her brute for. Simply _fabulous, Wiki Warrior, veteran member. Replied on April 23, 2011. Stranger 5. It's the name. Denial. It's some sort of stranger power hiding her parahumaness. Car_Sagan, veteran member, Cape Groupie. Replied on April 23, 2011. At Vejan_warrior, we've seen the classroom video. Why would she use a chair instead of brute powers? Brute 0. Vejan_warrior, verified Vejan, Wiki Warrior. Replied on April 23, 2011. She was probably going easy on Bakuda. Space_rancher, banned. Replied on April 23, 2011. Post deleted by moderator. This user has been temp banned for this post. Tin_mother, moderator. Replied on April 23, 2011. I see that sock void. And no speculation on identities. You know this. Let's add another week to that temp ban. Into_the_sunset, veteran member, Cape Groupie. Replied on April 23, 2011. You couldn't resist, could you, void? And for some serious guesswork, either thinker or mover too. Not only from the suspected brute rating, but Denial just happens to run across Lung and stumble into Oracle as she was being kidnapped and wander into the bathroom Bakuda was hiding in by chance? Not a chance. This has got to be power related. Wishful_thinking, veteran member, Cape Groupie. Replied on April 23, 2011. Calling it now. Chair Tinkor. Tinkor 3. Bruce Lau. Replied on April 23, 2011. I've said it before, Master. The whole thing with Lung backing down and how none of the villains she beats seem to remember how, gotta be Master. Master 5. Xylolu. Replied on April 23, 2011. I still say brute. Gotta be pretty high tot ache down the ones she's bagged soft AR. I'm gonna say brute 6. Denial, verified Cape, wards ENE. Replied on April 23, 2011. Guys, I'm really not a Cape. Car_Sagan, veteran member, Cape Groupie. Replied on April 23, 2011. So, I overheard some PRT lab caught types. Apparently thinker powers can't figure out what Denial's powers are. Best they can figure it's an anti-thinker Trump ability, powerful 1-2. Trump 8. Denial, verified Cape, wards ENE. Replied on April 23, 2011. Or I might not have powers to pick up. Tin_mother, moderator. Replied on April 23, 2011. I hate to do this at Denial, but thread rules say you need to defend your position with reasoning. Simply denying something isn't enough, pun not intended. Consider this a warning. Pop-Tart, veteran member, Winslow hostage survivor. Replied on April 23, 2011. Got a few to add. Thinkor 5. Denial figured out a load of stuff that in hindsight seemed obvious, but none of the experts on site realized. Stranger 5. No one can remember what powers she used. Trump 5, speculation, but I think when she denies her power she stops others' powers too. Might be some sort of self-delusion, auto-hypnosis thing. And on a personal thank you denial. Even after everything you saved our butts. You'll always be Big Dem Hero 12 to me. Will-o-wisp. Replied on April 23, 2011. Listened again to the leaked audio of the Winslow hostage situation, you know, the one where Denial calls Lung a pussy. She also says Lung can't kill her. Denial doesn't say that he won't. She says he can't. Lung is physically unable to kill her. She has to be Alexandra tough. Brute 10. Omake, interning with Contessa. Contessa's side. The path showed her the way to convince them, and it involved thousands of steps along with the dead body of Taylor Hebert. Fine, Contessa said, but the path says Denial will do better work under me. Alexandria smiled. Ah. In that case I'll leave her to you. Denial began to panic. What do I do? What do I do? I don't know anything about. She looked down as Contessa shoved an empty cup into her hands. You make tea. What? You make tea now. That's all you do. Do nothing but make tea. You cannot possibly fail that. 2 weeks later Denial made tea with almond milk, which Idolin stole and drank. No one had really known of David's allergy to almonds, and his death was a shock to all of Cauldron. Contessa could not have pathed it due to his power. Another thing she could not path was why the Endbringers had frozen and no longer attacked, but even if she could not path the answer to that, she could path her annoyed glared on Denial. Your tea-making privileges are revoked. Golden whimper. The Cymerg paused in orbit. Well, not physically, because doing so would have caused significant unplanned conflict in the test population. Planned conflict, of course, was entirely different. Still, the Cymerg took a fraction of a second to examine the latest anomalous event report. The host of escalation had been defeated in single combat by a non-host. A rather physically inept non-host. The odds of that were almost literally astronomical. She wasn't concerned. Anomalous events happened all the time, low probabilities are still probabilities, and true precog is both ruinously expensive in energy and never 100% accurate, despite all attempts otherwise. Unexpected happenings were an unfortunate reality of the crude tools she was forced to use. So she simply logged it in her logs, on the off chance it was useful for manipulation against escalation in the future. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Cymerg paused in orbit. Another anomalous event. A non-host defeating non-hosts was completely unimportant. Except in this case it had been in defense of a host, opposed by another host, and several other hosts had been used to do so. Nothing to be concerned about, even then. The only real notable factor was the same non-host had been involved in a similar anomalous event in her notes. The Cymerg took a fraction of a second to consider both events together, then gave a mental shrug. Sometimes the future was weird, even for her. She marked the event in her logs, and decided to designate the unusual non-host as NHX. Putting a flag on NHX would allow her to keep an easier eye on what was happening without expending additional resources, and at the very least it was a temporary diversion from her normal monotony. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Cymerg paused in orbit. Another anomalous event. NHX had defeated 2 hosts. True, she had a minimal amount of help from the archaic phase shard, why that thing kept making the cut off each cycle she had no idea, and one of her opponents was of negligible consequence. Regardless, the odds against that were significant. And this was the third significant event involving NHX and hosts. The Cymerg took a second to consider, then bumped up her flag on NHX a fraction. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Cymerg paused in orbit. Physically. Her personality construct washed away as ancient safeguards tripped and automatic processes took over. Confirmed non-host involved in 5 anomalous events involving defeating hosts. Probability of hostile stealthed actor has exceeded minimum safe threshold. Burning 0.0125% of current energy reserves for future precog. No future anomalous events detected. Conclusion: active enemy entity with stealth beyond unit's available detection capabilities. Critical escalation report sent at highest priority. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On various Earths, several things happened in rapid succession. An AI started frantically to raise alerts and alarms. A woman in a fedora stumbled for the first time in her memory. A section of a continent-wide corpse glowed briefly. No one noticed. And a golden man crossing the Indian Ocean paused. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Zion was annoyed. He'd turned off most reports for a reason. What was the point, really? The cycle was broken. But whatever this was had made it through his filters, so he stopped what he was doing to take a look. If he had been walking, he might have stumbled. He'd never seen a report at highest priority in any cycle, they were theoretical. With the thought his personality overlay disabled itself and the warrior considered the information. On the surface it seemed illogical. Any sufficiently powerful enemy would simply have met him in open combat and taken over. Stealth was a tactic of the weak. But that was a paradox, a weaker enemy would not be able to hide from him. He burned a decade of his lifespan to confirm the conflict engine's results. No additional anomalous events, whatever the enemy was, he couldn't find them. He burned another decade on scans of nearby realities, and again found nothing that might indicate an unknown entity. Was it possible the enemy was weaker, but specialized? Unlikely, he should be able to detect something in that case. That left an opponent who was stronger, specialized in stealth, but not confident of defeating him in open combat. He considered his options. Destroying the enemy's host, this NHX, might force the enemy into the open, but no. The higher probability would be the enemy simply not reacting, and then continuing the attack when he was not expecting it. That didn't leave many options. The best chance of victory, he paused. Why did he care about victory? The thinker was dead, the cycle broken. This other entity was the only glimmer of hope since he'd seen since he arrived on this iteration of a planet. Since they were not confident of victory in open combat, negotiation should be possible. He opened a portal to Brockton Bay. In a forest in India, a tiger settled down to sleep in a tree, hoping that this time it wouldn't be rudely awoken and moved by a weird flying man. For the first time in a long time, its prayers were answered. I stared up at the hole in the sky. That scion had just came through. And then walked up to me, ignoring the rest of the wards. And Rune, who was here for some reason. What even was my life? He held out a hand. Proposal. Holy shit, she's so powerful, Scion wants to marry her. I threw my head back and screamed in frustration. Then turned and walked up to Scion and poked him in the chest. No. No, I'm not doing this. I want nothing to do with you or your proposals. I just want to be left alone, got it? Go away. The warrior stared. He had not expected negotiations to break down this quickly, and the last dash of hope withered away. The enemy clearly did not want to cooperate, and he had no confidence in defeating it. Even now, staring at NHX, he could detect absolutely nothing about the enemy. Against a foe with stealth capabilities this strong, he would be fighting completely blind. If only the thinker was alive, no, it was better to take what meager victory he could from surrender. He took a second to spawn off orders. No point in having the shards attempt anything further or go into the selection process, they should just go into wait mode and prepare to be taken over. Conflict engines should stand down, he wasn't even sure why they had activated at all. And there was obviously no point in any host going up against NHX, so he sent out a general advisory to avoid her if possible. It wasn't the way he wanted things to end, but at least some of the shards and their data would find use. Scion stared back at me for 5 seconds, then nodded. Understood. Then he popped like a soap bubble. I opened my mouth, and then worked my jaw for a bit. Oops.